I have problems in securing a 79 plus in my PTE exam. I am completely new to PTE. Do you have any tips and tricks? What are the latest updates with respect to PTE exam in the year 2025? Are the templates really banned? I have given exam multiple times, but still I'm not able to get through it. What could be the possible solution? Well, if you're bombarded with all these questions, no matter if you are a newbie in the PTE or been here for some time and not able to crack, this video is for you. This is gonna be a comprehensive video ever made with respect to the PTE exam. It has got each and everything, and if you don't want to miss out on the content present in the video, make sure you watch the video till the end. Hey everybody, Nakul here from SKILLS PTE ACADEMIC. Really hope everybody is doing fantastic. I'm back with yet another super awesome packed video on PTE full course. Well, today is the day where we are explaining each and everything, whatever is required with respect to the PTE exam in this video. Well, before we get into the video, if you're not subscribed to this channel, kindly click on the subscribe button, and anytime you need online assistance, it's a paid assistance. You can check the information in the description of this video. We have given a WhatsApp link. You can click on the link, send us a message. We will do the needful. Also to tell you, we have released 3 official ebooks. The first was PTE Speaking Cheat Code, second was PTE Reading Cheat Code, and the third is Match Winning Approach to PTE. And the links for all these 3 ebooks are in the description of this video. You can click on the link, buy it as a combo, and avail some discount as well. Alright, without any further delay, let's straight away get right into this massive comprehensive video. So before we begin, let's understand the things that I'm going to cover in this video. Number 1 being introduction to PTE. We understand all the modules of the PTE exam, and then we talk about understanding the UI, meaning the user interface aspect of it, and then we go on to talk about understanding the modules and the tips and tricks, and also we talk about templates, and then the implementation aspect of it we'll be discussing. Later we also will discuss about the grammar shortcuts, and then we will discuss on the topic how to score 90 in the very first attempt, and also towards the end I'll cover all the latest changes such as template ban, what works, which template do not work, and each and everything. So let's start with this PTE full course. So what is this PTE stands for? PTE is Pearson Test of English. We have 2 things, PTE Academic and PTE Core. PTE Academic is for the Australian visa and also for the student visa of Australia, and PTE Academic is also applicable throughout the world for the academic purpose. On the other hand, PTE Core is only for Canadian PR. You can take the PTE Core if you're an aspirant of Canadian PR. Remember, it's a computer based test, meaning there won't be any human intervention. It is just the computer which is going to evaluate you. And also one important thing is you're going to get your results usually within 24 hours, most probably within 24 hours of your exam. This exam tests your skills with respect to 4 components: speaking, writing, reading, and listening. And also to tell you, compared to IELTS examination, PTE is far easier only when you understand how to outsmart the software. This exam gonna be a single session of 2 hours, meaning there is no break in between. For the speaking module in the PTE exam, they're gonna give you a headset with a microphone. You just have to place it the way you place a microphone in your normal office calls. Just keep it parallel to the mouth, just with some distance. Don't have to worry too much about the mic position. Just keep it as away as possible from the mouth. It should work and give a clear clarity when you speak. And most importantly, you don't have to carry the headset to the examination center. Pearson examination centers will be equipped with good headphones, noise cancellation techniques. You absolutely don't have to worry about it. Even if people around you are shouting, the noise cancellation technique enables the software to cut down all the noises and capture only your voice. So you just have to focus on speaking by keeping it at some distance. Don't keep it very close to the mouth. Don't keep it under the nose, somewhere here, just parallel to the mouth. Done and dusted. In the beginning, before the exam actually begins, you will be given some time to do the equipment check. You can verify if the mic is working, if the keyboards are working. Just try and test them out. Most probably there won't be any problems. If there are problems, let's say you speak and you play the audio back, and if you're not able to hear them or if you're not able to listen to them clearly, you can raise your hand and complain to the invigilator to change the mic or to change the seat. And one important tip before we start with the modules of the PTE exam: microphone will turn off after detecting 3 seconds of silence. Let's say microphone is on, and if you don't speak for first 3 seconds, the 4th second microphone will turn off. Be very careful. Whatever you want to speak, speak. When the mic is on, don't delay for more than 3 seconds. The entire exam is divided into 3 parts. The part 1 gonna be speaking and writing together. Next comes part 2, reading, and the part 3 is listening. Let's have a quick overview of the speaking, writing, reading, and the listening modules before we dig deeper into each of the sections. Once you start the exam, first comes read aloud. You just have to read the text, and then comes repeat sentence. After that, describe image, retell lecture, answer short questions, and then comes summarize written text and the write essay. The description of all of them have been shown on the screen. Very shortly, I'm gonna dig deeper into each of the module and explain how to tackle them. This is for the PTE Academic. For PTE Core, there is a small difference. In place of retell lecture, you have respond to situation, and in place of write an essay, you have write an email. Rest all the modules are the same with respect to PTE Academic and the PTE Core. Remember this. The speaking and the writing section goes for almost 55 or 65 seconds depending on the number of questions you get, post which you're gonna come to the reading section. Remember, reading has 5 subsections. First comes reading, writing, fill in the blanks, and then comes choose multiple answer, and then reorder the paragraph, reading, fill in the blanks, and choose single answer, of which only 2 modules you need to study. The rest are dummy. Very soon we're gonna unveil each and everything. Post reading, you're gonna get the listening section, which approximately lasts for 35 minutes or 40 minutes. It has 8 subsections for PTE Academic and 7 subsections for PTE Core. It starts with summarized spoken text in the beginning. Post summarized spoken text comes multiple choice, choose multiple answer. After that comes listening, fill in the blank, and then comes highlight correct summary. This highlight correct summary is not there in PTE Core, but it's available only for PTE Academic. Next comes multiple choice, choose single answer, and then followed by select missing word, highlight incorrect words, and write from dictation. So this is the overview of the entire 20 modules for the PTE Academic and the entire 19 modules for the PTE Core. Now we will take up each and every module of the PTE Academic and the Core and dig deeper, understand the mistakes, the strategies, what works, how much marks do we get, each and everything in just a while. Also, there is a small introduction session before you start with your speaking exam, which is read aloud. This is not scored. 30-second duration will be given to you to speak into the microphone. Maybe you can talk about yourself, you can talk about your ambitions, whatever you want, you can introduce yourself. This is definitely not scored, but this module definitely helps you get used to the environment, get used to the ambience. It's like a warm-up match you can consider. We will have a small template for that so that you don't panic and just build the confidence. The template looks something like this. Hello, my name is Nakul. I want to attend PTE because I definitely want to migrate to Australia and live my rest of the life there. My goals are to scale up in my business, to become a manager in an IT company, etc, etc. You just speak this, click next, and move on. This is 100% not scored. You really don't have to worry about it. Use this template and speak, build the confidence, and get to the main part of the PTE exam. The very first module is PTE, read aloud. Remember, it's a very simple module, and there is a very reason why they've included it at the very beginning. Here, there is a perfect answer. What I meant by this is, the module tests your reading skills. They're going to give you a text. You just have to read the text. To read the text, they're going to give you 40 seconds to prepare. Meaning, the moment this question opens, you see tigers eat a variety of prey. Look at the text below. In 40 seconds, you must read this and then start speaking. Meaning, 40-second preparation time will be given to you. You can just prepare well, speak, open your mouth. The mic that you have will be off during this time. Post 40 seconds, you're going to start speaking. Like I told you earlier, this is a very important module, intentionally kept at the beginning because the software has a perfect answer. You got to read exactly as it is. The rest of the modules of the PTE speaking do not have a perfect answer. Describe image do not have a perfect answer. Retell lecture do not have a perfect answer. Read aloud has the perfect answer. Everybody would have spoken the same answer because that is what the task is. They would have given you a text and you got to speak the exact thing, and whichever the words that you miss, software learns from you. This is a game changer. 35 marks you can expect from this section to the speaking and the reading separately, because it's a speaking skill as well as reading skills. Your reading skills being tested, you can get some 35 marks from this module easily, quite conveniently towards your reading and speaking. You can expect some 6 or 7 questions in the exam. The complexity will not be that high. Most of it will be very simple. You will be evaluated with respect to 3 components. First is fluency for 5 marks, pronunciation for 5 marks, content for 5 marks. But remember, of all the 3, it's the fluency that wins the race over the content and the pronunciation. Now let's take up what fluency is, what content is, and what pronunciation is with respect to the PTE software. The only mistake what a lot of students, including myself, have done is assuming things. Because it's an AI exam, you cannot make assumption about the computer unless you're sure about it. I gave my first 3 attempts and got 53, 58, 62 speaking, and all these 3 attempts, I had really thought I would get 90. And the 4th attempt, I thought I would get low scores, but I got 90. This is only because we make wrong assumptions about the computer. And today in this video, I will be helping you out with what a wrong assumption is, what a right assumption is. People end up speaking really slow, thinking, if I speak slow, software will be able to understand more clearly. You do that, marks will go down. Hope you are getting it. So before we get into this fluency, content, pronunciation, I really thought I will tell you this so that you would know that you should not assume things. Whatever the notion that you have already, conceived in your mind, take it out and sit here with a fresh start, clear mind, so that you can make most out of this video. Let's now talk about what fluency is. Fluency is no fumbles, no hesitations, no intonations, no pitch issues, not going very fast, not going very slow, but going at a comfortable, natural speed. Now let me unveil each and everything with a small example. If this is the text, if I were to speak with fumbles, how does it sound? The genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined with ancient agricultural practices where early civilizations meticulously extract like this. You do 2 or 3 fumbles. And don't assume I did just 2-3 fumbles. My mark should be still full score 100% no. Now like this you do for every question, your scores will be stuck in 50 or 55. Remember, it's 35 marks from 6 or 7 questions of read aloud. Each question may contribute 5 to 6 marks. If you are speaking like this out of 5 or out of 6, let's consider out of 5, you end up getting 2 or 1. But what people assume, just 1 or 2 fumbles, right? I think I should get 5 to 5, 100% no. It's the fumbles, it's the fluency that is a priority over content and pronunciation. Now something like fluency is very, very important, and you just mess it up. You cannot assume you're gonna get good scores. Fumbles should be completely avoided. If you need to avoid the fumbles, very, very simple strategy. Don't worry too much about the content. Well, content is very, very important. I'm not denying it, but it's not as much important as the fluency is. So you speak, it's okay even if you misinterpret the word. In the worst case, it's totally fine. Don't intentionally misinterpret. But why you are fumbling is because you're focusing more on the content. Be more patient. Go at a comfortable speed. Relax more. Just take some couple of deep breaths and continue. You should be able to continue at a stretch without any fumbles. So what is this hesitations? This is what hesitation is, and this is happening only because you're rushing. You're rushing through the things because you want to finish them off quickly. It's all the courage that matters, the courage to withstand the pressure. Now you need to beg for courage, isn't it? One who is very courageous will not rush through things. He is patient enough. He has the courage to see things through. Calm down, relax yourself, and just speak at a comfortable speed. No intonation strictly. What is this intonation? Going up and down. Right now I'm talking to you. Am I really going up and down? No, I'm just going in a monotonic speech. Can I have a coffee, please? You never say that. All you say in the cafes, can I have my cappuccino, please? Can I have my cappuccino, please? Can I have my cappuccino, please? That is intonation. So here you give intonation something like, the genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined, then marks gone. People assume that I need to give intonation because that is what is written in the score guide. What is written in the score guide and what people have understood from it is completely different. Syllable stress and few other things have been mentioned, but we understand them differently and try to implement things in our own way. No intonations, you just have to go blind. The genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined with ancient agricultural practices. This is how you do it. The next, what fluency is no pitch issue. Let's say you have a pitch issue. Now what is this pitch? Let's say you have a very thick voice, maybe pitch of 120, 80, 70, very thick. The genesis of juices, very thick or hoarse voice. No matter if you are a male candidate or a female candidate, if you have a very thicker voice, from our experience, we have witnessed the students with thicker voice have been never able to cross more than 60-65, even if they're doing it perfectly. Because software loves sharp tones. You just have to give a very sharp tone. Mine is 150, 160 by default. This kind of tone is enough. On the other hand, let's say you're a male candidate and has a pitch of 120 and below. Whatever the circus you do, man, most probably you don't get the scores unless you're very lucky. So now you need to increase the pitch to 150, 140 by thinning the tone. The genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined with ancient, a little thinned. Then the pitch comes up, marks go up. If you're a female candidate, you need to have a pitch of over 200. For a male candidate, over 140. For a female candidate, over 200. For a male candidate, it's between 140 to 200. For a female candidate, it's between 200 to 300. If it is not well within this, most probably you will suffer here. And remember, whatever the pitch that you stick to in the read aloud, the same pitch should be used throughout the speaking section. Remember this. Okay, what is fluency again? You cannot go fast. The genesis of Jesus has been deeply intertwined with the ancient agricultural practices. Don't say this. Even if your friend tells you that he got 90 by speaking fast, you please don't follow your friend. He may have got reading 50. You speak fast. In the worst case, you may get speaking 90, but reading will definitely go down. Understand, the software is like a human, is like your friend. How you talk to your friend, the same way you should talk to your software. If you speak very fast with your friend, definitely your friend says, dude, what's wrong with you? Isn't it? Same way software tells you, but software will not tell you directly. It will give you less marks, as simple as that. What is fluency again? Not going very slow. I've seen students going very slow, thinking if they go slow, it would be more clearer for the software to understand. Again, it's the greatest assumption of all time. Hey, software is more intelligent than human. It can catch each and everything. It has been trained for so many years over millions of data. You speak slow, something like this. The genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined with ancient agricultural practices. 45-50 is what you can touch and not more than that. Remember this. Now what fluency is? Natural speed. The way I'm talking to you. Hey everybody, my name is Nakul and today we're going to talk about the full course video wherein I will be discussing each and everything about the PTE exam. This is the natural flow that you need to get. Something like this. The genesis of juices has been deeply intertwined with ancient agricultural practices where early civilizations meticulously extracted nectar from fruits using primitive yet effective techniques. Over centuries, the art of juice extraction has been the rhythm is there, the constant rhythm. It's like going in a cruise control mode on a highway. You're setting the car to a cruise control mode, probably 80 km per hour, and it's just going at a cruise control. That is what is required. That rhythm is the one that gets you 90, that gets you a ticket to Australia. Remember this. So after completing fluency, now you are left with two more questions. How about content? How about pronunciation? Let me explain about pronunciation first. You don't need pronunciation apps. Don't fall for someone who try to sell their pronunciation apps to you. And you would think if I use that app, probably I'll get more marks here. Not required. Changing pronunciation will take ages because it's pronunciation that you have been well versed with, you're adapted to it for a very long time. Now changing it is definitely not practical, is not required, and changing it also will take a lot of efforts. Do I need to change it? 100% no, because the pronunciation, what Pearson is talking about, is not the accent. They're not asking you to have a British accent, American accent or Australian accent. All they're asking you is pronounce in a way that anybody listens to it, or even the software, they should be able to easily understand. Meaning speak with clarity. In this way you speak in the exam, 100% pronunciation goes slow. No matter where you are from, let's say you are from India or Asia, any of the Asian countries or any other country apart from, let's say US or England or Australia, any other country you are from, you probably will have a different accent. It's 100% accepted. All my students have got 90. So many of my students I also have got 90. With Indian accent, you don't have to change your accent, but clearly you speak, open the mouth more and give that crisp clarity. You should not have any complaint with respect to pronunciation. Having said that, now we are left with content. Now, what is this content? It's a very much debatable topic. Let's say you skip 2-3 words, but you're very fluent. Will you be able to get 90? Yes. We have seen instances where in every read aloud, 2 words we have skipped and still got 90. But I'm not motivating you, encouraging you to skip 2 words intentionally in every read aloud. Not required. We have tried and tested it. You don't skip, but in the worst case, if there are some difficult words or by mistake you spoke a wrong word, don't come back and correct it. Let it keep going. So with this knowledge, with this output, I can tell you it is the fluency that wins the race over the content and pronunciation. Fluency can be, you can consider 70 or 60 to 70%, content and pronunciation remaining 30-40% preference. So you focus more on the content, you will not be able to focus more on the fluency. As a result, marks will go down. 70% of your brain's capacity, you give it to fluency. The rest, you give it to content and pronunciation. Should be more than enough. Don't have to worry too much about the content and the pronunciation. But if possible, give your best, speak every word as it is. Dude, you get 40 seconds to prepare, 100% you should be able to speak clearly the content. But in worst cases, if you think this particular word I may fumble if I speak, skip it, man. It's totally fine. Now, having talked about the fluency, content and pronunciation, now we will quickly move on to some of the strategies of the read aloud, and then I'll talk about the mistakes through our website, where I'll show you, if you speak in a way, what scores you can expect in the exam. Alright, let's start with some of the strategies. The strategy number 1 for your read aloud is to skip difficult words. Max 2 or 3, not more than that. You skip more number of words, reading will go down. We have also seen this. For instance, in this paragraph, intertwined and meticulously, let's say these 2 words you identified them as most difficult for you, then just skipping them will not get you scores. You skip them in a way that you don't fumble. You maintain that same same rhythm. The genesis of juices has been deeply with ancient agricultural practices, where early civilizations extracted nectar from fruits using primitive yet effective techniques. Don't intentionally skip, but if words are difficult, if you skip them, it's totally fine, you will still get the scores. But skip in a way that nobody notices it. In that way, you got to skip. This will work 100%. These are all the worst case scenarios where you're really stuck with a particular word and you have already decided that if you speak that word, definitely you will fumble. In such a scenario, skip them, absolutely fine. The next strategy is not giving preference to S or ED sounds. For instance, in this paragraph, while traditional extraction methods, don't stress it, man. Methods, just continue. Don't worry about the computer. People have this worry. What if software doesn't understand that I spoke methods? As a result, I stress that S. In the real life, do you give that stress? 100% no. Whatever you do in the real life, the same thing you do, man, because that is what is being tested by the software. Can you go to Australia and not create chaos? Can you go to Australia and just make peace with everybody? That is what is being tested. So here as well, you speak in a way that you would often end up speaking with anybody in the real scenario. Or the ED sounds, for instance, mechanized, not required, mechanized processes, just continue. While traditional extraction methods have been gradually supplanted by mechanized processes, the demand for cold-pressed and organic variants has surged, reflecting a global shift towards health-conscious consumption. You just have to go in a flow. Don't worry too much about this S sounds or ED sounds. Basically, don't stress or don't emphasize the words. The third strategy is you need to give a natural pause for a comma or full stop. I've seen students not giving any pause, just going full fast, and have scored very low in their reading and speaking both. So you just have to go natural for the commas and the full stop. A quick pause, give a pause, pick it up and continue. Let me help you with it. The evolution of mobile phone has been a testimony to humanity's relentless pursuit of connectivity, transforming from bulky, rudimentary devices into sleek, multifunctional smart gadgets. The advent of wireless communication has been a pivotal breakthrough, enabling seamless global interactions. If you observed, I was just going at a natural rhythm, giving ample pauses, not too long, not too small, ample pause for a comma and a full stop. Now we will take up the most important part of the read aloud video, that is showing the mistakes. I'm going to act what mistakes people end up making in the exam, and I'm going to show you through my website what scores AI would give you in the exam. The very first mistake what people end up doing is speaking slow. Now I'm going to speak slow for a particular read aloud and show you what marks the AI gives. I'm just opening the question. Let's start with it. 34 seconds. We will just prepare. Organic farming eliminates the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. It promotes biodiversity in soil health while producing chemical-free crops for consumers. The skip or omit button will not be there in the exam. This we have implemented so that if you want, you can save some time. So I'm just skipping it. I'm starting real slow. Let's see what marks will it give. Organic farming eliminates the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. It promotes biodiversity and soil health while producing chemical-free crops for consumers. Okay, let's understand what marks does the AI give. It may take some 7 to 10 seconds. Let's wait. Alright, it gives fluency 2. Context is 4.8. Pronunciation is 4.8. It's all good, but fluency will be 2. Most probably you speak like this, you don't get a good score. This is an exact simulation of what you would get in the exam. Remember this, remember this, remember this. Don't speak slow, something like this. Now we will take up second mistake, what students most often end up making in the exam, going very fast and innumerable fumbles because they're going very fast. I'm just going to the next question. Alright, so millions of tons of food are wasted globally every year. Reducing food waste can help address world hunger and decrease environmental impact. I'm gonna skip it and I'm gonna start like a rocket. Millions of tons of food are wasted globally every year. Reducing food waste can help address world hunger and decrease environmental impact. I myself have witnessed students sitting right next to me in the exam doing this. Why that happens, you know the reason very well, I believe. But this should not be done because you do this, marks will be something different. Content is all good, but the way you're rushing, see, pronunciation came down. Fluency 2.3. Pronunciation 3.5, because earlier it was 4 and above, and context also it's 4.3 because you spoke everything correctly, it's just that you fumbled a lot. So this will definitely impact your speaking score. You should never do something like this. And now the third mistake what people end up making is intonating, especially the female candidates from my experience I've seen, because they naturally have this tendency of going little up and down. So I'm going to show you this and how do we verify through our website. We will just restart this question. I'm just skipping this and starting it. Millions of tons of food are wasted globally every year. Reducing food waste can help address world hunger and decrease environmental impact. So this is intonation. Now AI will give you full marks for this because the fluency was good, pronunciation was good, context was good. But what about the pitch graph, which we have enabled it here? You see the pitch graph at the bottom is all up and down. But at the top we have fluency 4.6, context perfect, pronunciation perfect. But if you have this, then marks will go down. Person is doing in another check. If there are a lot of intonations, marks will go down because that's not the way usually how you speak with your friends or in any natural environment. Now I'll show you a couple of more read alouds on how to speak perfectly. Let's skip this. I'm gonna start with it. Millions of tons of food are wasted globally every year. Reducing food waste can help address world hunger and decrease environmental impact. This is how you would speak, and let's see what scores will it throw. Anything around 4.4 or 4.3 and above fluency is equivalent to 85 and above in the exam. So it's 4.6, context is 4.8, pronunciation is 4.9, and you see the pitch, it's mostly in a straight line apart from 1 or 2 because I'm not using a mic. There could be other noises around, but mostly it is little ups and downs, not like the previous one where it had a lot of variations. Now we'll quickly take up another question. You can prepare well, pause the video and do it, and then resume and see how I do it. I'm not preparing for this, I'm directly skipping and starting. Green buildings use energy efficient designs and materials to reduce environmental impact. They improve air quality and conserve resources, making urban areas more sustainable. Now we will submit it and see. But by the way, this is the way you speak in the exam. If you speak like this, you should be able to get a perfect 90 without a shadow of the doubt. Fluency 4.6, context 4.8, pronunciation 4.9. The pitch is almost at 165 to 170. Almost fine, not too much of up and down. This is how you do the read aloud. You do this, most probably you should say 35 out of 35 marks towards your speaking and reading, both. Now a last big question, can I just read one line? Meaning you just read some 10 to 12 words and click the next button and move on to the next question. People have done this in the past and have got 90, but I would not recommend you do this because in one line, let's say you make 1 or 2 mistakes, what software decides? In small one line, you're making 1 or 2 mistakes. Perhaps if you had read the full lines, you would have made more mistakes. So it can backfire you. First thing. Second thing, person may implement the code. Any point of time, they can just implement a check. If a person is not reading full, reduce the marks. And also recently in 2025, many have succumbed to this. Some are still getting it. I'm still doubtful how. But many have got low scores because of reading one line. It's very risky. My take on this is read full only because it is very easy to read. If there are words which are difficult for you, skip them. But don't read just one line. Read full and click next once done. Now we'll talk about the summary of the PTE Read Aloud. First thing first, you should speak fluently without any ups and downs or stresses. Make sure you don't fumble, because every fumble costs you more than 2 marks. Give natural pauses for comma and full stop. Pronunciation and content is definitely not a priority over fluency. Read with all the confidence. Skip difficult words, but max 2 or 3. Don't go very fast. Don't go very slow. Use natural, comfortable speed. And when you're speaking, open your mouth and speak with crisp clarity. After 6 or 7 questions of Read Aloud, you will come to the second module called Repeat Sentence. Well, PTE Repeat Sentence is one of those modules which is again an integrated section, because as the name says, repeat the sentence. You're going to listen to the audio, listening skill, and then speak them back, speaking skill. So it contributes some 30 marks towards your listening and 30 marks towards your speaking. Read aloud, 35 marks towards your reading and 35 marks towards your speaking. But repeat sentence, 30 marks towards your listening and 30 marks towards your speaking. Read aloud, hardly 6 or 7 questions, but repeat sentence can be 10 or 12 questions. Remember this. Repeat sentence in the exam looks something like this. There will be 2 boxes. The top one is for the audio to play. That will signal you that audio is getting played. See there, beginning in 3, 2, 1, audio plays. Once the audio ends, the bottom box is for the microphone indication. Once the audio ends, the bottom box says beginning in 2, beginning in 1, recording. Then you should speak. Sometimes the bottom box starts with beginning in 1, recording. Sometimes beginning in 3, 2, 1, recording. So you got to be watchful. Wait for the mic to on. Once it shows recording, then start speaking. If you don't speak for the first 3 seconds, 4th second microphone will turn off. Or if you manage to speak even before the mic is on, then it's completely gone case. Nothing will be recorded. Be very careful about it. So in the exam, this is how the repeat sentence looks like. Beginning in 1.
Advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries operate across the world.
2, 1, now we got to speak. Advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries work across the world. You speak like this, you get full scores. It's very simple. They're going to play the audio, you're going to repeat the exact audio and click the submit and the next button once done. Now let's understand the most crucial aspect of the PTE Read Aloud, how you are evaluated. The evaluation goes the same way, the way we saw in the Read Aloud. It's a fluency, content, pronunciation. But here, fluency is 5, pronunciation is 5, but the content is 3, meaning Pearson is already hinting us it is the fluency that wins the race over the content. Remember this, 5 for fluency, 5 for pronunciation, but 3 for content. And also in the Pearson score guide, they've clearly mentioned if you speak all the words correctly, meaning 100% content is matching, you're gonna get 3 out of 3 content. But for those 100% matching content, if you're fluent, you get 5 out of 5 fluency. If you have crisp clarity, you get 5 out of 5 pronunciation. But they also mentioned, let's say you're not speaking 100%, but you managed to speak more than 50% of the content correctly. Now you don't get 0, you get 2 out of 3 for content. But for those 50, 60 or 70% of the content, if you're fluent and if you have good clarity on your speech, it's 5 for fluency, 5 pronunciation, but 2 out of 3 for content. Now understand this math. If you speak 100% correctly, it's 5 plus 5 plus 3. If you speak 50-60% correctly, it's 5 plus 5 plus 2. 5 plus 5 plus 3 is equal to 13. 5 plus 5 plus 2 is equal to 12. This 13 will be converted to 3 marks because one repeat sentence in the end gives you only 3 marks, not 13 marks. This 13 will be converted to 3, meaning if this 12, if you convert this to 3, it becomes 2.85, meaning this also is 3, this also is 3. From our experience, even if you speak 50-60% of the content correctly, you should be getting 3 out of 3 from each repeat sentence towards your listening and towards your speaking. And this is the famous strategy of the repeat sentence. Remember this. Now we'll understand the tips and tricks on how to crack the software with respect to PTE repeat sentence. The trick number 1, which I already told you, speak 60% of the content should be more than enough. You will be able to get full scores, but your fluency and pronunciation should be top notch. Now I'll show you a small demonstration on the same through our website. Alright, I'll play the same audio. We will just try to speak 50-60% now.
Advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries operate across the world.
advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries. No, I did not speak full. Well, I could have spoken well. If you can speak full, definitely speak full. But if you think you have some problems, then just speak 60-70% to be on the safer side. You should be able to get a good score. See there, fluency is 4.5, pronunciation is 4.8, content is 2. And if you convert this to 3 mark, it would be 3 out of 3. The original text is advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries operate across the world. User text is advancements in artificial intelligence are transforming the way industries. I'm exactly going in the order. Don't intentionally mess up the order. 1 or 2 words here and there you miss, it's okay. But don't intentionally speak from the reverse order and see how much marks you get. You don't get scores. Try to maintain the order. It's usually first 50, 60, 70% that I would suggest you to go with if at all you're going with this strategy. Now we'll take up another question and I'll see if I can speak 60% or full. We will understand how to do this.
Economic uncertainty has made it difficult for businesses to plan long-term strategies effectively.
Economic uncertainty has made it difficult for the businesses to plan. I could have spoken full, but I thought maybe if I fumble in the end, then whatever I've spoken gone case, no? So I made sure that I don't fumble, because if you fumble and speak full, you don't get scores. Getting it right? So it's again fluency 3.9. Probably I was thinking a little better in speaking, that's the reason fluency little dropped down, but anything 3.94 is a good score for 80 plus. And content is 2, pronunciation is 4.3. So we'll take up another question of repeat sentence using the same strategy. Let's master this particular technique.
The increasing reliance on technology is changing how people interact in daily life.
The increasing reliance on technology has changed how people interact in daily lives. Now I try to speak something on my own. Few of the words it did not match. But I think overall I've spoken more than 50-60% correctly, and this would be the right approach. Instead of remembering word by word, probably you can just understand and respond. See that the increasing reliance on technology is changing. I wrote has changed. But now since I spoke has changed. My fluency went up because I'm not thinking and speaking. I'm just going with the flow because I understood something and I'm just making sense out of it. This is the right approach for repeat sentence. You don't repeat, rather you respond. When you're trying to respond, you actually understand. When you're repeating, you're using your memory. By the way, this is not a memory contest, isn't it so? So you got to listen, understand and speak 1 or 2 words here and there. Let it be wrong. It's absolutely fine, but you'll get the flow. The fluency is more important than anything else. But if you can speak everything as it is by being very fluent, then yes, you are a king. If you're not able to, still you can become a king by focusing more on fluency and less on the content. The next important tip from the repeat sentence is never fumble or hesitate. You worry too much about the content, obviously start thinking, you give pauses and mess it up all. Remember, you need to give the audio back the way you got it. If the audio is 1 pause, you give only 1 pause. You don't give 3-4 pauses. Audio doesn't have any fumbles, then you don't give fumbles. Audio doesn't have any hesitations, then you cannot also make some hesitations. Hope you're getting it. Fluency should be top notch, meaning whatever the speaker spoke, the same way you speak, but in your own accent. Content, it's still fine, but let's say you give everything perfectly, but added 5 pauses extra, that's going to be 0 marks to listening and 0 marks to speaking. Remember this. Now next big question is, what to do if I'm not able to catch the accent at all? Some of the words I don't understand only, what to do? Well, you can skip the words and speak the rest. That's what the strategy is that I told you, but let's say not even 1 word you're able to understand. Then Nakul cannot help you in any way. You got to listen to podcast. Every day, start listening to a podcast, probably 20 minutes a day. Whenever you're walking to the office, when you're in a metro or driving, just plug in the earphones and start listening. There are so many podcast websites, apps. Work on your listening skills, because at the end of the day it is English. If you play the audio in Hindi or Gujarati or whatever the language that you speak, you're very much comfortable. I play in English, problem starts. Then work on English, practice less. If you're practicing 30 minutes on repeat sentence, 15 minutes you practice enough, 15 minutes you give it to working on your listening skills. Then probably you will not have this complaint saying what to do if I don't catch the accents. Now we'll talk about ultimate tips. 1 more ultimate tip for your repeat sentence. Remember, do not apply this 50-60% strategy of the content, right? 50-60% content strategy for all the repeat sentences. Let's say the audio is 5 words. In that you speak 3 words, then fluency 0, no? To calculate the fluency, the software, AI needs some content. Short audio, don't make it more shorter. Just finish it off in style by giving every content. 5-6 words, 7 word audio, don't compromise on the content. But let's say the audio content is more than 10 words, 12 words. Then make sure you listen to 7-8 words and speak 7-8 words. Now the strategy is to listen less. Input only you give less, so output will be perfect. Input you are giving all 13 words and then you are trying to give output as 7 words, it is not possible. Already everything is mixed up here. So while taking the input, you take the input as per your capacity. It's like you eat until your stomach is full. If you are overeating, what will happen? It will come and you are going to throw up. Same way here, you listen to your capacity. If your capacity is 8 words, properly listen to 8 words. In that way, you train every day yourselves. Even for a lengthy audio, my capacity is 8 words, I listen to first 8 words. After that, I'll not listen. In that way, you should train. Don't do this, you should train. You should divert your concentration somewhere, or you can just revise the words that you listen to and then speak those 8 words correctly. Listen less, speak less is equal to 100% working. You listen full and speak full, well and good. You listen full and completely mess it up because you are trying to speak some 7 words after listening to the full audio. Probably it may not happen. Understand the psychology. You give the less input to your mind, to your brain, and give that output, the 7 words or 8 words, whatever you heard, 100% you will be fluent. You give 13 words, entire thing here, and then try to narrow it down to 6 words, 7 words I'll speak. It is very difficult to do it. So practice well with this strategy called listen less, speak less. Let's also talk about the mistakes, what people end up doing in repeat sentence. The first mistake is trying to speak full, but they fumble multiple times, marks will go down. Never do this. I've already given you complete theory on it. Listen to your capacity and speak that whatever you heard, more than enough. The second mistake people end up doing is trying to speak by recollecting these things. AI advancements in the industry, this recollecting, because you already forgotten, you're trying to recollect, adding some extra time there, adding additional pauses, 0 fluency, 0 content, 0 pronunciation. What software says, boss, give me the audio the way I gave it to you, isn't it? But you're giving an audio what software won't even recognize. The third mistake is not maintaining the order while speaking. 1 or 2 words you miss, it is okay. But entire order you mess it up. First phrase you spoke, middle you skipped, third phrase you spoke, still fine. First phrase you miss, start with second phrase. We have seen instances where this has not given the good scores. So the first phrase is very important. After first phrase, you can skip the middle phrase and take up the last phrase. It will still work. Don't leave the first phrase and speak, or start with third phrase and then come to first phrase. Don't do all this drama. It will definitely not work. Try to go in the same order as you heard the audio. In worst case, 1 or 2 words here and there you changed, misinterpreted, or change something totally, 1 or 2 words, absolutely fine as long as you're fluent and as long as the number of words that match is exceeding 50% of the content. Now let's talk about the repeat sentence summary. It contributes 30 marks towards your listening and speaking separately. Repeat at least 60% of the content with all the fluency possible. Do not fumble or give pauses. Maintain the speaker speed and the pauses at any point of time. Do not try to speak everything, listen less and speak less. The next module is PTE describe image. Remember whatever the important modules in the PTE speaking that we have already spoken, which is only read aloud and repeat sentence. With these 2, you're gonna get some 65 marks. The remaining 20-25 marks or 30 marks will come from the rest of the modules. Remember, whatever we talk next is also important, but it is not a high priority compared to read aloud and repeat sentence. Alright, describe image, 4 to 6 questions will come. You can expect some 10 to 12 to 15 marks from this section and not more than that. The module looks something like this. They'll give you 25 seconds to prepare. You're gonna see a picture, 25 seconds preparation time. Look into the picture and do some analysis, all sorts of analysis. After that, mic will turn on, and the moment the mic turns on, you got to start speaking. Now to speak, you get some 40 seconds. 40 seconds you don't use. 25 to 30 seconds should be more than enough. Make sure you speak above 20 to 25 seconds to be on the safer side. It could be a bar graph, something like this, or a line graph, or a picture, map, processes, area chart, table. It could be anything in the exam. And how you're evaluated? It's ditto as the read aloud. 5 for fluency, 5 for content, and 5 for pronunciation. But remember here as well, it's the fluency that wins the race over the content. Meaning 70% of your Albert Einstein's brain capacity, you need to give it to fluency. The remaining 30%, 40% to the content. You do the reverse role, then gone case, I'm telling you, your content is all precise, but fluency all gone case, then don't expect any marks from this section. Be very careful, it's the fluency, and whatever the pitch, if you're changing in read aloud, you got to maintain the same pitch throughout the speaking section. Remember this as well. Now we will talk about the 2024-2023 kind of techniques to 2025 techniques. The old method was just use some templated response. Don't even look into the image, man. Just speak. The given image represents a beautiful image. There must have been a popular debate, just some generic answer. People used to get good scores because probably Pearson were a little lenient. And now they've understood the importance of this exam and they've added a check if they find that you're using a completely templated responses or you're giving mechanical responses, meaning the answer that you've given do not have any life. There's a picture and you're saying, I can see red color, blue color, black color, pink color. They'll make sure the software will flag it for the review. And a human will evaluate, and if he finds out that you've tried to cheat, marks will go down, fluency 0, content 0, pronunciation 0, and we have witnessed in so many cases where students have still relied on the old techniques and the scores have drastically gone down. So the old methods are no more valid, you cannot use. You need a new structure, you cannot use templates anymore, you cannot just escape just like that thinking you will, trick the software. There is no way you can trick, but there is one way where you can actually make it more easier than the old methods that I'm going to talk about very shortly. But the new method, remember, templates are banned in 2024 November when Pearson made an update. They published in their website that hereafter, if you're found using templates, your marks will drastically go down. Software is programmed to flag it for the review. So the new method strategies would look something like this. Make sure to speak from the image. You see the image and speak whatever you can from the image. Don't try to use only keywords. Perhaps your tutor has given you templates which has dash, comma, dash, comma, dash, comma, dash, comma, dash. You just have to put 5-6 keywords and wash your hands and leave. 100% you cannot leave. You will be brought back. You will have to swipe your card and give the exam again. Remember, all this is not going to work. Even ChatGPT, you put an image and give the content by typing, man. Or if you have a mobile app, you speak by giving keywords. It will tell you that you have given keywords. This is not the right way to do it. Do you think Pearson AI cannot do this? It's very easy to put a check for this. Make sure you don't use only keywords. You speak sentences, if possible, some lengthy sentences on your own. But when you speak, don't worry about grammar because it's fluency, content and pronunciation that makes difference, not the grammar. And try to speak as much as possible from the image. More than 20 seconds, I would recommend you to speak for 28 to 32 seconds should be more than enough. And no need to identify very, very important thing from the image. Oh, this is very important. If I speak this, I get more marks. Even if you speak something which is not very important, but it is present in the image, you get the same scores. Don't worry too much about the content. Like I told you in the very beginning, it is 70% fluency, 30% content. But 30% content should be the content from the image. As simple as that. It may not be a great content. It could be any content which is present in the image. That will do. We have tried and tested this. But what matters the most is the fluency. And what is fluency? You should speak the way you did in the read aloud. That same rhythm has to come, which could be a little difficult for people in the beginning. But I will explain you with few of the strategies using which you can actually get the perfect flow. Now it's time to unveil the template or the structure. The image provided is a bar graph, line graph, table, area chart, process, picture that gives information about read the title. Now this x-axis, y-axis comes only for line graph, bar graph and area chart. For table there is no x-axis, for process picture there is no x-axis, for maps there is no x-axis. So accordingly use the template. While x-axis talks about read the x-axis, whatever the values are written, and the y-axis talks about read whatever is written in the y-axis. Now give 3 key content. key content or whatever the content that you want, but 3 things you need to give. It is evident that conversely, another interesting point is these 3 sentences are the ones that give you the scores, post which you will summarize it. Overall, this image illustrates. This looks like a perfect structure: intro, paraphrase, first 2 lines, main body, the 3 sentences, the last one, conclusion. This is not a template, this is a structure. This is not a templated responses, and students already are getting it. More than 2000 or 3000 students have got 90 after the templates were banned using the structure. So you don't have to doubt it, 100% it will work. So this is one of the structure. Another structure, you can use this. The image is a dash which illustrates dash, while x-axis represents dash and y-axis represents dash. The image provides insights into a notable observation is another interesting aspect is. In summary, the image highlights. You can use this as well, you can take a screenshot, or you can use 1.2 as well. Any of these 3, all are the same, but few of the words that have changed, that's all. This image is a dash that demonstrates dash, the x-axis shows and the y-axis shows. Only for line graph, bar graph. The image offers insights into a key takeaway from this image is additionally one of the highlighting factors is overall this image emphasizes. The structure is the same. It's intro, paraphrase only for bar graph and line graph or area chart. And then comes body, 3 key sentences, and the last it's conclusion. Now let's address the common concerns. How to speak and describe image without fumble, it is very difficult for me. I'm not able to get good content only. 25 seconds is a very less amount of time. I'm not able to prepare anything in the 25 seconds, and then I start speaking, I fumble. So you basically need a method within a short interval of time like 25 seconds should give you a full-fledged solution. The method that I'm going to talk about is a 3-step method. Step number 1, observe the image and recognize 3 things. This you should do within 5 or 6 seconds. This comes with the practice. Very soon I'm going to show you demonstration as well. Any 3 things, 3 ideas, 3 key content, 3 trends, maximum, minimum, neutral, whatever you want, 3 things, just identify within 5 to 6 seconds. Now step 2 is whatever the content that you have noted down, 3 key contents, write them down if possible, because you're still left with 18 to 20 seconds. In that 2 sentences, can't you write? If possible, write all 3 sentences. For those who are very confident of their speech, you don't have to write. You can just rehearse them. You can just speak 3 sentences from the 3 key content that you took. Hope you're getting it. Step 1 is just identifying 3 key things. Step 2 is just writing them down neatly, properly. Well, if you're able to write within that stipulated time of 18-20 seconds, well and good. If you're not able to, then maybe you can just speak the sentences once so that your mind knows what to speak next. And step 3 is use the template and just speak. Most importantly, when you speak, don't worry about the content. Oh, this value is 300. By mistake, I told 200. What to do? Should you go back and correct it? 100% no. It's okay. You continue. Making mistakes is absolutely fine. 1 or 2, absolutely fine. No problem at all. We have tried and tested this because content is not a priority over the fluency. And when you speak, don't worry about the grammar. And when you speak, don't worry about the logic. 90% of the students worry about all these 3 things. As a result, their scores will not come up. This is purely based on my experience. I've seen this through. I have personally talk to students and telling them this is the problem, it's still they're not able to overcome it because the subconscious already tend to believe that it has to give perfect content, perfect logic, perfect grammar. Come out of this, it's the perfect fluency. Worry about fluency, nothing else. When you speak with the template, don't worry about the content, don't worry about the grammar, don't worry about the logic. Now we'll also understand, before we show you a small demonstration on how to speak for all different kinds of images, let's understand how to trick the software. Are we tricking the software? Definitely yes. In what sense? Not by fooling it. By understanding what it wants, we are trying to give an answer by overlooking most important content. The first thing is don't worry too much about the content. This is one of the ways to trick the software. You worry too much about the content, you will not be able to speak. Just anything that you can capture is fine, but never prioritize the content over the fluency. This is the first rule. Remember this, remember this, remember this. While speaking, don't worry too much about the grammar. You worry about the grammar, marks will go down. You worry about the grammar because you're assuming that your grammar should be perfect. Software doesn't need you to be perfect in grammar and speaking, it just wants you to speak. Hope you're getting it. When you write an essay or email writing, there your grammar should be correct, not when you speak. And don't think someone is sitting there and judging you or holding you at a gunpoint and telling you, if you make a wrong logic, I'll shoot you. Nobody is doing it. So wrong logic, wrong content, wrong grammatical sentences are absolutely fine. So you don't think someone is rating you for a perfect score. All the software wants is a tut, 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 and some content from the picture. This, if you understand, you would know how to trick the software. It's all about convincing your subconscious. If this gets convinced, then you are a king. If it doesn't get convinced, you know what you would become. You keep on trying exams again and again, marks will not come up, because this is the hurdle at the end of the day. Now we will take up each and every type of the image, like bar graph, line graph, pie chart, table, area chart, maps, process, pictures, whatever the image types. I'm going to show each one of them. You can do the practice at your end as well, and then watch me how I do it. Will I fumble? And then we'll also witness what scores our AI gives. I'm starting with one of the bar graphs. Let's start. Sports popularity worldwide. 3 things. Rugby is very popular, which has more than 800 fans. Football has the least popularity with over 300 million fans. And then probably cricket and basketball and hockey have same popularity among fans with a value of over 400. Done and dusted. I'm going to start speaking now. The image provided is a bar graph that gives information about sports popularity worldwide. While the x-axis talks about different sports such as football, cricket, basketball, tennis, etc., the y-axis talks about the fans in millions from 0 to 800. Firstly, it is evident that rugby has the highest fan following game with a value of over 800 million fans. Conversely, football has a lowest fan following game which has a value of close to 300 millions. Another interesting point is cricket, basketball, hockey and baseball have a same fan following with a value of close to 350. Overall, this image illustrates sports popularity worldwide among different games. Probably I fumbled a little. Is this accepted? 100%. See, 1 or 2 small fumbles, it's totally fine. Because in describe image, they are not expecting you to exactly speak like read aloud. Maybe 80 to 90% of the similarity you get in the read aloud should be more than enough. But yes, you give your best. If you observe, I was fluent overall. Maybe towards the end, I was looking into the timer and then trying to see if I could speak more, and probably I made a mistake. Now we will just submit it and see what scores do I get. Alright, we see the scores. Fluency is 5, context is 5, and it also says good description of the bar graph, accurately identifying the highest, lowest values and noting similarities in the fan following of several sports. Just a 3 key content I gave. But I was able to speak fluently, and then pronunciation is 4.5, pitch graph is overall fine. So the same way we will try doing it for a line graph. What you can do is, once I show the image, you also take 25 seconds. When 25 seconds is done, you pause the video, hit that space bar or pause the video, you speak. Pause that, you unpause and watch me how I perform, and then we will evaluate what marks do I get. Now I'm starting a line graph. Let's understand how to do a line graph. 25 seconds starts. Stock market performance from day 1 to day 6. The value is in dollars. I'm going to talk about day 1 is at 400, but day 2 and day 6 is the least, and day 3 being the highest. That's all. Now I'm going to speak by making some connections. Day 1 it starts at $400 performance, probably dips and then goes up. The given image talks about the line graph, which gives information about stock market performance. X-axis talks about all the days from day 1 to day 6. The y-axis talks about the stock value in dollars. Firstly, it is evident that on day 1, the stock value for a particular stock market is $400. However, day 2 and the day 6, the value has dipped down to almost close to 200. Another interesting point is day 3 being the highest value with a value of over 1000. Overall, this image illustrates stock market performance across different days. Probably I would have spoken for 32 seconds. I hope you have also spoken the similar way. Any 3 content, just speak. Don't try to speak more which will further lead to a lot of fluency problems. Let's wait for some more seconds. We have not added the cache, so it is taking some time. The fluency is good, pronunciation and the content is all good. More precise language in places, instead of almost close to 200, a more exact value of range would be better. No, we are humans, we are not AI like you, so whatever I spoke should be enough because it is giving 5. So we will now continue with a pie chart. So let's start with a pie chart. 25 seconds, 3 things that I'll try to identify. Social media ad spending, highest ad is spent on the other sectors, while the Facebook second highest ad spending, and Google is the third highest ad spending. That's enough. That's 3 content is more than enough. Now you should have the courage to speak without affecting the fluency. The image is a pie chart that gives information about social media ad spending. It talks about various categories such as Facebook, Google, Twitter and LinkedIn. Firstly, it is evident that the other category surpasses all the different categories with a value of over 29.1% in the social media ad spending. Facebook stands second with a value of 27.9% ad spending on the social media. Third in the list is Google ad spending, which contributes to 19.4. The last, conversely, is the ad spending on the LinkedIn and Twitter with a value of 11.5 and 12.1%. Overall, this image illustrates social media ad spending across different platforms. I added 2 more because it was very easy. There was nothing much in the picture. I think I should be able to get a good score. Let's wait and watch. I think it's all fine. This time pronunciation is even more better because the words that I spoke with respect to Google and those things were more clearer for the software probably. This is all fine. The percentages are correctly identified and explained context correctly. I think 3, I think I spoke everything here. Even if you speak 3 content should be more than enough. Now we'll quickly move on to area chart. Now I'm opening an area chart. Let's start. 3 key content: laptop market sales, MacBook, Dell XPS, HP sector. MacBook has the highest sale from Jan to June. Dell XPS has the second highest sale with a value touching almost 250 in the April, and HP, even I'm confused which is HP sector, Spectre which is Dell XPS, but I'm going to start. The image provided is an area chart that gives information about laptop market sales. The x-axis talks about the time period from Jan to June, and the y-axis talks about the units being sold across MacBook, Dell XPS and HP Spectre. From the image it is clear that in the month of January, MacBook has been sold with a unit of only 50. However, towards the month of April, it has been sold with a value close to 275. Conversely, Dell XPS also started with a value of unit 50 in the beginning of the June, but towards the end of June, it has reached a value of closer to 400. Conversely, HP Spectre also started with a value of 50, but towards the end it has reached a value of 300 in the month of May. Probably I was continuing, I was trying to understand more about it. I was not very clear on what to speak. So this is the reason why I was not able to speak perfectly. In the beginning, I did not utilize those 25 seconds properly. Perhaps it's my mistake. So I ended up speaking a lot of things. This is the common mistake people end up doing. You try to speak a lot, you would not know what to speak. As a result, you try to cover everything, and within 40 seconds is not possible. So be clear. We'll again restart this. Just 3 things. Probably we could have talked about MacBook, which starts at the value of 70 in the month of January and reaches the value of 280 in the month of April. Dell XPS starts with a value of 70 in the month of January and just reaches the value of 220 in the month of April. Enough. 2 things, because this is a bigger thing. If you want HP Spectre also, take 1 thing and finish it off. This way you will know what to speak, what not to speak. But I think I spoke everything. There will be mismatch, but I think I would get the full marks. Let's check it out. Let's say what our AI gives. Probably a few of the values I spoke a little different, but I think it should not penalize me for this reason. Let's wait and watch. I think it has given me, it also doesn't explicitly state the overall trend. It is telling me that things that I have missed, it lacks some detail, but yes, whatever is possible in the 40 seconds I've given, it cannot expect more. I think I've got full scores. It should be definitely fine if you speak this way. Now we will take up table diagram. I'm starting with the tables. 25 seconds. Let's start. Electricity prices in major country. In Germany, in the year 2020, it was 30 cents per kilowatt. However, in 2023 it became 36 kilowatt. India, it was 8 cents per kilowatt in 2020. However, in 2023 it came to 11. Enough, we're going to speak only 2 and we will continue. The image provided is a table that gives information about electric prices in major countries, which is also calculated in cents per kilowatt. From the image, it is clear that Germany in the year 2020 has a value of electric prices with a range of 30 cents per kilowatt. On the other hand, in 2023, it has touched a value of 36 cents per kilowatt. Conversely, India 2020 has a value of 8 cents per kilowatt. However, in the year 2023, it has reached a value of 11 cents per kilowatt. Overall, this image illustrates electricity prices in major countries such as Germany, UK, USA, China and India. Enough. See, this time I was clear on what to speak. Only this much I speak and I will be able to speak perfectly. If you are not having this notion, preconception in your mind, then randomly you start looking into things. Perhaps that's where you start messing upon the flow. So far I have not messed up the flow, that's the reason it is showing 5 out of 5. Simply we have not coded to give 5 for anything. Later you can test in our website, probably it's soon going to be live. If you mess it up, it will reduce the scores, by the way. Alright, so it's giving fluency good, pronunciation good, accurately describes for the years. It also shows 2020 and 2023 only I am giving, and that should be more than enough. You don't have to give everything. I think this is how you speak the table. Now we'll take up a process diagram. So what I'm going to do is, first I'll speak a dummy data, meaning a templated response, and see how AI reacts, and then I'll speak the perfect way possible and see the difference in the way AI gives the scoring. I have the question ready. It may not be very clearly visible, but yes, I think I'll just little enlarge it. This should be still fine. So something like this comes, then how do you do it? Very simple. Identify 3 things. First thing is not very clear. I'll just increase it. It's PS2 BFE PS1. Light has to enter to PS2, and then H plus will enter BF, and then plastocyanin will enter for PSI. The given image represents a beautiful image. There must have been a popular debate about the information given in the image, whether it is true or false. But the information given in the image appears to be true. From the image, it is clear the topic given is not very common, and hence it needs a lot of research to calculate the maximum and the minimum. In conclusion, the given image represents a beautiful image and also about information data. So we just spoke a generic templated response, and now we will see how the AI reacts to it. See, all these are very simple to code. Trust me on this. Pearson would have definitely coded. I mean, you cannot use these kind of templates 100%. We'll just wait further. So it says fluency also goes down, because in that way we have coded it. Even though you are fluent, content goes down, you are giving some generic data. The description is superficial and lacks specific details or context. In the exam, this will give you 0. Here we have not penalized you more, we are giving you 2, but remember in the exam it can be 0. The speaker makes general observation about the image's beauty and potential for debate, but it fails to describe the image content in any meaningful way. Alright, so let's restart this. 25 seconds. Let's understand how to do this. I'm going to speak about the first step in this chain, electron transport chain, is PS2, which will probably take oxygen evolving complex. That is what I'm going to talk about. The second is PQ, third is BFE, fourth BFE, fourth is PSI, along with plastocyanin leads to ATP synthase. I'm not sure what it is. The image provided is a picture that gives information about electronic transport chain in the thylakoid membrane. The first step in this process is the PS2, which takes the light and also oxygen evolving complex, leads to PQH2 or PQ. After this, the third stage is also named as BFE, which takes the PC and plastocyanin to lead to PSI, which is the fourth stage. For the fifth stage, from the PSI, it will lead to ATP synthase. Overall, this image talks about electronic transport chain in the thylakoid membrane. So I just spoke whatever is there. I think I've spoken everything. This is the simplest of all things. Whatever is there, we are speaking fluently. I think I should be getting full scores. There is no doubt about it, but let's verify it further. Okay, I have increased the font. So context and fluency is coming 5. We have done our best. So this way you speak, you should be able to get full scores. Now we'll take up Pictures, these are the very difficult ones in the exam. Something like this comes, how to speak. We may not be able to give justice to the image, but we'll see what best can be done when we encounter such pictures. One picture may come something like this, which do not have any data and you have to speak in 25 seconds. Probably if I increase it, 3 things. Maybe a festival is going on in some street which has a lot of lights. There's a lady in the middle of the road wearing blue or in blue color with some cycle. On the right side of the lady there is a person in red, probably it indicates some Christmas event happening. On the left hand side there are a lot of lights. I'm going to start speaking. The given picture is a picture that gives information about possibly a Christmas evening in some street. Firstly, it is evident that there is a lady in the middle of the street in blue color who is on a bicycle ride. Looks like this could be a Christmas event because there is also an addition of a person on the right side of the lady who is wearing a red color cap and a red color t-shirt. Overall in this image we can also see some lot of lights and air balloons tied to the alleys, and there are a lot of people walking around probably in the evening in the street. Possibly it indicates some festivity season of the street. I just spoke, but probably I spoke all the information correctly. I'm not sure if I linked it enough, if I was able to predict information correctly. If software thinks, AI thinks I've predicted information correctly, I'll get 5. Otherwise probably it will give 4 or 4.3 or 3.8. We'll just look around as to what it gives. Oh, it gives 5 for me, is relevant to the image and includes some key details. It lacks depth, that's okay, but we have coded in a way that if you talk most of the things from the image you should be able to get a good score, and that is what we have got. What we will do is we will also try to speak some just keyword kind of thing and not in detail, and we will see what marks the image gives. Okay, I'm just skipping it. The image provided is a picture that gives information about lady, bicycle and blue color. From the picture I can see lights, many people. Also in the picture we can also see red color dress and also some bicycles. Overall this image talks about some lights. So we just spoke which do not have any connection. I'm just submitting it. Let's see what scores AI gives. 2. This is what I was talking about. Simply it will not give 5. If you really speak the way I speak, or similar to this, you would get 5. So here the description is superficial and lacks detail. It mentions some elements but that doesn't provide a comprehensive, insightful. It is not about mentioning of the keywords, rather it is connection between the keywords. You got to connect them, which I did in my first response. In my second response I did not. That means whatever the picture that you see, make some connection, because that's how AI works. It needs the connection. You're simply randomly giving some keywords is not going to give you scores. Remember this. Now we'll quickly move to the last part of the described image called maps. Alright, let's start with it. And trust me, I have not looked into any of these images before. I'm just giving it a try. 25 seconds. 3 sentences we got to speak. Countries with the highest malaria incidence rate, cases per 1 lakh people. Looks like Algeria has the second highest with the value of 4 lakh people getting affected. That's the first thing I'll speak. Libya being the third highest with a value of close to 3,99,000, and Niger is the one which has the highest malaria cases. The given image is a map that gives information about countries with the highest malaria incidence rate, cases per 1 lakh people. From the image it is evident that Algeria, being the second highest of the malaria witnessed cases, has the value of over 4 lakh people getting affected with the malaria disease. Secondly, Niger is the country which has close to 6,29,000 people affected with the malaria, and also the Chad and Libya are the least number of malaria affected countries with a value of close to 3,99,000 and 2,09,000 people getting affected with malaria. Overall, this image talks about the malaria affected incidence rate in South African countries. I think I spoke for 37 seconds. We will submit it. 100% this should be full marks because I've given everything that I can. I told 3 things I'll speak, but all the things I spoke because there was some time left. Remember, what gives you mark is the fluency. It's not simply I'm speaking everything, I'm getting marks. No, I'm very fluent and I'm also addressing few of the key concepts. Alright, so it says context 5. You also seen context 2 when I have not linked it. So it's pretty much working. We simply have not coded it. It has taken a lot of time to do this, by the way. So this way you speak, you should be able to get a good score in describe image. Now let's summarize the entire describe image concepts. First thing first, you got to be fluent, because fluency always wins the race over the content. The moment you see the picture in 25 seconds, note down 3 things from the picture. Anything that comes to your mind, you can either speak them or just note them down, and then when you start speaking, make sure you speak without worrying much about the grammar. Worry only about the fluency and some content. 25 to 30 or 30, 33, 35 seconds is ideal. Don't have to think that you speak more, you get more marks. The more you speak, the more mistakes you make. Remember this. After this comes retell lecture for PTE academic students. For PTE core students, just forward it by 10-15 minutes. You will have the respond to situation for PTE core. Now we'll fully address the retell lecture, post which we will take up respond to situation. This is again not a very high priority module. Just like describe image, this also contributes 10 marks, 8 to 10 marks, and not more than that. You can expect 2 or 3 questions, and this is an integrated section. Only describe image is the module that contributes solely to speaking. Read aloud is reading and speaking. Repeat sentences, listening and speaking. Retell lecture, you listen to the lecture and retell your listening skill, and retelling speaking skill. So it's listening and speaking. You can expect some 8 to 10 to 12 marks from this section. 2 questions, or in the worst case 3, but not more than 3. So it looks something like this. They will play an audio. Once they play an audio, you will have time to take down some notes in parallel. They would have given you an erasable notebook and a marker. Make sure the marker cap is closed once finished. If you keep it open, the ink will dry up very soon, so that the next question when you're about to write, it will not write anything. Then you will have to raise your hand. Invigilator will come after 1 minute. By the time the audio will be ended. But you may get the pen later, but not when you want it. So be very careful. Once you finish writing, close the cap of the pen. Don't make this mistake. So they would have given you an erasable notebook and a marker. You can take some notes, and once the audio ends, they give you 20 minutes. No, they give you only 10 seconds. They could not have given this. In 10 seconds, what magic can happen? But yes, Pearson is giving only 10 seconds after the audio ends for you to prepare, organize your notes. Post 10 seconds. 10 seconds, not minutes. 10 seconds, you got to start speaking. Now, when you speak, you're evaluated with respect to content. 5 marks, fluency 5 marks, pronunciation 5 marks. But here as well, it is the fluency that wins the race over the content and the pronunciation. How long you need to speak here? 25 to 30 seconds should be more than enough. Now we'll understand what works, what do not work, especially after the update, which template to be followed, what not to be followed, each and every technique in just a while. First thing first, a lot of people would love to use keyword methods because it's very easy to write keywords and have a template and dash, comma, dash, comma, dash, comma, dash, put one keyword, put one keyword, put one keyword, put one keyword. The lecture talks about king, lion, queen, Elizabeth. Simply putting the words is not going to give you marks. That's what we saw even in describe image. There has to be a connection. Especially after the recent update in November 2024, we would not recommend this keyword method. You are supposed to not follow the templates at all, because templates are being banned, and still if you're following, you got to use some short templates. If you're still following lengthy templates and the keyword kind of templates, meaning the templates will demand only 1 or 2 words, 3-4 words for the entire templates, all those will not work. That will be flagged for the human review. Even if human review is not there, software is capable enough to cut your marks down if you do all these sorts of mistakes. So basically, what method do we suggest? Very simple, converting the entire retell lecture to read aloud. Now in the read aloud, you're not speaking something extra, isn't it? You just read whatever you see. Here as well, you just write something, and whatever you've written, you just read. How simple it is. Now the next thing is how to write. Very simple. 5 seconds you listen, 5 seconds you write. Majorly what people end up making a mistake here is they listen and write at the same time. Maybe 5 in 100 or 10 in 100 will be able to do this, meaning 2 tasks at a time. The rest 90% of the people, if they try to listen and write at the same time, they struggle. Remember, it's a test of your listening and writing while note taking, right? It involves you to listen and write, and those people who manage to do it at the same time, well and good, they will get scores. But what about those who listen and write at the same time only to mess it up? Yes, doing 2 things at once is difficult. Let's say I'm eating and talking. What is going to happen? I'm going to bite my tongue. This is what is happening in written lecture. I'm not able to take more than 2-3 keywords because you're listening and writing at the same time. There's a very simple algorithm called round robin algorithm, especially people from computer science background would have studied this in engineering. Round robin, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, but it happens so fast that it looks like everything is happening simultaneously. No, it is happening one after the other, one after the other. 5 seconds you listen to the audio. In 5 seconds you decide what to write. Don't write when you listen to the audio, you just relax. Listen for 5 seconds, decide, okay, this is what I'm going to write. And now take a pen, start writing for the next 5 seconds. When you're writing, don't listen, man. You listen, you will not be able to write. Listen for 5 seconds, write for 5 seconds. Listen for 5 seconds, write for 5 seconds. Listen for 5 seconds, write for 5 seconds. Repeat this 4-5 times, 40-50 second audio. Sometimes audio could be 1.5 minute, 2 minute. In rare cases, it could be 45 seconds, 50 seconds, but not less than that. If you adopt this technique, listening for 5 seconds, writing for 5 seconds, a 40-second audio is enough actually to produce 4 phrases. I don't suggest writing keywords. I suggest writing phrases or little lengthy sentences. The more phrases you write, the more sentences you write, better marks to listening, as simple as that. Now once you finish writing, I'll give you a short template or structure, and whatever you've written, just read along. In read aloud, how do you do it? You just read whatever you see. You will not try to fix the mistake, isn't it? Here as well, whatever the structure or template that I give along with whatever you've written, just read. Even if it is not making sense, no problem, just read. Even if it is grammatically wrong, no problem, just read. You just have to read the way you did in the read aloud. You do this, I'm sure you'll get full scores from written lecture towards your listening and speaking. You don't do this, perhaps you will land up in big trouble. So this is the new template that we have given students post the November 2024 update. You can use any template, but make sure you use a shorter version of a template. The lecture discusses. Now any audio you listen, and if you want to start fresh, you would speak, the lecture discusses, speaker told, speaker also talked about. These are the the things that anyone would use. This is not a template. A template would be something of the sentence intentionally written so as to escape speaking from the audio. This is, like any random person you ask who don't know about PTE, play an audio and ask him to retell the audio, he would definitely use these connectors. Firstly, in the beginning, the speaker explained about, later the speaker said, here the speaker mentioned, in conclusion, the speaker effectively summarized. This 100% works, you can use, it will give you a flow. Along with this, whatever you have written, 4 to 5 phrases or 6 to 8 phrases, just read along. Finish it off in 25 to 30 or 30-35 seconds. Written lecture, done and dusted. Now we will take up some difficult audios. I will do it for 3 audios. I'll play the audio through my website and I'll show you how I'm gonna write, I'm gonna execute. Just pay more attention to how I'm gonna do that. Alright, I'm just playing. Probably we can start with when you are idle. These are not easy ones. We need to be real quick. Starting in 5, 4, let's start. You can do it at your end as well, or you can just watch me doing it.
When you're idle, your thoughts turn negative. When you've got nothing that you're focused on, the supercomputer focuses on you. And because it's a problem-solving machine, it typically is looking for problems, and then it turns you into one. And so I love what Martha Beck is saying, because she's basically saying, anytime you're worried, anytime you're negative, it's a sign that your mind is now turning you into a problem. And we can change this by picking up a ball, and in her language, by doing something creative with your hands. She talked about how, just start planning the meal for tonight. Open up a cookbook and start flipping through it. And now what are you doing? You've thrown a ball. Your mind is now focused on solving the problem.
So what do we do now is, for a change, we'll just highlight some of the keywords and see what AI gives. The lecture discusses idle. In the beginning, the speaker explained about nothing, focus, supercomputer. Later, the speaker said, basically saying, worried, problem, mind. Here, the speaker also mentioned pick a ball. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized cookbook. So this is not the way to do it. Let's see how much marks the AI gives. Well, if you speak everything, you have to get full scores, because everything I have written. Even if you're not able to write this much, a little less also would do. So summary is fragmented and lacks details. It will take down your fluency and pronunciation score as well, because you did not talk much about the lecture at all. Simply speaking, something will not give you fluency a very good score. You should talk something about the lecture for the software, for the AI to consider your fluency scores or pronunciation scores. So this is not the way you do it. So now let me show you the perfect way to speak. The only one rule is, imagine this is read aloud and speak. In the read aloud, you're not going to fix any errors, even if you find one, isn't it? Then why your mind tries to fix the errors here? Just to speak, even if you've written wrong, it's okay. Just speak. Let's start. The lecture discusses when you're idle, your thoughts turn negative. In the beginning, the speaker explained about when you got nothing, you're focused on, supercomputer focuses on you. Later, the speaker said she is basically saying anytime you are worried, it is a sign your mind is turning into a problem. Here, the speaker also mentioned you can pick up a ball and do some creative stuff, open up a cookbook and flip and focus on solving a problem. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized when you're idle, your thoughts will turn into negatives. Just have to speak. This much data is not required because it's a small audio, but if you can write more, well and good, but make sure you don't mess it up, meaning the fluency, don't mess it up. When you write more, you got to speak more, just have to practice. Wire this particular thought into your mind, no matter what, I will not fumble, I will not fumble, I'll not fumble. I think that's all the written lecture is. We take up another audio, I'll show you the note-taking thing. Note-taking thing is the only thing that matters. If you have taken it perfectly, then the next task is to just speak. The point is, even if you've written a grammatically wrong sentence, when you idle, your thought negative, you just have to speak. The lecture discusses when you idle, your thought negative. Don't think too much. You've already written, half of the job is done. The second half of the job is yet to be done, which has to be done cleverly. Just speak whatever you've written. Don't fix your grammar. Don't use this too much, man. Use this too much in your reading module. Your Albert Einstein's brain of yours definitely will come in handy in reading module, but not in here. Here is just your subconscious mind that you got to convince. All right, we take up another question. I'm starting with information coming at your mind. You can take down the notes at your end and practice.
Do you know that there are 6 to 10 million bits of information coming at your mind, body, and spirit every single second? 6 to 10 million. Your brain can't handle that. Neither can your body. Dr. Doty says that your conscious brain can only handle between 50 and 100 bits. And 99% of that it can handle is all stuff that's about how your body operates. So we're talking teeny amounts of information is actually getting to your conscious brain. What's super interesting about this is that means that a massive amount, a bazillion amounts of bits of information are bombarding you. You're just not aware of it.
Massive amount is bombarding you and you're not aware. I think I wrote a lot, real lot. This much is not required. You can skip 1 or 2 lines. The lecture discusses, do you know there are 6 to 8 million bit of information coming at your body, mind and spirit every single second. In the beginning, the speaker explained about your brain can't handle that, and conscious brain only handles 50 to 100 bits of information. Later, speaker said 99% of that it can handle is all the stuff on how your body operates. Here, the speaker also mentioned tiny information is getting into your conscious brain. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized massive amount is bombarding you and you are not even aware of it. This is how you speak the retail lecture. We will take up another one, a quick one, and then we move on to the next set of modules. I think I submitted it, so this is the answer. It's 5 fluency, 5 context and pronunciation 4.3, which you would have gotten it. If you don't link it like this, then again marks will go down. You got to remember this. All right, we take up last retail lecture. Just observe how I am taking the notes. That's the only important thing here. So we will just start with it. Ready.
A lot of restaurants, cafes, places that, hire a lot of part-time work, they're always circulating staff. Students on vacation or somebody has a baby, and then you're always looking for new workers. And a lot of times restaurants will post on their website, but they'll also post help wanted signs in the window. And if you see a sign that says help wanted, it means they're looking for people to work in their restaurant or cafe or something.
Exactly. And sometimes you'll see help wanted signs where there will be lots of information, but often there's no extra details, right? It just says help wanted, but you don't know, okay, what kind of help do they need? Do they need a manager? Do they need a cook? Do they need a server? You don't know about the salary. Any of that information you don't know. So you have to go into the restaurant and ask for the manager and then find out the details.
Go into the restaurant and talk to a manager and find details. Do they need a cook? No salary information. The lecture discusses a lot of restaurants, cafes, places that hire a lot of part-time works. They're always circulating staff. In the beginning, the speaker explained about they're always looking for new workers. Restaurant post on their website, if you see a sign help wanted, it means they need people to work. Later, the speaker said lots of information, but often there is no extra details. It just says help wanted. Here, the speaker also mentioned, do they need a manager? Do they need a cook? What is the salary information? No information you will be able to get. You need to get into the restaurant, talk to manager and find the details. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized about the restaurants and the cafes. That's all it is. You speak like this, you should be able to get a full score, but the task here is to write down the note-taking strategy. This will come with the practice. You listen, write, listen, write, listen, write, listen, write. This should happen so fast that it would definitely yield an output something like this. Now let's deal with the summary of the PTE retell lecture. First thing first, no fumble, no hesitation, no intonation. Speech issue needs to be fixed. You got to go at normal speed. Listen and then write. Don't listen and write at the same time. You may mess it up. Write phrases instead of keywords, and make sure when you speak, don't worry about the logic at all. Don't worry about the grammar. Just have to speak like the way you do read aloud. Now comes respond to situation for PTE Core students. If you're for PTE Academic, you can probably forward the video 10 minutes ahead or 15 minutes ahead. We will join you at answer short question. Alright, so respond to situation, similar to retell lecture, contribute some 8 to 10 marks towards your speaking and listening, because you got to listen to a prompt and then answer it. A very simple one contributes some 8 to 10 marks, 6 to 8 to 10 marks, and not more than that depending on the number of questions you get. You may get 2 questions or 3 questions and not more than that. So this is how the question looks like in the exam. They're going to give you a prompt and they're going to speak this prompt. You are in your house bedridden. Request your professor to grant you 15 days extension to submit the assignment. So when they speak this, probably if the length is more, it may take some 10-15 seconds. After they finish speaking, meaning the speaker speaks this, 20-second timer runs. So possibly you get 20 seconds plus some 10 seconds or 30-32 seconds you can consider as the preparation time. Using this time, can't you write 3 sentences? In describe image, I told you to write 3 sentences in 18 seconds. Now I'm giving you 30, 33, 35 seconds. Can't you really write 3 sentences? You write 3 sentences, the job is done. Because I'm going to give you a template, use that template and just finish it off. So the key point is, once they show the question, it takes minimum 10 to 15 seconds for them to speak the audio. If the audio length is more, they're going to take 20 seconds and then 20-second preparation time. After that, the mic opens, so totally 30 to 40-second preparation time. And then you got to speak for 40 seconds. Don't speak for 40 seconds. 30 seconds, 32 seconds, 35 seconds should be more than enough. And when you speak, make sure you don't fumble, because fluency is the one that wins the race over anything else, even in here. Let's talk about how you're evaluated with respect to respond to situation. It's not fluency, content, pronunciation. Here it is appropriacy. Fluency 5 marks, appropriacy 5 marks, pronunciation 5 marks. So what is this appropriacy? Appropriacy is a tone, the formal tone, informal tone, how respectfully you respond to this particular scenario, and lot many factors. It is basically tone. You don't have to worry. You just follow the template. You should be able to get through. Don't worry too much about appropriacy. It's just your way of speech. Look at the question and just write some 3 sentences. Fill the template. Finish it off, done and dusted. Don't worry too much about the content or the appropriacy. Main thing is the fluency, the fluency, the fluency. Now let's unveil the strategy. Very simple. In the beginning, you just skim the question in 3-4 seconds and immediately start writing 2 or 3 sentences clearly, neatly, properly, slowly. You'll have plenty of time. And once the microphone is on, you got to use a template and fill this 3 lines, whatever you've written, and finish it off in 30-35 seconds. one basic doubt a lot of people have in describe image, retell lecture, or in respond to situation. The template that I have given and the lines that you have written, what if it is not fitting grammatically? Grammar is not going to give you scores. Logic is not going to give you scores. What give you marks is fluency. Even if it is not fitting, it's 100% fine. You just have to go in a flow. You just have to go in a flow. You just have to go in a flow. Remember this. So this is the template. I take the name of the one that is given in the question. It could be doctor, professor, event organizer, could be anything. Firstly, it is quite evident that, then it seems that, therefore I would request you to. After that, if you think you still have time, this is not mandatory. If you still have time, you want to speak this not only helps me to fulfill my aspirations, but also pushes me to believe. It is a second chance for me to work hard towards it. If you really want, you can add it. Let's say 30-32 seconds is already over with you writing this or speaking these 3 sentences, then you don't need to speak the last one. But let's say you're still left with a lot of time, then yes, you can give this last paragraph and make it up to 30-35 seconds, definitely fine. Now we'll take a few of the questions from our website and practice, quickly understand how to do this and finish it off. Alright, let's start with this. I have this template ready. Assigns your report due by Friday.
Your manager assigns your report due by Friday, but you need more time due to additional research required. How would you professionally ask for an extension?
Time till Friday, but I think I need more time. Need to sort the data, arrange them, remove them, etc. Extension, we need to talk. Let's start. Hi manager, firstly it is quite evident that you have given me time till Friday to submit the report, but I believe I need more time considering the complexity of the process involved. Then it seems that I need to do some additional research, such as sorting the data, arrange them, remove the unwanted ones and add some additional ones. Therefore I would request you to give me an extension till next Tuesday, that is 4 days from Friday, so that by Tuesday in the next 4 days I should be able to give you the perfect report that you never be disappointed about. This not only helps me to fulfill my aspirations, but also pushes me to believe. It's a second chance for me to work towards it. Not required the last few lines, but yes, if needed you could do that. Now we will just submit it. I think I've given my best to speak everything possible with respect to the question, so it's given me full scores. The speaker effectively conveys the need for an extension and provides a justification. The request is polite and professional. Ending is slightly abrupt because I spoke with this, but if you think you have spoken enough, then not required to write this down, speak this down. Now we'll take up second question. Now the idea is, how do you utilize the initial time, some 30 seconds or 25-30 seconds that you get. If possible, write down all. If it's not possible, at least write down 2 sentences and just list down the key points for the third sentence, so that you would not look for the content when you are speaking. You just know what to speak. Let's implement another one. Rescheduling a meeting. Let's start with it. It says invited to team meeting on Friday, but you have another client call at the same time.
You are invited to a team meeting on Friday afternoon, but you'll have another client call at the same time. How do you suggest rescheduling?
Friday. However, I have important US client call, which is more important than the team meeting for some reasons. How do you suggest rescheduling? Probably Monday. Hi manager, first it is quite evident that you have invited me for an important team meeting on Friday, because this meeting would bring a lot of advancements. Then it seems that I will have to admit I have another important US client call, which is further more important than the team meeting itself. Therefore, I would request you to consider rescheduling the team meeting if possible from Friday afternoon to Monday evening, so that I can finish all my other work and come back fresh and attend the meeting and finish it off. I think I've spoken this. 34 seconds were there, so I did not consider speaking the last set of lines. So if you can handle it without writing, you can do it by taking some short notes. If you can write, it's well and good. I think it's all fine. It says 4.5. The response directly addresses due to conflicting call. It's polite and professional, explanation clear and concise. Everything is good. 4.5 or 5 is all equivalent to 90. You don't have to worry. So this way you speak Make sure you address each and everything. You should be able to get a good score. Don't worry at all about respond to situation. The very next module, the last module of the PTE speaking, which comes for both PTE Core and PTE Academic, is this dummy module called Answer Short Questions. 5 to 8 questions may come, max 1 or 2 marks to listening and speaking. Not a priority. We have skipped this entire section and still people have gotten 90, so many on an everyday basis. So I don't recommend you to practice this module. Just know it. You should be able to do it. So it looks something like this. You hear a question, please give a sample and short answer. They play an audio. Once the audio ends, beginning in one recording, there will be a beep sound. The beep sound will tell you that you can start speaking now. Immediately speak the answer. You don't have to say the answer is, just give an answer, direct it, and then click the next button and move on. Remember, there is beep sound for every module in the speaking except repeat sentence. Only in repeat sentence you got to open your eyes and watch when the recording is on and then only speak. Read aloud after 30-35 seconds is over, there will be beep, one sound will be there. Describe image, beep will be there. Read a lecture or respond to situation or answer short question, beep will be there. If at all beep is not there, some people say for some modules I did not get this beep sound. No worries, just have to observe. Once you see a recording, start speaking, as simple as that. So this module is very simple. They're going to ask you a very simple question. What comes after Monday? Tuesday. That's all it is. How many days are there in a week? 7. That's all it is. But let's say you say 6. Don't say 6. But if you say 6 also, it is okay. You will not be penalized. We have seen that. This is a dummy module. People have spoken this all wrong. It still got 90. Provided you do the other modules correctly, you don't have to worry about this module. Probably the question can come something like this. Who is ophthalmologist? Let's say you know that he is an eye surgeon. You can say eye doctor. You'll get full scores. But let's say you don't know that he's an eye doctor, but you know that it is somewhere related to this doctor field. You can say medicine field, doctor, something of this. But let's say you have no clue as to what it is. You can say, I don't know. Or you can just repeat the question, ophthalmologist. Anything, just speak something and move on. No need to practice, no need to pay someone for the repeated questions of answer short question. It's not going to be worth it. Remember this. We have successfully finished the speaking part for both PTE Core and Academic. Now we will quickly move on to the writing part. In the writing section, we have 2 things. One is summarize written text. Second is, if you're for PTE Academic, it would be write an essay. For PTE Core, it's write an email. We'll start with summarize written text. Very simple module. They're going to give you a big paragraph. You got to summarize it in 1 sentence. For PTE Academic, it's 1 sentence. For PTE Core, it could be more than 1 sentence. Grammar is the one that makes a huge difference here. 1 or 2 questions come and not a priority. Hardly 4 to 5 marks towards your writing. You may be wondering why hardly 4 to 5 marks towards the writing. Then where does the writing marks come from? Writing marks in the PTE Academic or the PTE Core, PTE exam come from reading and listening section. This writing modules do not actually contribute a lot of marks towards your writing section. Max to max 15-20 marks and not more than that you can get from the writing modules to the writing section of the PTE exam. Remember this. 1 to 2 questions of summarized written text contributes marks towards your reading and writing because you got to read the paragraph and then summarize it. So 4 to 5 marks you can expect to reading and 4 to 5 marks you can expect to writing as well. So how you're evaluated, let's understand. The form means the number of words that you have written, word count. It should be between 5 to 75 words for PTE Academic. For PTE Core, it should be between 25 to 50 words. If you're able to maintain this, you straight away get 2 marks. You don't maintain this, it could be 0. Be very careful. Next is content, 2 marks. I'm gonna give you a strategy. You just follow that. You're gonna get content 2 out of 2. Next comes grammar, 2 marks. Very important, and in fact grammar is the only thing that matters in summarized written text for both PTE Academic and Core. For PTE Academic you got to write only 1 sentence, meaning there should be only 1 full stop. For PTE Core there could be more than 1 full stop. After that, what gives you mark here is vocabulary. Don't worry about it. I'm going to give you a strategy. Just ditto follow that. You will have full scores for summarized written text. No need to practice whatsoever. No need to practice at all. This particular module, it's a very low priority module. Practicing will not make any sense. Just follow the strategies. The important thing that I'm gonna talk next. So after vocabulary, it's spelling that contributes 2 marks. You cannot make even 1 spelling mistakes here. What is very important here is the form, grammar and the spelling. Vocabulary and the content you can ignore. I'm gonna give you a strategy. Just have to follow that. Now what is the strategy? Copy 2 full sentences. After a full stop, start copying until you find 1 full stop. Do it 1 more time. Do this for first sentence, last sentence, middle sentences, whatever the sentence that you wish. Don't worry too much about important content here. There's nothing like that. It's a computer at the end of the day. It is programmed in a way that all it wants is the grammar and the spelling to be perfect. Just follow this. Take two independent full sentences. Between them add a comma and a connector and or but. You see lot of ands in the first sentence, and is already there. Then you use but in the middle. That's all it is. Towards the end, put one full stop. Use this for both PTE Academic and Core. Done and dusted. Make sure for PTE Academic it's between 5 to 75 words. Don't write 74 words and all. For PTE Core 25 to 50 words. Ideal word count would be 40 to 45 for both the exams, no matter what. Just follow this 40-45 words ideal. Two independent sentences, complete independent sentence. Don't copy half sentence. Full sentences, between them add a comma and a connector. Connector use and. If too many ands are there, add but. Towards the end, put one full stop. Now let's also talk about the mistakes people end up making here. Writing something on their own, using too much of Stephen Hawking's brain, Albert Einstein's brain. If I exactly write on my own, I think software will not give scores. I think with this only people would, complete their life. Correct? I think just avoid it. Just follow whatever I'm telling you. Do not write something on your own. Do not change the words. You try to write a synonym because you are from IELTS background. PTE is different, IELTS is different. The way the software works is different. You try to write a synonym, but that synonym is not even a correct synonym. You have written some other word, gone case. Reading marks will go down. Just follow whatever I have written. Exact copy paste. You will get your scores. We have seen instances where innumerable number of students have got 90. You don't have to worry about it, whether it will work or not. It will 100% work. Now we will show a small demonstration using our AI. So I have taken this sentence, mental health, entire first sentence up to full stop have copied. Then second sentence have taken as early inventions. Early inventions is somewhere here. Early inventions till I find a full stop. In between them, I added a comma and a connector. Towards the end, I made sure I put one full stop. I just submitted 42 words. Word count will be displayed at the bottom, 42 words. I think it's all perfect. You should be able to get a good score. You do something like this. Basically, it is this grammar that makes the difference. You do this, grammar will be 100% right, no matter what. Now, the next thing is, do I need to practice this on an everyday basis? Not required. You have 26 hours a day, then probably you can practice 2 hours extra. Everyone has just 24 hours and there are more important modules than this in the PTE exam. So consider not practicing this. Know the trick, you already know it. Just follow this, done and dusted. Don't worry at all about summarized written text. Next comes, write an essay for the PTE Academic. For PTE Core, you just forward this probably 15-20 minutes, you will write an email. Alright, so write an essay, not a priority. I understand people with a lot of expectations come here to see how to get writing 90 using some templates 100%. No, templates will not give you 90. Essay module hardly contributes some 12 to 15 marks. If there are 2 questions of essay, 20 marks and not more than that. This is the bitter truth. It looks something like this. 20-minute timer will start running on the top right the moment you enter the question. There would be a question, there would be a box, whatever you type, you can see the word count, just like summarize written text. 15-20 marks, max 1 or 2 questions. Duration of each essay question is 20 minutes. Let's say first question, you finish it in 18 minutes and then clicked submit and went to next question. Can I use this remaining 2-minute timer for the next question? No, you cannot use that. So how you are evaluated with respect to essay writing? Form gonna be 2 marks. You need to write between 200 to 300 words. Content is 3 marks. Content has become important now. It was not before until the recent update. Content has become important now. Development, structure and coherence is 2 marks, so don't worry about it. This is all about how you're developing the idea, how your structure is. Introduction, paraphrasing, body 1, body 2, conclusion. All this, the template that I gave you will help you fix this. Next comes grammar, 2 marks, very, very important. When you write, you cannot make grammatical errors. And then comes general linguistic range. Don't worry, the essay template. And the way the essay is structured, asking you to write simple, compound, variety of sentences will automatically cover this up as well. And then comes vocabulary, 2 marks. make sure to write simple vocabulary possible. Don't assume, again, don't use too much of your Albert Einstein's brain thinking, I write some hi-fi words, I get more marks 100%. No, it's a waste of time. And then spelling, 2 marks. Of all the things, what is more important here is form. You need to write between 200 to 300 words. 230, 240, 250 is ideal word count. Content has become important, grammar is very important, spelling is very important. Rest of the things essay template will cover. Now accordingly, I've got 2 templates. Any of these templates you can use. Template A, all the things in the description of this video, or you can take a screenshot. Although such topics in all likelihood never will yield a consensual agreement, a constructive dialogue on. Dash is there, I'll show you how to fill it. Can lead to thought-provoking discussions. My view is that irrespective of the numerous arguments that exist on either side, comma separated things, talk about your view, rest all essay template will cover. Second paragraph, now the body 1. There are a number of reasons in favor of my viewpoint. Firstly, you're going to write 1 sentence. This is because paraphrase. For instance, third sentence, which is a continuation of the main idea through an example. 3 sentences are what I'll request you to write using this template. In conclusion, the aforementioned discussion constructively justifies why TV should be banned for children. Whatever the question is, you write it. Then next paragraph, another interesting point is that dash, this is mainly due to the fact that dash, to quote an instance or to quote an example, a recent academic study validated that dash. Again 3 sentences, main idea, supporting idea, example. In second paragraph as well, we gave you 3 blanks, main idea, supporting idea, example. Third paragraph as well, main idea, supporting idea, example. Total 6 sentences. Hence, it can be said that why television is so good for old people, whatever the question is. Then I see that there is equally potential. Whatever is there, the last paragraph, you just copy paste. Can I use this? 100% is people are getting good scores in the writing, or you can use this new template. Template B, it's all the same. Second, third paragraph, you got to write 6 sentences. Just few of the words have been changed. In today's complex world, numerous issues and topics are subject to debate. One such topic is, write the topic. Next, my view is that rest all is the same. You don't have to worry too much whether you use template B or template A. It's the same. You don't make any grammatical errors or spelling errors, and make sure your content is top notch. You do this, you should be able to get good scores. But also there is a requirement, additional requirement of the essay template. Template A or template B will require you to write simple, compound, complex sentences. Use a mixture of simple, compound, complex sentences. There are 6 sentences that I ask you to write. Probably you can write 2 simple, 2 compound, 2 complex, or 3 simple, 2 compound, 1 complex. You decide, but there should be an occurrence of each of these different kinds of sentences at least once. Otherwise, your general linguistic range will go down. Remember this. Now let's have a quick understanding of what simple sentence, compound and complex sentences is all about. Simple sentence is just a simple sentence without using any connectors. Video games are affecting his concentration in studies. Complex sentence is when you start the sentence with although, though, even though, if, when, since, as, despite, in spite of, due to. It becomes complex sentences. Although video games are affecting the concentration in studies, comma, it requires additional independent statement. They have improved his problem solving skills. Now compound sentence, write one simple sentence, write another simple sentence, in between, comma, connector. Something like summarize written text that we did just a while ago. Same way you do a compound sentence. Video games are affecting his concentration in studies and his grades have started dropping. 2 sentences in between them, adding a connector. So you got to write mixture of simple, compound, complex for a better scores. Now let's take up some important questions. The myths, misconceptions, each and everything about the essay writing. The first question, how much marks does the essay give? It's 15 to 20 marks, not 19, not 19, not 90, and sorry to disappoint you again, it is not 90. Will there be any changes in 2025? Definitely yes, there are changes. Content becomes massively important. If there is a question on, let's say, internet, and they're asking specific details about something, you got to write about that specific detail, meaning whatever the question asks, you got to write to the question, address every part of the question. You write in general or you don't specify or address the exact part of the question, you will not be getting the scores. If they talk about write the advantages and disadvantages, you write only advantages and miss to write or skip to write disadvantages, you don't get the scores. Like this, there are so many cases are there which I'm gonna very soon unveil. But yes, this is the update earlier in 2024. Hey, you write anything, man. Read the question, write whatever that comes to your mind, you would get scores. But now it is not the case. You got to write something very much relevant to the question. Remember this. And what are the other changes? Avoid using one word templates. Those templates which gives one blank. Rest all template covers. Boss, I'm folding both of my hands. Don't follow all these things, it will not give you scores. Avoid using only keywords kind of templates, meaning you don't want to write something on your own. Because if I write on my own, I will make grammatical errors. Then when will you improve? I don't want to improve. Then why do you want to go to Australia? Give it a thought. Correct? You got to work on it, man. It's all hard work. Correct? You just write keywords, again marks will go down. You cannot use that. And avoid writing irrelevant to the question. Use templates where you fill sentences on your own, 5 or 6 sentences on your own with a mixture of simple, compound, complex sentences. Let's say you're using template which gives you only 2 big blanks, 2 big sentences to write. That also is very risky to write. You need to have more content as per the new norms, as per the latest update that happened in the month of November 2024. How many words should I write as the next question? 200 to 300 is what Pearson says. Anywhere between 200 300. Don't write 290 and all. 240, 230, 250, 260 would be ideal. Don't have to worry about it. But let's say you exceeded 300 or you did not cross even 200. The marks will be unexpected. Is one template sufficient for both the essays? 100% yes. One template only is enough. You can use the same template for both the essays or whatever the question you get. Don't use this too much. I think this template is not working for this particular question. How do you fit it? Tell me da. That's what. You're using too much of your brain. Computer will not use. Computer will use the brain in a way it is programmed. Correct? You don't worry too much about it. Only one template is enough. Focus on writing 6 sentences on your own. You should be able to get scores. Content is important, but still I would tell you it is not a priority when compared to grammar and spelling. Let's say you write a beautiful content but 10 spelling mistakes, it's gonna be 0 marks. Every spelling mistake will cost you 1 mark. Every grammar mistake will cost you 1 mark. So be very careful. If at all a word that you are doubtful about its correct spelling, skip that word, change that word. Be very careful. All these are gold mines, the strategies, the knowledge that I'm giving you. Let's also talk about the difference between the old algorithm, new algorithm. The old algorithm, write anything, if grammar and spelling is correct, full marks. Now the new algorithm says content is the must. Write very much relevant to the question. Write sentences, avoid using keywords or use them at your own risk, and grammar and spelling should be again perfectly written, otherwise again the marks will go down. Remember this. The next question, which template is the best? I'm not saying only my template, anybody's template, man, but make sure the template demands you to write 5 to 6 sentences on your own with a mixture of simple, compound, complex sentences, and the template structure is defined in a way that it has introduction, body 1, body 2 and conclusion. So anything is fine. You don't have to take up only my template. Anybody says totally fine. But hope you understood the myths behind template, the actual reasons of getting 90. Follow that, know the real things and work towards it. Let's also understand which template is not the best. Template that restricts you from writing your ideas, that cut your wings. Template that cut your wings, a bird cannot fly, you cannot fly, you don't have the freedom to write on your own. Avoid it. You'll not get the scores. Remember this. A template that gives you 1 blank to write to fill topic, sentence, rest all template covers. Avoid it. Templates that give you multiple blanks to fill some 30 keywords. Avoid it. Unless you build a connection between the keywords, you don't get the scores. Remember this, remember this, remember this. Now let's understand 3 important things that need to be kept in your mind while answering the essay writing. First thing is, don't worry too much about the content. See, for a particular question, there are a number of ways through which you can answer the question. Well, you're answering it perfectly through a best content, medium content, average content, pretty bad content. But all these contents are very much relevant to the question. Can I go with any of the content? Definitely yes. So don't spend a lot of time thinking about the greatest idea. It's like describe image. In describe image, speak something from the image. Here write anything relevant to the question. It need not be a greatest of all ideas. Normal idea, even a poor idea is fine. Don't spend too much time on thinking about the ideas. Remember this, remember this, remember this. After all, you get only 20 minutes to finish the essay. The second one is, even if it is not the best idea, it is absolutely fine, but make sure it addresses the question. And the third thing that needs to be considered, if the question has multiple parts, address all of them. Sometimes there could be two sub-questions, first sub-question, second sub-question. Sometimes a topic sentence and the question follows it. You read the topic sentence and start writing something else. Read the full question, understand what is given, accordingly answer them. Now let's understand how to plan the essay writing. Very simple, 3 simple steps. First step, the moment you read the question completely and think about the keywords and the ideas. Just maybe you can make a short note or write something, or you can think about it. Keywords and the ideas, second paragraph and the third paragraph. Second paragraph needs one idea, third paragraph needs one idea. Second paragraph for that one idea needs one supporting idea, one example. Third paragraph for that one idea needs one supporting idea, example. Think about it. Think about it, think about it, think about it. The moment you finish thinking about the idea, start writing template. It will take you some 5-6 minutes. And then start finishing the essay in under 14 or 15 minutes. This is what you should be practicing on an everyday basis, so that the last step, the third step, you will get a lot of time to proofread for spelling and grammar. 90% of the students finish the essay writing in 19 minutes 57 seconds. 2-3 seconds they get to proofread. They will not be able to proofread. They click submit, click next and move on. There would be 25 spelling errors. As a result, they end up getting 0, and they come to this video comment here saying, this template is not working. It is working, it is just that you do not know how to make it work. Remember this, 14, 15 or max 16 minutes. You need to type a bit faster, work on it every day. 14, 15 or 16 minutes finish the essay. The remaining 4 minutes proofread, 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 because when you type, you're going to make a lot of spelling mistakes. Sometimes that particular key may not be hit. You don't know what kind of keyboard you're going to receive. Some keyboards would not be working properly. Most of them would work, but sometimes you may have to press them correctly. Sometimes you may not press them correctly in a hurry. There could be a lot of instances. When you write using a pen, you write the correct spelling. When you type, you don't. This is what I've heard from a lot of students. So keep aside some 4-5 minutes for proofreading. Now let's understand one particular question. I'm going to give you step-by-step explanation for the entire question, and then we will take up some mistakes with respect to essay writing. If this is the question that you get in the exam, every individual should be educated on water conservation. To what extent do you agree? The moment you see every individual water conservation, what are the thoughts, the ideas that come to your mind? Water scarcity, groundwater depletion, climate change, greenhouse gas emission can be sustainable living, rainwater harvesting, multiple things that come to your mind. Now you know what to write. Second paragraph you decide, probably I'll start with water scarcity, groundwater depletion. Then third paragraph I'm going to talk about rainwater harvesting and other things. Because the question says every individual should be educated on water conservation. That's the question, and now we will see the perfect answer using our template B. The first paragraph, in today's complex world, numerous issues and topics are subject to debate. One such topic is the necessity of educating individuals on water conservation. Necessity of. You cannot simply copy paste the topic. You got to alter it based on the grammar that it needs. While it is true that every topic has its own set of advantages and disadvantages, my view is that water conservation education is crucial for ensuring sustainable living and environmental protection. Now we start with the second paragraph. To begin with, one prominent aspect of the topic is water conservation education is its direct impact on reducing water wastage. Simple sentence. This means people become more aware, because if you educate them, what is going to happen? They become more aware of their daily water consumption and they adopt responsible usage habits. You have an instance. To quote a recent instance, a study conducted in urban areas found that individuals who received education on water consumption reduced their household water usage by 30%. Pay more attention. Second sentence was a compound sentence because of the word and. Third sentence is the complex sentence because of the word who. The very word like who, which, that, they all correspond to relative clauses. Relative clause means a complex sentence. You can either use although, though, since, if, when, or you can also use who, which to make it a complex sentence. In conclusion, the aforementioned points justify that educating individuals can lead to tangible reductions in water wastage. Now we finished second paragraph. Now third paragraph, we thought about writing about groundwater depletion and then rainwater harvesting. We will see how to write that. Secondly, one notable feature is its role in preventing groundwater depletion. Simple sentence. This is due to the fact that it raises awareness. If someone is educated about these things, it raises awareness about rainwater harvesting, and this can encourage people to take proactive measures. You have an instance. For example, a recent report by a leading research institution stated that as is a complex sentence. As countries implemented large-scale educational programs on water conservation, they saw a significant improvement in groundwater levels over the past decade. Complex sentence because you started the sentence with as. Therefore, the discussed assertion validates that educating people can contribute to long-term environmental sustainability. And then we finish off with the conclusion. You may not have to use the same set of vocabulary that I've used. Any simple vocabulary is fine, but make sure you mix simple, compound, complex without spelling errors, grammatical errors, and address the question. Essay done and dusted. Now we will review one particular essay. I'll show you a question. We will just together review and see if this essay scores good score or not. The usage of English is likely to be spreading fast as the world is interconnected. This is not the question. This is a topic sentence. Question comes next. What reason caused this phenomenon? What is a phenomenon? Usage of English is likely to be spreading fast. What reason? What is that which causes this English to be spreading fast? And what are the advantages and disadvantages of it? There are three questions. What reason caused this phenomenon? What is the reason behind English spreading very fast as the world is connected? Then second thing is disadvantages of English getting connected everywhere. Third is advantage of English spreading fast. You got to address all three things. If you don't address any one of them, most probably you would lose a lot of marks here. The first paragraph, a constructed dialogue on the phenomenon of the English language and how it helps to connect the world together, can lead to everything is correct. My view is that irrespective of the numerous argument, English is the powerful language which helps to connect the people all around the world. It is totally fine. You don't have to worry. If the question is advantage, disadvantage, what will I write in my view? My view is that this question is both advantage, disadvantage. Just alter it the way you want it. Don't need separate templates. Second paragraph. Now second paragraph, the person should talk about what reason causes this phenomenon, meaning English is likely to be spreading very fast. There are a number of reasons in favor of my viewpoint. Firstly, the most speaking language in the world is English, and even 90% of countries, schools' secondary language must be English. This is because movie subtitle and product descriptions, because they're asking what is the reason behind this phenomenon. Why is that English spreading very fast? But the way it is answered is something different. The most speaking language in the world is English. 90% of the countries, school secondary language must be English. This is because movie subtitles and product descriptions depends on the English language. If we know English, we can survive. This is not at all representing the question. The question is what reason is causing this phenomenon? Probably to make business or to talk to people. Everyone is adopting English, as a result it is spreading fast. You go to another country, the common language serves as a medium. The common language is English. As a result, it is spreading fast. Probably this should have been written, and what is written is something else. The third paragraph, now the person should talk about advantage, disadvantage. Another interesting point is that though English helps to connect multiple people from different parts of the world, it is just a language, not a knowledge. This is due to the fact that in early stages, I should be small, British ruled the world, which is the main reason grammatically there are so many mistakes, and it is not even addressing the question. You write something like this, probably one question, 12 marks, you would get 2 or 3 and not more than that. You may be using the right template, but the content that you're filling is not at all relevant to what should have been written. Remember this, essay actually plays its own role, some 20 marks max, but yes, you got to get that 20 out of 20. It is that simple module. Now we will take up the final summary tips for 2025 as far as PTE essay writing is concerned. Grammar and spelling should be perfect. Remember, every spelling or grammar errors cost you 1 mark. Content not a priority, but you need to write very much relevant to the question. Write a mixture of simple, compound and complex sentences. Advanced vocabulary absolutely not required. Using synonyms absolutely not required. Ideas need not be so perfect, any idea would do. One template is enough, no need to have multiple templates for different question types. And the last one, linking words are needed and templates will definitely cover this up. Alright, after finishing the email writing, the last part of the writing for the PTE Core students, if you are for PTE Academic and don't want to check on this email writing, you can forward the video by 10-15 minutes, you would reach the reading section. Alright, let's talk about write an email, a very simple one. It's like writing an email on an everyday basis. So this is how it looks like. They're gonna give you a question, write an email to the mayor of your city on behalf of the principal of your school, requesting him to preside over a seminar on school education. In your email, include the below points. What is the purpose of the seminar? Why is the mayor's presence important? When and where will the seminar take place? Usually 3 things will be there. So the templates that I give you will also have 3 things that need to be separately addressed. You miss any of these 3 things, marks will go down. Remember this, remember this, remember this. Let's understand how much marks essay writing gives. Max 20 marks if there are 2 or 3 questions. I think 2 questions will come, each question 10 marks you can consider. The time given is only 9 minutes and you got to write between 100 to 120 words. How you're evaluated, form is 2 marks, Pearson score guide says 50 to 120, but in the exam the question reads write at least 100 words. So from my experience, write anywhere between 100 to 120 words. Content is 3 marks, important, very important, but not a priority compared to grammar and spelling. Email conventions, 2 marks, just follow the template, it will fix this. Very, very important is email conventions like dear mayor, thanking you, all those things in the middle, body, the subject, regards, yours faithfully, whatever the template covers, just follow that. Email conventions, you're going to get the scores. Grammar is 2 marks, very important. Organized structure, 2 marks. Whatever the template that I give you will fix this. Vocabulary 2 marks, don't worry too much about it. Write in simple words, possible. So before we get into the templates, let's understand 2 different types of email. The first is formal email, usually for official matters. The questions related to salary hike, talk to your manager, your friend wants to join your company, can you send the resume? So these are all official ones, these are all formal emails. And then comes informal email like personal matters or non-official matters. Write an email to your friend asking for carpool, write an email for your friend inviting for a birthday party, all these are informal emails. Accordingly, we need separate templates. Meaning formal email will have no casual languages. It will be more polite and more formal. Try to be more respectful and humbler when you are addressing a formal email. No contractions. Contraction is shortcuts. I am. You got to write separately. You cannot put I apostrophe I am or WhatsApp kind of messages, DYN apostrophe T, CAN apostrophe T, all those you cannot use. No idiom strictly, no phrases for the formal email. For the informal email, you got to have all these things. Casual languages are allowed. You can speak casually like the way you talk to your friend. Try to be respectful, but you can be friendly. Yes, casually speaking doesn't mean that you start putting all the slangs, all the bad languages. Try to be respectful because it is at the end of the day you're writing. Contractions are 100% allowed and make sure you have contractions. And idioms, phrases are allowed. You can use it, but I don't recommend. If you want, you can use them, no problem at all. Now we'll quickly understand template for a formal email. Dear manager, I'm writing this because my name is Dash and I work for. Firstly, I would like to inform you that furthermore, it is important to note that last but not the least, 3 things asked in the question, 3 separate lines of the template will address them. I hope these suggestions will help. I look forward to your reply. I look forward to your actions. Depending on the question, you use any one of this. Regards, or you can use respectfully your name, place and some signature or date. Finish it off. Next comes the answer. Just read this carefully. We will finish this off. The newspaper, the Times have printed a news about a TV show which you think is false and should be removed. Write an email to the editor, Mr. Shankar Narayanan, and explain why information is wrongly misinterpreted and also request to take necessary actions. Dear Shankar Narayanan, I'm writing this because the news about the TV show, you invent a name, the gunman is portraying false things and would like it to be corrected. My name is Dash and Dash. My name is Sonu and I'm a Senior Software Executive, Chief Executive at TCS. Firstly, I would like to inform you that the gunman show is not misleading the youths and instead it is encouraging them. Furthermore, it is important to note that the information written in the newspaper may promote negative things and would simply cause unrest. Last but not the least, what action you would want Mr. Shankarnarayanan to take? I would request you to kindly post a new article about the corrections to promote the TV show. I look forward to your actions. Respectfully, Sonu, Chief Executive, Bangalore. 119 words is written, well and good, you should be able to get a good score. We also check template for informal email. Hi, hey, hello, you can use any of this. Hope you're doing good. How is your family doing? Hope you are YOU apostrophe U, right? Use some contractions, they're pretty much required. The reason I'm writing is also, this is the one that tells the software you are using casual language. Also, I wanted to let you know that another thing is, talk to you soon, regards, your name. That's all it is. Simple ones. Now we will just read the question. Your friend has received promotion for his staggering work. Write an email to him congratulating for his new achievement and ask for the party. Hi Dev, hope you're doing good. How is your family doing? The reason I'm writing is I was very happy to hear that or hear about your promotion, and I wholeheartedly congratulate you. Also, I wanted to let you know that such great moments call for a gathering, and maybe you can throw a huge party this weekend. Another thing is, a new restaurant is opening this week near the town. We all can catch up and enjoy. Talk to you soon. Regards. Just read the question accordingly, address. You should be able to get a good score. Alright, let's understand one of the mistakes that people end up making in email writing. It's the same question. There are 3 questions asked here. What is the purpose of the seminar? Why is the mayor's presence important? When and where will seminar take place? So if you see here, firstly I would like to inform you that seminar aims to bring educators, policymakers for enhancing education. First point, what is the purpose of the seminar addressed? Furthermore, it is important to note that your presence will inspire students and teachers, provide valuable insights and highlight the government's commitment. Why is the mayor's presence important addressed? When and where will seminar take place? Not written. Now we will submit it and see what scores AI gives. It actually will be able to easily identify that you have not written this particular point. And because of that, your scores can definitely go down. It says content is 2.1 out of 3, captures the main point, but omits crucial information. So don't omit everything that is asked. You got to write. I think that's all about the speaking and writing. We have successfully finished speaking and writing for both PTE Core and Academic. And now we move on to the reading section. Alright, so after successfully completing the speaking and the writing, now we are heading towards the PTE reading section, one of the most difficult sections in the PTE exam. It has this 5 sub-modules. First comes reading, writing, fill in the blanks, then comes multiple choice, choose multiple answer, then comes reordering the paragraph, after that reading, fill in the blank, after that choose single answer. There are 5 sub-modules in the PTE reading module, but remember, what matters is just 2 sections. One is reading, writing, fill in the blank, other is reading, fill in the blanks. These 2 together contributes some 50 plus marks towards your reading section and 25 plus marks towards your writing section, and the remaining ones are dummy. So starting with reading, writing, fill in the blank, the very first section inside the reading module, it looks something like this. There will be a paragraph. Each blank will have 4 options. You click on that small icon, drop down, 4 options will be listed out. You as a writer, which one would you choose? Writing skill. As a reader, you're reading it and then choosing reading skill. Remember, each blank, if you do it correctly, you get 2 marks. 1 will come to writing, 1 will come to reading. Hope you're getting it. This is an integrated section. You do it once, but you're gonna get benefits for 2 different sections. 5 to 6 questions will appear in the exam. Probably you would expect some 25 to 30 marks. 25 plus marks you can consider to reading separately and writing separately. Remember this. Now when we talk about the strategies for reading, writing, fill in the blank, remember it's going to be very vast. First thing is you need the reading skills. Meaning you read, you understand. You're reading a bit faster. Will you be able to still understand? Second thing is grammar skills and some shortcuts. There are so many grammar shortcuts using which you can solve few of the blanks like this. Very soon I'm going to unveil that. And then comes vocabulary. There is a difficult word which you have never heard of. Can you make a guess and predict it? in a way that you can actually get the gist of the entire paragraph. This vocabulary is being tested. And then comes collocations. Few words, always go with few words. First word they give, second word they put a blank. If you know them in advance, solving, reading, writing, fill in the blank becomes a cakewalk. So it's a fusion of these things: reading skills, grammar skills, vocabulary, and collocations. So very soon I'm going to unveil each and everything with respect to reading, writing, fill in the blanks. So before we get into the actual strategy, let's have a quick understanding of what reading, writing, fill in the blanks would look like in the exam. What are the challenges people face? So this is a simple question, you don't have to do it. I've got a lot of questions very soon for you all. You can just have a look at it and see how I'm going to do this. Cafes have come a long way, dash being simple. Now dash being simple, coffee houses too. So it's from and to is a collocation. So first one is actually you need to have the collocation knowledge. Hope you are getting it. The next one, it all started centuries ago. Centuries ago it all started. So what tense has to be used? Past tense. When people dash, gather, present tense, gathered, past tense, have gathered, present, perfect tense. Something that happened in the past and there is a transition, there is an effect even now, that is present perfect tense. Have been gathered probably will not come here. It's a passive form of have gathered. Alright, so when people gathered, past tense has to come. In small, dimly lit, we'll continue the next one. Grab a quick caffeine, fix. It's a collocation. Now to do the third one, you don't have to keep reading the lines one after the other. Hope you're getting it. After doing the second one, you're going to switch to the third one and see if you are able to solve using collocation, because timing is a very, very important factor. Per question, they're going to give you 2 minutes. Though it's not individually timed, overall some 25 minutes will be given or 30 minutes will be given. On an average, 2.5 minutes you can take per question and not more than that. So you got to be really quick. For that you need the strategies. If you don't have a grammar fix, you keep reading. If you don't have a collocation fix, you keep on reading. Definitely you will get the right answers, but timing probably you may take 7 to 8 minutes per question, which is not at all accepted as far as PTE standard is concerned. 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes in the worst case, and you cannot take more than that. Continuing, third one is caffeine fix. Their cozy workspaces, creatives, hotspots, and even Instagram worthy hangouts. The rise of coffee culture. What coffee culture? Collocation, specialty coffee culture. Dash the game. Has changed the game, changed the game. The rise of something, changed the game, means it just changed it in the past. Has changed means it has started changing, and even now it has some effect. Now it should be has changed, not changed. This is again grammar rule. Very soon I'm going to talk about it. So basically my point is, you need to have grammar, you need to have collocations plus reading skills. Then only you will be able to solve it with confidence. So it's has changed the game. The next one, masterpieces to modern co-working cafes, buzzing with laptops and brainstorming sessions. These spaces dash to the needs. There are different kind of people coming in. So these spaces have always adapted to the social needs. The last one, cafes are not just about coffee anymore, they are an exotic. Exotic is adjective, adjective cannot come. It should be a noun. There an element is not giving a good meaning. Elusive is an adjective, hard to catch. It should be experience. They are an experience. The main reason why I showed you this paragraph is you need to have an understanding of what the strategies you need to be looking at to get a good score. It's not simply cafes have come a long way, reading. No, wherever possible, you're gonna skip the lines and avail less time so that you can finish it in style. So now we're gonna learn grammar, we're gonna learn collocations, we're gonna learn a lot of practice, and I will help you understand the mistakes that people often commit, why you commit, how to fix it, each and everything, probably for the next half an hour or so. So now we will understand the grammar shortcuts, after which we will move on to the collocations. Now when we talk about grammar, the most elementary factor about the grammar is parts of speech. Nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and many more are there. At least these 4 are very, very important. So before we start with the grammar shortcuts, we'll just understand these elementary factors and then we will go on to talk about the shortcuts. First thing first, noun is like a monkey. Remember, it's the monkey's existence, the noun's existence that is giving rise to other things. Correct? The monkey is first born and now monkey will not keep quiet. The monkey will keep on doing some action. Now to represent an action, we got another nomenclature called verb. Now but monkey has some characteristic. It's a good monkey, it's a bad monkey, or it's a naughty monkey. Now to represent its characteristics, we got another nomenclature called adjective. Now noun on the first level does some action represented using verb, has some characteristics represented using adjective. First layer, the top layer is noun, second layer on the left hand side is a verb, second layer on the right hand side is an adjective. But now noun is like a monkey. I told you, he eats, he is good. He meaning the pronoun, or Ram or Raj. Raj eats, Raj sings. Sings is a verb, Raj is good, the good person. Raj is being very naughty. This good, naughty, they're all adjective. Now we'll continue the next layer, adverbs. Remember, adverbs comes in the third layer, top layer being noun, second layer being verb and adjective. The third layer, which do not have a connection with the first layer, but it can connect to the first layer through the middle layer. So adverb is an extension of verb, adverb is an extension of adjective. To quote a very simple instance, Ram eats. How he eats? Ram eats quickly. Now quickly is extending the concept of how he is eating, correct? So it's an addition of a verb, adverb. Ram eats quickly. Now Ram is good. How much good? Ram is extremely good. Now extremely is an addition to an adjective. Hope you are getting it. So there comes this noun, does an action, verb. There comes this noun, has some characteristic called adjective. Now addition to a verb or addition to an adjective is called adverb. But remember, adverb ends in ly. Extremely, solely, greatly, they're all adverbs. But there are some adverbs which do not end in ly as well. So now why do we need all these things? 100% your question is valid. And I'm going to answer you very shortly, because there are some shortcuts if you understand the knowledge of noun, verb, adjective, adverb, which we're going to unveil in a short while. Alright, now let's start with the grammar shortcuts. The shortcut number 1, remember this, after to or can, could, will, would, must, may, shall, should, any of these words are there, and after that if there is a dash, the dash will be V1. V1 is present tense, V2 meaning past tense of the verb, V3 is past participle. Eat, ate, eaten. Eat is V1, ate is V2, V3 is eaten. Remember, after to, can, could, may, might, will, would, shall, should, after any of these modal verbs or after to, if there is a dash, it will be V1. Let's have a quick example. I like to dash. I like to eat. Ate cannot come. Eating cannot come. He wants to. After that, dash is there. It's sing only. Sang cannot come. Sings cannot come. Hope you are getting it. A very simple rule, but we will very shortly do some practice sessions wherein you get to know how these things can be used efficiently. The second shortcut is, if a or an is there and after that if dash comes, it's gonna be singular noun. An unexplained theory. An unexplained theory. Theory is a noun. An is there, so that's the reason we are writing theory. If an was not there, it should be theories. Hope you're getting it. Or a beautiful city. City is a singular noun, so that's the reason we are writing a. But what is this beautiful or unexplained that is coming in between? It is adjective. Adjectives can come before a noun. That's also one of the rules. Hope you are getting it. An comes for a, e, I, o, u pronouncing sound. Unexplained is a sound, so it is an unexplained city. Meaning, if you use an, the next blank gonna be a singular noun. Cities or theories cannot come. Also remember, if you use the word the, you can use any form of noun. You can use singular noun, plural nouns, anything is pretty much valid with the word the. The development, the developments, the cities, the city, both are accepted. But if you use a or an, it will be singular noun. A comes for consonants pronouncing sound, an comes for vowel pronouncing sound. Remember this. The next shortcut is subject verb agreement. Very, very important shortcut. A lot of your PTE reading fill in the blanks and PTE reading writing fill in the blanks will be actually based on this particular concept. So what is the subject verb agreement? As the name says, subject being the noun, verb, they agree on a role. It's like, I'll marry with you provided you do this. It's as simple as this. If the noun is singular, the verb says add yes to my body or add yes to me, then only I'll get married or I'll make friendship with you. It's like he eats, they eat. If it's a plural noun, you don't add s. If it's a singular noun, you add s to the verb. And all this hold good only in the present tense. They ate, he ate, not ate, but only in the present tense. Past tense rule will not be applicable. Only in the present tense. He eats, they eat. He eats, they eat. So using this, you can solve numerous questions in your reading fill in the blanks and reading writing fill in the blanks. Let's look at this very simple line. The school dash School is singular. He eats. School eats or offers. S has to come, offers great splendor of knowledge. These places is they eat. He eats, they eat. Eat, verb without S has to come. These places, if dash is there, your eyes should only go to that options which do not have S in it. Hope you are getting it, and all this will hold true only in the present tense, not in the past tense. Remember this. The next shortcut is the shortcut number 4 after has, have, had. Verb 3 will come. Eat, ate, eaten. She has eaten. I have eaten. He had eaten. Has and have will come for the present tense. Has is for singular, third person singular noun. Have is for the plural or the first person. Had is for the past tense for any of these things. He, she, it, I, you, for anything you're going to use had in the past tense. So has and have for the present tense, had for the past tense. After any of this has, have, had, if there is a dash, it's going to be verb 3. Look at these examples. He has given the file, not give the file, giving the file, gave the file. Hope you're getting it. They have killed, ed has to come because have is there. Rita had driven after had, has, have. If a dash is there, it's going to be 100% V3. Remember this. The next shortcut is after be, verb 3 comes. There could be other factors as well that can appear in the exam. I would be good to you. After be, adjective can also come. That's also one of the rules. But here what I'm talking about is after be, he will be killed. These files will be deleted. Hope you're getting it. So after be, if there is a dash, it's mostly V3, but in some rare cases, adjective can also be used. He will be killed, it has to be cherished. Even in your listening fill in the blanks, you can use these techniques. In the listening fill in the blanks, in the listening section, when they play an audio, some of the words will not be clearer. He will be killed. Now, killed or killed, you can't figure out just by using your ears. You need these concepts. You would know after be, verb 1 cannot come. It's going to be verb 3. Learn it once, trust me, it will come in handy in most of the so many cases as far as PTE exam is concerned. The next grammar shortcut is after is, was, are, were, am. How do I remember this? He is, he was, I am, they are, they were, is, was, am, are, were. Hope you are getting it. After all this is, was, am, are, were, if there is a dash, it's going to be verb 3 in one cases. It can be few more things as well. In the shortcut number 7 and 8 I'll be explaining you. But for now, the grammar shortcut number 6 after is, was, are, am, were, if there is a dash, it's going to be V3. It is deleted. These files are deleted. I am, not me, he is killed or I am killed. After is, was, are, were, am, if there is a dash. V3 can be used if there is a dash in the exam, and if there is a V3, go with V3. This is one of the famous shortcuts. For instance, if you look at these lines, it is dash into 3, it is divided. V3, divide, divided will come. He is all, grew, grown. After is, verb 3 will come. Remember this. It is called, not call or calling or calls. It is dash, ed has to come. You see the options which has ed in it, go with it. It may not be just ed, it is verb 3 basically. Now the shortcut number 7, it's a continuation of the shortcut number 6. After is, was, are, am, were. ing can also come. Now when we talk about this ing, we're talking about the person doing an action. Nakul is talking. It is ringing, he is running, means they are doing an action. But the previous rule, it is receiving an action. This is the file. Someone came and deleted. The files are deleted. When it is receiving an action, passive form, you use verb 3. When it is doing an action, when he is the hero doing an action, it should be ing. Let's see some small examples. It is so surprising. ing has to come. He is running, he is doing an action. So basically when it is doing an action, you use ing after is, was, are, were, am. When it is receiving an action, after is, was, are, am, were, use ed. Remember, both things can come. This could lead to some confusion in the exam. So I am giving you more clarity. If it is receiving an action, V3. If it is doing an action, it's ing. Remember this. The shortcut number 8 is again a continuation of shortcut number 6 and 7. After is, was, are, am, were, adjective can come. It is killed. It is running. It is good. It is good. Good is an adjective. So now the next question is, how do we know what comes when? It's all based on your experience, your reading skills. You need to figure out, is it doing an action, receiving an action, or it is just about the characteristic of a particular noun. Hope you are getting it. Let's look at this example. It is perfect in here. He is bad for this role. After is or was, he was bad, or they were bad, they are bad, I am bad. It could be interchanged with any of this. But the point is, adjective can also come. Let's look at this beautiful example which has this is, was, are, am, were, and post that you have V3, you have adjective, and you have ing. In the same paragraph, pay more attention. When I say pay more attention, you need to truly pay more attention so that you grab most out of it. The city is doing an action. It is growing, it is growing, it is growing, it is growing. Not city is grown rapidly, city is growing rapidly. And the streets are, there is a street. Lot of people have already come. The street is receiving an action. The streets are filled, after R, ed came, with people rushing to work. The new mall is doing an action. Yes, it is attracting. It is doing something to attract, it is doing something, it is attracting many visitors. But some shops are closed by the owner. Someone closed it. Shop itself cannot do an action and close it, isn't it? So shops are closed, are ed, because they were damaged during the storm. The storm damaged this. These were damaged by the storm, receiving an action. So they were damaged during the storm. I am good. I am very hopeful I get 90. I am hopeful. Here hopeful is an adjective that everything will be restored soon. Last night roads were blocked. After were, V3, due to heavy rain and the traffic was moving. Traffic was moving. After was, ing can also come. While everyone was worried, now worried, V3 has to come here about the situation. The authorities were working, they were trying to do something. Now the sky is beautiful, sky is blue. Blue is an adjective, beautiful is an adjective, sky is clear. And the city is going back to normal, doing an action to come back to the normal state, ing has to come. So this paragraph, you just take a screenshot and just have a look at it, observe carefully. You would get the difference between when after is, was, are, were, am, you're going to use ing, when you're going to use ed, and when you're going to use adjective. Just master this. I bet my life minimum 10 blanks will be based on this in your exam. The next is the classic shortcut. Shortcut number 8, adverb ends in ly. If you decide that okay, this blank has to be adverb, you go to that option which is ending in ly in it. As simple as that. Adverb 99.99% of the times ends in ly. There are rare cases like these are all adverbs which do not end in ly, but most probably the ly ones are the ones that come in the exam. So now how do I identify an adverb? Remember the 3 layer. The top layer is a noun, middle layer is verb and adjective, third layer is adverb. Adverb is an extension of a verb. That means you already see a verb and there is a dash, it should be adverb. Or adverb is an extension of adjective. You already see an adjective, noun is there, adjective is there, and still dash is there, it's gonna be adverb. So if you see here, he eats, he is a noun, eats is a verb, extension of eats, quickly. If he eats, dash is there, it should be ending in ly. She is good. How good she is good. Good is an adjective, extension of an adjective is adverb. She is extremely good. Now this blank can be before a verb, after an adjective, before an adjective, anything is fine, but usually it will not come for the noun. Remember this. The next shortcut is the classic shortcut number 9, very important ones. If you see this phrase, one of the dash, you just go to a market and get this blindfolded black color ribbon. Just blindfold yourself and go with the option which is ending in S. What I meant is, one of the always leads to a plural noun. One of my YouTube videos, one of my favorite colors, one of my good friends, one of the great restaurants. It's one among many. Hope you are getting it. It's one only, the outcome is one, outcome is like he. One of my good friends is coming, not are coming. One is only coming, but one among many is coming. It's one of my friends, one of my restaurants. So it's one of the dash is there, the dash will be filled with plural noun. Remember this, remember this, remember this. She is one of the greatest dash players, S will come. It is one of the best restaurants, S will come. some of the blanks will definitely be based on this. If you're already aware of this concept, you can do it like this. Remember this. The next shortcut number 10, after has been, have been, had been. Whatever the rules that we applied for is, was, are, were, am, same thing will get applicable for has been, have been, had been, has been, have been, had been. What was the rule? After is, was, are, were, am, if dash is there, V3 can come, adjective can come, ing can come. Here as well, after has been, have been, had been, if there is a dash, V3 can come, VING can come, adjective can come. These files have been deleted. I have been waiting for the doctor since 2 hours. She has been good to me. She is good. She has been good. I am waiting. I have been waiting. These files are deleted. These files have been deleted. It's just the tense that we are using changes. Let's have the simple examples. It has been stated here before it has been stated. It is stated, receiving an action. Hope you are getting it. The file has been replaced. Someone replaced the file. The file has been replaced. Passive form of this present perfect tense becomes the file has been replaced yesterday. They have been chased on by someone, receiving an action. She has been good to me. So far we studied ed, has been stated, has been replaced, have been chased. The next is she has been good to me. She has been bad to me. After has been, adjective can come. The last one, I have been playing football. I have been waiting for the doctor since 2 hours. After have been, if you're still trying to say that you did some action for so long and even now, then you're going to use have been. Hope you're getting it, or had been or has been, depending on the noun. So after is, was, are, were, am, after has been, have been, had been, you can either have adjective, you can either have verb 3, or you can either have verb ing. Don't forget this one, please. Let's look at simple example. The similar example that I showed you for is, was, are, were, am, I'm showing you now another one for has been, have been, had been, wherein we're gonna see how we can use adjective, verb 3 and verb ing interchangeably for this has been, have been, or had been. The weather has been changing, it is doing an action, making it difficult to plan. Many roads, someone has blocked, roads have been blocked by someone. Have been, ed has to come, and people have been trying to do something. People have been struggling to commute. The government has been very good. The government has been very bad. The government has been proactive in clearing the roads. It is a characteristic of what government is. So here proactive is an adjective. After have been, you can use adjective, or has been, you can use adjective. But some areas have been affected by some weather conditions. ed will come before the rescue teams arrived. Many families, they had been waiting. ing can come. Despite the challenges, the community has been very, very good, has been supportive. Adjective can come. Get the context. You should know when an adjective comes, when verb 3 comes, when ing comes. Verb 3 will come when you receive that action. ing will come when you're doing an action. Adjective will come when you're talking about a characteristic of a noun. The community has been very, very supportive. The community is really good. You're talking about the characteristic of the community or a noun. Remember this. So far we studied about the grammar shortcuts. Now we will try to talk about the collocations. Remember I talked about the strategies for reading, writing, fill in the blanks in the beginning, with reading skills being the first one, grammar skills, second vocabulary, third and collocation, fourth. Now we finished the grammar skills. Now we will try to talk more about the collocations. So what are these collocations? A few words. Always go with few words. Why? We don't know. It has been this way from a very long time. So probably we cannot question. But the best thing what we can do here is we can just learn it and use them in the exam so that you get good scores. As simple as that. So let me just list down few of the collocations, and also the downloadable link is in the description, wherein you have got some 500 free collocations along with their examples and meaning. Downloadable link is in the description. Capable of, she is capable of getting 90. Now capable of is a collocation. You don't say capable at, capable in. Hope you're getting it. Hit and run, hit and trial. They're all collocations. Analyze through simulation. Analyze the solutions through, usually from simulation. It is originated in, originated from. Getting it? Now pastoral economy is a collocation. This is based on this simple rule, not this is based off. Based on is a collocation. Now dash on is there and based on is perfectly fitting. You go with it. As simple as that. Skilled in is skillful in, all are collocations. Ubiquitous smartphones, meaning found everywhere. Traverse the paths, ascend to, Ascend to 2 is a collocation, means climb up. Climb up is a collocation. Diverse wildlife is a collocation, meaning variety of wildlife. Vibrant flowers, full of different colors. Vibrant flowers, alpine meadows, babbling brooks, panoramic vistas, fueled by, his aggression is fueled by this person's taunt. Fueled by, not fueled in, or fueled on, fueled at, or fueled from. It is fueled by. You need to have a keen eye on something. Keen eye is a collocation. It's a nascent enterprise, meaning just coming up. A newcomer or a startup, you can say nascent company, nascent enterprise. Teams collaborate to do something can be collocation. Thrive on is a collocation. Pilot project, modern newspaper, ancient newspaper, direct handwritten news, circulated widely. There can be n number of collocations, of which some 500 are in the downloadable link. And if you want to join our course, we have some 55 hour of just collocation series, plus some 3000 collocations along with their meanings and many more things. If you want to invest on a course, then don't hesitate. WhatsApp link in the description. You can join us online assistance. I will be there to help you out on whatever the hurdles are. We will help you get that 90 at the earliest. So now what we will do is, I've got some 4 questions. We will take up one by one. I'll show you a question, add a timer based on the number of blanks in the question. Try doing it within the stipulated time. Post that, I'm going to come back and show you the right approach. I've seen students just practicing endlessly in some websites and some portals that they have subscriptions with. But this course will be 50 overall, 55 overall. Why? Because their approach is wrong. Just imagine if 1 plus 1 is equal to 3 is what you think, and keep on solving every day bigger mathematical problems. Will you ever be able to reach the correct answer? No matter how hard you practice, every day it's not going to happen. The first thing is stop practicing and fix your approach. 1 plus 1 is not 3, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. This someone should tell you, and then you practice, man. Why you cannot scale up? That's exactly what we're going to do now. My way of teaching is I'll make you do mistakes, and then I'll explain you why you did the mistake. This is where this gets hit. Someone is telling you, this is the mistake you did, this is the mistake you're doing. That's where you become more aware and stop doing it over the time. Okay, 4 questions. We're starting with first question. You can see the timer and accordingly finish it by then. Let's start. All right, let's understand how to do this. What I'm going to do now is, I know you've all solved this. I'm very confident that you'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 out of 7. Let me start with the real approach here. Tissue paper often dash, often amusing, benevolent. Now the vocabulary also plays a major role. If you know that it is taken for granted, because through our common sense we would know that, of course, tissue paper we have taken for granted. Given tissue da. For anything we just use it. We've just taken for granted. But if you're not getting this sense while doing it, then possibly you may choose the most accessory. The most accessed product, the most accessory is wrong. Most is adverb, accessory is noun. Adverb will not go with noun. Elimination method, you should eliminate that. Benevolent, I don't know the meaning, no. If you know the answer is taken for granted, well and good. If you're confused, what is the answer? Now you don't know the meaning of benevolent. Is there a way I can do it? Yes, there is a way you can do it. The only way is to learn the meaning. Don't take me wrong. Read, read, read. Benevolent is a very simple word. It means kind-hearted. Is very kind, is very benevolent. So if you're not used to such words and these words come in the exam, in rare cases you can solve. Here, taken for granted is a very simple one. You could have just gone with it, and I know you have gone with it. But if there's one more difficult word there, along with benevolent, this or this, this or this, this or this, you roll a dice, and then whatever it comes, you're going to choose. This should not happen. Start from today. Read, read, read. 1 hour of reading activity is a must, no matter what. Tissue paper often taken for granted. Now we'll quickly go to the second one, and that's how you do it. You will not read line by line. You read only if it is needed. Simply, why will you read, man? Isn't it? You read if it is required. You come to the second one. The dash for, a demand for is a collocation. You never say evolution for, insight for, pivot for. Now reading second line, has an intriguing evolution shaped by, it's a pure waste of time, isn't it? Provided, let's say, second blank you're not able to solve using collocation, then you can go back and read, but now it's absolute waste of time reading it because second blank is pure collocation. To solve using collocations, you don't need the context, you don't need the reading skills, most probably, most of the times. Second one is demand for disposable sanitary. We go to the third one, and even dash with, infused with fragrance, again collocation. Mix with, combined with, infused with. Third blank also you don't have to read till the third blank, meaning first 3 you can solve actually within 10-15 seconds, which people would have taken 3 minutes. Meaning your approach is wrong. Fix the approach, things are done and dusted. You don't fix the approach, no matter how much hard you practice. 24 hours, 25 hours a day I'm practicing. You don't scale up your scores. Remember this. The next one, from dash facial tissues. Read further, man. Designed for sensitive skin. For sensitive skin, you need very soft tissues, not hard, delicate. Here the clue is sensitive skin, but most probably people don't have patience to read till there. From dash facial tissues, from dash facial tissues, from dash facial tissues. If you're stuck, you would definitely write asymmetric, hard, because you don't have a clue as to why it is not delicate. The clue stays after the blank. From delicate facial tissues designed for sensitive skin to ultra strong kitchen rolls that withstand heavy duty cleaning, tissue paper is adapted to various needs. It also plays a role beyond something. What is the main role of tissue? Keeping things hygienic. Excuse me, to keep ourselves hygiene, isn't it? So it's beyond hygiene. Collocation. Tissue paper plays a role beyond hygiene. Tissue paper playing a role beyond hygiene is a collocation. The next one, dash its disposable nature. Now conjunctions, we need to understand more about it. Conjunctions are though, although, since, despite, they're all conjunctions or connectors, and they're all conjunctions. We have coordinating conjunction, subordinating conjunction. But there is this one conjunction called despite or in spite of, which is something special because it takes only noun phrase. Just pay attention to this sentence. Since I am not well, since I is a noun, I am not, am is a verb. Since, noun, verb. Since I am not well, comma, I can't attend the meeting. I is a noun, can't is a verb. Since, noun, verb, comma, noun, verb. Though I am not well, though, noun, verb, comma, I can attend the meeting. Noun, verb. Though, since, everything needs, noun, verb, noun, verb. There's only one conjunction called despite, which takes up only a noun phrase. Despite the sickness, I attended the meeting. Despite noun phrase, noun verb. So here, despite its disposable nature, unlike, we use unlike for comparison. Unlike my sister, I eat lot of chocolates. So it's despite its disposable nature, despite the nature, despite its nature. There is no noun verb, it's only noun phrase. Despite its disposable nature, we go to the last one. This humble yet essential product has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of modern living, full stop. My name is Nakul, full stop. This humble yet essential product has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of modern living. It's an end of a sentence, man. I want to continue. Then you have three options. First option, put a full stop and then continue. I don't want to put a full stop. Then second option, put a comma and use a connector and. I don't want to use a connector. And then use ing of the verb, proving that. As simple as that. It's as simple as this. You're going to use ing because it's an end of a sentence and still you are continuing without a connector, without a full stop. Hope you're getting it. So this sentence would translate something to this if you had a full stop. Has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of modern living. Full stop. This proves that even the simplest inventions can have a profound effect. This proves, noun, verb, that verb proves, we take it up and say proving, add ing and continue the sentence. These are all the grammar things. Hope you're getting it. This is called gerund rule, G-E-R-U-N-D. I hope you have understood and satisfied with my explanations. Now where you went wrong for the first one, if you don't know the meaning of benevolent, probably you have not used your brain too much. You may have written amusing or benevolent just like that, listening to your intuition. You got to understand what it is. It's a pure context for the first one. Second one, demand for collocation. If you've written something else, that means you're lacking collocation knowledge. Third one, infused with, is a collocation. Again, if you have not written infused, you're lacking collocation knowledge. Fourth one, from delicate facial tissues, pure context, because delicate for sensitive skin. Sensitive skin is the clue. If you're not seeing it, that means you're not reading at all. You're just going with your intuition. Getting it. Next is hygiene. Tissue is for hygiene, again context based. The next is pure grammar, despite its disposable nature, and the last one is also grammar. Now you know where you go wrong. 7 blanks, you may have gotten 4 because of collocation grammar problem. Then stop practicing at least for 3-4 days. Work on the grammar, work on the collocations. These people say, no, I don't want to do it. I don't have time. First of all, I have less time. Let me practice. Practicing will not magically bring the scores unless you're already good in all these things. Hope you're getting it. Now we'll take up second question. I'm going to add a timer shortly. You will get to know how much time you need to give for this. Post the timer ends, I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. Let's start. Alright, let's understand how to do this. Dash mice and rats to most people, and images of unsanitary conditions will appear. Mention this name, he will start shaking. Mention mouse, and this person will say, oh, I'm getting these things in my mind. Simple present tense used here. You should not use mentioning. ing cannot come here. Mentioning mice and rats to most people, comma, will bring, then it is correct. But here mentioning is not fitting in because the sentence grammatically will become wrong. It's mention mice and rats to most people, and images of unsanitary conditions in urban decay come to mind. Mention this, this will come to the mind, as simple as that. It's a straightforward present tense. Rats have been dash as. Now you need to know the meaning of it. Vilified, petrified, bamboozled, verified. There are students here who know the meaning of only verified. Bamboozled, I don't know. Petrified, I don't know. Vilified, I don't know. Now what can I do? Trust me, I'm just telling you an open secret. You cannot do much. You need to know the meaning of vilified or petrified or bamboozled. Any of the three, if you know, then you can apply elimination method. Rats have been categorized as the carriers of inflected fleas. Categorized as to come. Petrified is scary, frightened. Bamboozled is confused. Verify is to prove. It's vilified means categorized. If you know the meaning of petrified and bamboozled and verified, you can eliminate these three and resort to choosing vilified, even if you don't know the meaning of vilified. Vilified has to be categorized because petrified is not categorized and bamboozled is not categorized. But if you don't know the meaning of all three, then it is impossible to do it. You will have to rely on the god and roll a dice and choose. Vilified as, that led to the dreaded Black Plague that killed the entire Europe. Decimated is killing. Now again, it's a pure vocabulary based. The next one, were to. Now this is the collocation. Not rodents were to blame. If you read it carefully, it has been suggested that recently that an apology is in order and that other influences were to blame. Other people, not me, were to blame. If I were to blame myself, were to blame is a collocation. You have this collocation knowledge, then this blank is nothing. The next one, most recently or more recently, infected mice have resulted in hantavirus outbreaks, including the recent update. Yield, atrociousness. Atrocious is adjective. After the, noun has to come. Grammar rule number 1 or 2. After a or an or the, noun has to come. Including the recent. Now it's a virus, it creates, it spreads. Scariness. So it's including the recent. Scare in Yosemite National Park. Scare is the answer, not update, yield or atrocious. Atrociousness has to come. Atrocious is adjective. For many people, dash to rodents, addicted to rodents. Aversion to rodents, exposure to rodents, both are collocations. Exposure to someone, aversion to something. Aversion to something means I don't want to see, I stop seeing it. Exposure to something means when I'm exposed to this. Get the context. For many people now, dash to rodents, it's not aversion, it's exposure to these rodents consists of seeing them as food for snakes. When we're exposed to rodents, when we're seeing a mice, we often see it as a food for snake. Snake is eating it, or birds of prey at this, so birds are eating it or something, or having to deal with unwanted rodents invading. I see a mice there, invading my space, invading their dwellings. Now the word dwelling means your livelihood, your place. You need to know this. Hope you are getting it. If you don't know the meaning of dwellings, probably people would write heavens or dreams, just like that, relying on their intuition. The first is mention, second is come, third is vilified, fourth is decimated means destroy, fifth is were to blame is a collocation, sixth is scare, seventh is exposure to, eighth is dwelling. Keep a track of the mistakes that you've done. I hope you're able to relate what is a problem, why you are making mistakes, if you're making mistakes, why it is happening and how to fix it. You read books, get the knowledge of collocations, grammar, and also work on finding the clues. You should be a king soon. We go to the next question, a very simple one. I'm adding a timer of 3 minutes on the bottom right. Let's start. Alright, let's understand how to do this quickly. Many of us rely on a morning cup of coffee or a dash of caffeine. It's a collocation. It's jolt of caffeine. Jolt is usually used when you talk about the energy. Jolt of caffeine in the afternoon to help us pass, get through the day. Get over is to come out of it. Get through is to work towards it. Get through the day, get through is a collocation here. Now we'll go to the third one. It's a central nervous system stimulant. Caffeine is a stimulant. Central nervous system stimulant that affects your body in numerous ways. Dash, the symptoms of caffeine may make. Running will help you. Knowing will help you. So we need this noun. ing can be a noun. That is what I talked about the gerund rule. Either it can come in the middle or it can start the sentence with ing. Knowing the symptoms of caffeine and its long-term effects on the body, knowing this will make you a hero. Knowing this may make you think twice after having the fourth cup of coffee. This ingredient almost always causes some symptoms. At a dash, you may feel more energetic. Now, people interchange the options. At a time you will feel energetic. Huh? Think about it, let's see. But over time, too much caffeine may cause collocation, withdrawal symptoms. So now we are talking about the advantages of caffeine. At the least, the only advantage is you feel energetic. At a minimum, at a time means at this particular time. At a time that happened. Now at a time you are not feeling energetic. It's at a minimum means at the least you feel only energetic. But over time that also will drop down. Or over time it may cause some withdrawal symptoms if you stop having it. So it's not at a time, it's at a minimum. Both are collocations. At a minimum is fitting in. So the answers are jolt of caffeine, get through stimulant, knowing at a minimum withdrawal symptoms. Keep a track of the mistakes that you've done. Last one with respect to reading, writing, fill in the blanks. After which we move on to the other sections, subsections of the PTE reading module. I think 2.5 minutes should be more than enough. Very simple one. Try doing it in under 2.5 minutes. Post that I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. Let's start. after a series of disasters. Some social media users suggested that air travel accidents were becoming more. They were becoming very, very frequent. They were becoming very happy. Becoming more frequent. Not frequently, getting it right. So becoming is the one that is deciding. He's becoming more angry. He's becoming happy. So after becoming, you just have to use adjective here. Adjective is frequent. Not free. They're becoming more frequent. Videos of dash raising near misses. What raising? Something is about to hit and just passes. What will raise? It's the hair that raises goosebumps. So you are just shocked. Center shock, you would have seen the ad long time back. It's hair rising. Nerve wracking. Hair rising means all shocking incidents. Videos of hair rising or raising near misses began to trend online. Now we will come to the next one. He told viewers that the recent dash of air disasters were very unique. The recent occurrences of air disasters, the recent decline, devastation, spear. All these are not fitting. And spear is that instrument, man. Decline is not declining, it's going up. Recent devastation of air disasters were very unique. It's not actually fitting in if you know the meaning of spate. The recent increase in the air disasters were very unique. Increase is the unique thing. That's what they're talking about. Hope you're getting it. I know many would write devastation. It is not. You would write devastation only if you don't know the meaning of spate. You know the meaning of spate, I bet my life you would not write devastation as the correct answer. Duffy's dash after apostrophe noun will come. Duffy apostrophe is like his car, her car, their car, Duffy's car. Interfere, it's to interfere verb. Intervene is to intervene verb. Intercity is a noun. Intercity is within the city. Intervention is to intervene. The noun form. To develop, the development. To interfere, the intervention. Hope you are getting it. Duffy's intervention means he came in. It's like without knocking the door, someone's coming in as intervention. Duffy's intervention came after blah 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 blah. The dash of a plane flipping over after landing in poor weather in Toronto has been widely shared. What will be shared? Remarkable ethnicity will be shared. Accident directly will share, is it? Dynamics will share, no, it's a footage. The video, the footage. Now the answer for this lies in the next line. You got to be patient and read, find the clues and then select, isn't it? So the answer for this is footage in the last one. We'll directly go to the last one. We will not read, and while polling on the subject, we'll come to the last one and say these startling, surprising images of accidents have had some impact on some US consumers. After apostrophe, noun has to come. All these incidents will have some impact on US consumers. What if the flight is getting crashed every now and then? It will have impact on your what if you are going to fly. Consumers what? Confidence, not entertainment, not detection, not policy. So answers are frequent. Hair raising, nerve wracking, spate off, intervention, footage and confidence. I think we have successfully finished reading, writing, fill in the blanks. One thing I would like to tell you, all the blanks will not be difficult. Some you can solve using grammar, some you can solve using collocations. Whichever the blanks you are not able to solve using grammar and collocations, go with the context. Each question will have 5 to 6 blanks. 5 questions may come. Some questions will be very easy, you solve in under 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes. Some questions could be a little difficult. Only those questions you can take 3.5 to 4 minutes. Provided some questions you are solving in under a minute or 1.5 minutes. If every question you're taking 4 minutes, then reading fill in the blank which comes in the end, absolutely you will not be able to solve at all with any time left. And the most important factor that we understood from this session on reading, writing, fill in the blanks is you got to read. Every day 1 hour of reading activity is a must, which definitely helps you get over this reading, writing FAB problem. And very soon we're going to talk about reading, fill in the blanks as well. And for now, we move on to the second subsection of the reading module. Here we go. Next comes multiple choice, choose multiple answer. It comes something like this. They're going to give you a paragraph. There would be a question and some options. If you read the question, you would know that more than one option is right. Hence the name multiple choice, multiple answer. Each correctly highlighted answer will give you 1 mark. If let's say 2 options are correct, you highlight both of them, you're going to get 2 marks. But let's say you highlight one of them which is not the correct answer, you get negative marking. Well, these are the ones that the Pearson score guide says. But from our experience, we've skipped this module and still people have gotten 90. So you got to put faith and belief in what I'm telling you, because all I'm telling you out is purely based out of my experience. You spend extra 2-3 minutes on this. By the way, 2 question comes. 5 minutes you spend on this, there would be a deficit of 5 minutes for your reading fill in the blanks. Reading fill in the blanks is the one that decides your reading scores and not this. So my suggestion, the moment you see the question, click one and quickly move on to the next question. Don't even spend even 1 extra second on it. Even while practicing on an everyday basis, you don't have to even look into this module. On the exam day, select one answer, move on to the next question, done and dusted. That's all about multiple choice, choose multiple answer. After this comes reordering the paragraph, not a priority, not a priority, not a priority. But this seems to be a little tricky module, but don't have to worry, it is not giving you more than 5-6 marks to the reading section. Hardly 2 or 3 questions come and a little tricky. What is the module about? They're going to give you a paragraph, something like this, the one that I'm showing on my screen. From top to bottom you read, it is not going to make sense. Your job is to rearrange them, reorder them, so that from top to bottom you read, it actually makes sense. How you are evaluated, every pair in the order will give you 1 mark. For instance, if the answer is C, B, D, A, CB will give you 1 mark, BD will give you 1 mark, DA will give you 1 mark. But CB, BD, DA should be in the same order. For instance, your answer is DACB. Now how you should evaluate? The correct answer CB, you evaluate with DA. Is it right? If it is right, 1 mark. If it is wrong, 0 mark. Second, BD, second pair is BD and your answer is AC. It is not matching, 0. The third pair is DA, correct answer, but your answer is CB, not matching, 0. But let's take another example wherein the answer student has written is BCDA. Now CBDA, BCDA, only DA is matching towards the end. For that the student gets 1 mark. So that would be 1 out of 3. So this is how you are evaluated with respect to reordering the paragraph. And now let's understand how to reorder the paragraph in less than a minute. But trust me, whatever I'm going to teach you in today's class with respect to reorder, at the end of the day, what you should be doing is 1.5 minutes and not more than that. Worst case scenario, 1.5 minutes you can give to solve this on the exam day if you're still not able to solve, because there could be a lot of scenarios arising in the exam due to which you wouldn't be confident of the answer that you have gotten. 1.5 minutes over, still you are in, like debating which one is correct. Should A go here, A come here? Randomly select and move on. After 1.5 minutes, not even a second extra you should be spending on this module, because this is not a priority. What comes after this, which is reading fill in the blanks, is priority. Remember this. Now let's understand some 3 strategies for your reordering the paragraph. The first is subject, object, subject. What is the subject and object? He eats apples. He is a subject, eat is a verb, object is apple. Subject is a hero, object is the hero's son, hero's brother or villain who receives the action. Now what is this subject, object, subject rule? He eats apples, he is subject, apples is object. Object of the first sentence becomes the subject in the second sentence, and that is the order you need to follow in the reorder the paragraph. He eats apples, the apples he eats are very tasty. Now, he eats apples will be the first sentence. The apples he eat will be the second sentence. Most of your reorder the paragraph will be something based on this. You just need to identify which is he, which is apples. It may not be apples, it could be some other word in the first paragraph, some other word in the second paragraph. Here it is apple, apple, it is very easy to identify. It could be apple, fruit, it could be apple, and at the bottom it could be a nutrient, calorific food. Some other word, a synonym could be there, you just need to identify. Once you identify, meaning the object of the first sentence has become the subject of the second sentence. Just have to reorder them in the way I have shown you. We'll take a small example. Look at this statement. There are 2 sentences. Evolution is the process. Evolution is the subject. Is the process by which plants or animals change the physical shape over generations in order to live more efficiently in their environment. Changing the shape is the object. Now the next sentence. Changing the shape should be there. Changing the shape. Exact word may not be there. But there could be an indication of changing a shape, which is the same object acting as a subject. Early humans evolved by walking on two legs. Now changing the physical shape, the object has become subject in the next line. That means this sentence, the order of the sentence is correct. Hope you are getting it. So in this way you actually order them one by one, subject, verb, object, the object becomes subject. If this is the case, then this is the order in which it appears. This is one of the rules through which you can solve most of the reorder the paragraph questions. The next we see a small example of the same. The rate of mortality from the Black Death varied from place to place. Now if you write the sentence as the first one, the second line should continue talking about place to place, because place to place was the object in the previous sentence. If you were to continue it, then place to place should become subject. In the next statement you see there, some districts such as the Duchy of Milan, Flanders and Bern seem to have escaped. Now some districts is the continuation of place to place, meaning the object in the first statement has become subject in the second statement. So this is how basically you would be trying to solve reorder the paragraph through some strategies like this. The second strategy is first comes noun, after noun comes pronoun. The first musical keyboard was invented over 2000 years ago. It was called, this it was called will be in the second statement. You cannot start the sentence with it was called. It should be a noun, the first musical keyboard. It, second statement. Hope you are getting it. Taj Mahal was built by Shah Jahan. He built it. Taj Mahal was built by Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan is the noun, he built it. It should be a continuation of it. Usually this it, he, this usually comes in the second sentence, but it may not be all the time. One more example, there are numerous studies that have disproved the algorithm. There are numerous studies, noun. Now the pronoun of it is these studies, or these are not just formulated by common people. Hope you are getting it. It's always a noun comes first, followed by a pronoun. The third rule, simple shortcut, is first comes full name, then comes short name. You cannot invoke a short name first. Hope you are getting it. Thomas Gregor was credited with his invention. Second line will be Gregor. Now you cannot put Gregor was a very dedicated person in his 20s. Which Gregor? David Gregor? Thomas Gregor? Who was that? So we need to write the full name first, and then only we can go with a short name. Remember this. Now what we're going to do is, I'm going to give you a very simple reorder the paragraph question. Try solving it in less than 1.5 minutes. Post that I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. Let's start. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's understand how to do it. So the statement A says, this discovery cannot be the first statement. The task is to identify the very first statement, which should be an independent statement. It cannot have dependency. B says, Kepler's law of planetary motion describe how planets move in elliptical orbits around the sun. C says, scientists had previously believed that planets followed perfectly circular orbits. D says, however is always a contrast. However, Kepler's work showed that these orbits, which orbits? These, remember, noun, pronoun, these orbits, the previous one should be some orbit, and then you say these orbits. Where is that some orbits? Scientists had previously believed that planets followed circular orbits, and these orbits were not circular, were actually elliptical. C and D are like family, do not separate them. So this is how you understand the subtle relationship. in the reorder the paragraph. C and D are together, and A says this discovery led to a major breakthrough in how we understand planetary motion. B says Kepler's law of planetary motion describe how planets move in elliptical orbits around the sun. B also talk about Kepler, D also talks about Kepler, but D is a continuation of C. Then where should B come? B you put it in the beginning, otherwise B you cannot put anywhere else. B comes fast. Kepler's law of planetary motion describe how planets move in elliptical orbits around the sun. That's the beginning. Now you paraphrase telling the old story. What is the old story? You don't know. Scientists had believed that it goes in circular, but this Kepler came like a hero and proved that it is elliptical. It is done. Now come to the conclusion. This discovery led to a major breakthrough in how we understand planetary motion. A will not come in the second. A will go to the end. We also need to learn the structure, introduction, some content in the body, and then conclusion. It also follows this structure along with the strategies that I talked about. So the answer is B, C, D, A. B, C 1 mark, C, D 1 mark, D, A 1 mark if B, C, C, D, D, A are in the correct order. Now we'll take up another question. Any doubts you have, please do leave comments in the comment section. The second question, 1.5 minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. I really hope you have solved it. This is going to be more easier than the previous one. A says this habit. What habit? You cannot start the sentence with A. B says reading regularly is one of the best ways to develop the mind and improve comprehension skills. C says as a result. You cannot start the sentence with as a result. D says whether it is what? It is what? Reading, whether you're reading a fiction, non-fiction, is getting it. So B is the only independent sentence here, so you should start with B. Reading regularly is one of the best ways to develop the mind and improve comprehension skills. Alright, so after B, what has to come? A can come, C cannot come. B says it's one of the best ways to develop the mind and improve comprehension skills. C says as a result people who read frequently tend to have better critical thinking abilities. This looks like a conclusion, isn't it? Now we'll read D. Whether it's fiction, it is here. Reading regularly, whether you're reading fiction, non-fiction or newspapers, reading exposes individuals to new ideas and perspectives. I think after B I would go with D. Reading regularly is one of the best ways to develop the mind and improve comprehension skills, whether it's fiction or non-fiction. Reading exposes individuals to new ideas and perspectives. Now immediately don't write as a result. You write as a result, then towards the end you cannot write this habit. Now you bring this habit, expand knowledge, improve focus and enhance creativity. This can do this, all these use cases you get with reading. As a result, people who read frequently tend to have better critical thinking abilities. Hope you are getting it. The correct answer would be B, D, A, C. BDAC is the only way through which you can unveil the perfect story. Apart from BDAC, any other pattern you chose, only the pairs will be making sense, the individual pairs, but as a whole the answer will not be making sense. Remember this, as a whole it should make sense, not just the pairs. Likewise, I told you it is not just the pairs matching, the pair should be in the proper order. So BDAC, BD 1 mark, DA 1 mark, AC 1 mark, 3 marks for this particular question. Sometimes it could be ABCD, sometimes it could be ABCDE, or in very rare cases ABCDEFG also can come. Alright, now we come to the big boss, reading fill in the blanks. First comes reading, writing fill in the blanks, and then choose multiple answer, reorder the paragraph, and then comes the reading fill in the blanks. The strategy and all is more or less similar to what we studied in reading, writing fill in the blanks, but it has got its own vibe. This is a king who lives his life in a very stylish way. So he has his own problems, own things will come here. You need separate strategies, like bottom-up approach, elimination method, not falling for the trap, and few more strategies wherein you have problem with the vocabulary, you can still solve it. Remember, 5 or 6 questions will come in the exam. You can expect some 25 plus marks to the reading section alone. The first section, reading, writing, fill in the blanks, contributes 50 marks, 25 plus to reading, 25 plus to writing. But this one is only towards reading, 25 plus marks you can expect only to reading. Remember this, remember this, remember this. It comes something like this. There will be a paragraph with some blanks. At the bottom, there will be options. Your job is to drag and drop the options. One option can be used only once. Once you pull option to a particular blank, you can reorder them, change them, but one option can go to only one blank. You cannot use an option more than once. Remember this. So now what are the strategies? Whatever the strategies that we talked about for reading, writing, fill in the blank, same thing works here. It is reading skill, grammar, vocabulary, collocations, of which grammar and collocation plays a very important role here as well. So let's understand some collocations again, and we will try to implement them, and I'll show you how collocations play a very, very important role in reading fill in the blanks. In reading, writing, fill in the blanks, collocation could be possibly 10 to 15%, but here 30% of the blanks will 100% be based on collocations. The remaining 30 grammar, the remaining 30 context. There grammar and context prevails more than collocation. Here it's mostly collocation that actually helps you out in coming out of this battle. So make a decision, take a break, catch someone's attention, make a mistake, pay attention, break the ice. Breaking the ice is to initiate the conversation. Miss the bus, you're gonna hit the road, give someone a hand, meaning to help, make an effort, take a chance, catch your breath, keep an eye on, hold on. So all these are collocations recently we also made, not recently, a year ago. 6-hour full course purely based only on the reading FIB, reading, writing FIB. Go check that out as well. That also will help you to learn a lot of collocations and implementation. Here as well I've included a lot updated ones. In just a while we will unveil. Also just a reminder, the link in the description, a downloadable link for the collocations. You can download them for absolute free. Now what we will do is I've got some 4-5 questions only purely, solely based on collocations. So try doing it. I'm going to add a timer of 2 minutes, not more than that. Post 2 minutes, I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. But remember, here all the blanks have put collocations. In the exam, all the blanks may not come as collocations. If there are 5 blanks, 2 or 3 would be 100% based on collocations. Here for learning purpose, I've put all as collocations. Maybe 1 or 2 may not be there in few of the questions, but give your best. I'm going to come back after the timer expires. 2-minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. All right, let's understand how to do this. For many, coffee is more than just a beverage, blah, blah, blah. I understood the context. Now I am switching to the second line. However, what starts as and dash pick me up. Now, don't listen to your heart, man. Dhak, 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 dhak. Heart will always say easy pick me up. I'm sure many of you have written easy pick me up, but what is the clue? This is the implementation. Simply, you cannot blindly go with the collocation. Easy pick me up, occasional pick me up, frequent pick me up. Everything is a collocation. Now you got to go with the context. Read, little bit read and understand the story, isn't it? What starts as an, after an, A-E-I-O-U pronouncing sound has to come. We have here occasional, easy. Easy pick me up can swiftly spiral into caffeine, caffeine fix, caffeine dosage, not dosage, caffeine dependency. And the context is what starts as an occasional one. Once in a week, I will have the coffee. After 2 weeks, it becomes 5 times a day. You get spiral into this caffeine dependency. Getting into caffeine dependency is a collocation. Occasional pick me up is a collocation. Hope you are getting it. So occasional pick me up, what starts as an occasional pick me up, meaning once in a week I'll get the coffee, has now turned into a spiral, meaning has swiftly spiraled into a caffeine dependency. Now you are dependent on it. The next one, dash returns, easy returns. Easy return is a collocation. Diminishing return is also collocation, boss. Get the context, please. Read it. The brain, having adapted to the regular influx of caffeine, every day you're having coffee, you're getting the caffeine, you're very happy, you're getting that jolt of energy, demands its fix, making it increasingly difficult to function without the coffee. Some may even experience dash returns where same amount no longer delivers same kick. Every day you're having 1 cup of coffee. After 1 month, 1 cup of coffee is nothing, you want 3 cups of coffee. 1 cup of coffee used to give this much of return, this much of energy, now it is giving this much of energy only. Meaning return is going down, diminishing returns, easy returns, good returns, diminishing returns, everything is a collocation. Now context wins the race, boss. So it's basically, collocation helps, but you need to add up a little bit of context as well. Hope you are getting it. Using collocation, we know it is diminishing or easy. Out of 7 options at the bottom, we narrowed down to just 2 options, but out of these 2, which one is correct? You got to think, you got to think. Next one, prompting them to up the, increase. Doctor, please can you increase the dosage? I have got lot of headache, your tablet is not working anymore. Up the dosage is the collocation. The last one, it's crucial to dash cautiously. Now grammar, let's apply and see. After 2, verb 1 has to come. To eat, to run, to tread is the only word which is a verb, rest all is not. Now apply grammar and finish it off. It's crucial to tread means to move. In treadmill, what will you do? You take a step and you move. Treadmill, right? Tread is to take a step. It's crucial to tread cautiously is also a collocation which you have learnt it now. Write them down somewhere and learn. Hope you are getting it. So first is occasional pick me up, second is caffeine dependency, third is diminishing returns, fourth is up the dosage, fifth is tread cautiously. Write down the number of mistakes you have done. We quickly move on to second question. 2-minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's understand how to do this. In recent years, interior designing has surged in. Always the word surged in goes with popularity. Surged in popularity means became famous. Transforming from a niche profession into a mainstream necessity. With people becoming more conscious of their living spaces, the demand for 90% of the people, right? Expensive interiors. Expensive interiors can be a collocation. Bespoke interiors can also be a collocation, which you may not even know. As a result, you will simply write expensive interiors. But is it really talking about expensive interiors or something? I don't see, I see, if you read it, you would get to know it's talking about a space. Customized interiors. Everyone is becoming conscious of the place that they want to live in. As a result, everyone has their own thing, so it's customized. In other words, bespoke means customized. Write it down somewhere. All this come in really handy. It's bespoke interiors. Now we'll go to the third one, serving as aesthetic inspiration dash for homeowners. Platforms like Instagram and Pinterest serving as some places or hubs. Aesthetic inspiration hubs. Using grammar, you can fix this as a hub. A is not there, something with S has to come. Here something with S plural is hubs. Alone is the plural. Hope you are getting it. Aesthetic inspiration hubs have gained popularity, will fit in, gained traction also will fit in. But now people will argue, why not have gained popularity? If you write popularity to the fourth one, what will you write for the first one? So it's always this way. You need to understand, for one blank both the words can fit in, but for other blank only one word can fit in. For the first one, surged in popularity only, no other word will fit in. As a result, first one is popularity. Fourth one, traction. Gaining traction is gaining the advantage, gaining momentum. The last one, making small areas feel dash. Making small areas feel big. Feel automation? No, feel spacious. Small areas are now feeling spacious because of long windows, big openings on the doors. Correct? So it's not purely collocations. Collocation plus a bit of reading skill involved, and that's how it would be in the exam. Surged in popularity, demand for bespoke interiors have gained traction, aesthetic inspiration hubs, and small areas feel spacious and inviting. We quickly move on to the third question. Keep a track of the mistakes you have done. 2-minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. Alright, let's understand how to solve this. Effective time management skills or dash for success are very important for success, or crucial for. Crucial for is a collocation. Must dash goals. Set your goal correctly, man. Set to goal is a collocation. Next, they should pay close attention. Pay attention to is a collocation. Hope you are getting it. It won't be this simple in the exam, but all I'm giving you is a glimpse of what collocations would be like in the exam, where they struggle and dash constructive feedback, where they struggle and you always, once you face problem, you seek a feedback. Seek feedback is the collocation. The last one, dash consistent effort. Now we need to understand what goes with the effort. Elevate consistent effort, set consistent effort, seek consistent effort with consistent effort. With this effort makes perfect sense. This is called brute force method, where if you're not getting it, every word you put, man, one of the words will 100% make sense. Pick it up with consistent effort, collocation. As simple as that. The first is crucial for, second is set goals, third is attention to, fourth is seek feedback, fifth is with consistent effort. Simple ones. If you made mistakes, probably you've understood the importance of collocations in solving reading fill in the blanks. We go to the next one. Simple one, 2-minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. Alright, let's understand more about this particular question. In today's competitive world, professionals must forge. You always forge. Forge means build. Forge always goes with friendship, relationship. Forge strong alliances. Alliance is a relationship, isn't it? And navigate. You go through complex challenges to dash in their careers, to go up in the career. To go up is thrive or excel. Thrive in their careers. Thrive is progress. Mastering the ability to dash intense scrutiny. Mastering the ability to withstand someone scrutinizing you. You have to withstand it. Mastering the ability to withstand intense scrutiny while presenting ideas with dash conviction, with a very strong conviction. Conviction, determination, something that doesn't fall. It's always like this, not falling. Meaning something that doesn't change. It's unwavering conviction. Unwavering conviction. Wave. Unwavering conviction, something that doesn't change. And the last one, adapt to unforeseen circumstances, often dash success from. Pay more attention to these small words. Prepositions, from, to, with, in, on, from failure, distinguish from, distinguish success from failure. Hope you're getting it. So the answers are forge strong alliances. Second is to thrive in the careers, withstand the scrutiny is a collocation, strong conviction or unwavering conviction. And the last one, distinguish or distinguishes success from failure. Now the only thing that I would like to remind you before I take up the new approaches like bottom-up approach, elimination method for solving reading fill in the blanks, I would like to tell you that it's a reading skill that makes a huge difference towards your scores. I've seen from my experience there are students who never practiced reading fill in the blanks at all, just understood the modules, some tips and tricks, 3-4 days. 5th day, 90 overall. On the other hand, there are students who've been practicing every day 6 months over, have not even crossed 50, because it is not just about practicing, it's about your reading skill. If a person already has a very good reading skills, he has developed it over the time, now he just understands what the modules are, gets 90, and then comments here, I got 90 with this video. I'm not saying others will not get it, others probably will take time. It may not be 3-4 days for you. After watching this video, you would get to know the reality. You start reading, and reading. Anything that lay on your hands. Read newspapers, read magazines, sports magazines, journals, bbc.com, anything that you want to read, novels, PDFs, whatever you want, start reading 1 hour a day. And then also practice. Don't just practice, do both these things. Let them go hand in hand. You see a huge difference within a month or two, and you also will be able to get 90. But that person who already has good reading skills, he will get 90 anyhow. But I'm only worried about that person who has not developed that great reading skill. Now through this video, all I'm inspiring you and influencing you is take a book and start reading. Do it, man. Every day 1 hour you read, your reading ability, comprehension skills will improve. You will be able to understand the story and choose an option which actually fits the story. Right now you're choosing an option which changes the story. Choose an option which fits the story. A story has been written by someone. You just have to put a word so that it complements the story, it goes with the story. You are putting a word which doesn't even fit into the story because the reading comprehension skills are weaker at this time. So work on it every day. Don't simply waste the working templates. Remember this. Now we will take up some of the strategies. The most important things that I'm going to discuss now, very important part of the video for the next 20 odd minutes. The strategy to solve reading from the blanks. The number one being elimination method. What is this elimination method? You eliminate this person because 100% this person cannot do the crime. Second person, not even this person. Third person, he was in jail that day, he cannot do the crime. Who is left? Fourth person, take him and put him in the jail, put him behind the bars. This is called elimination method, wherein you take each and everybody, eliminate, and whoever is left, then put the logic and decide. I'm going to show you that. So what we're going to do is, this is the question. Try doing it. 3-minute timer on my bottom right. Post 3 minutes, I'm going to come back and show you what is this elimination method, how you can solve this quickly and easily. Let's understand. Alright, let's understand how to do this. I really hope you have given your best. Though it is little confusing, I'm going to make it very simple. Now we bring out the concepts of noun, verb, adjective, adverb, which I told probably 1.5 hours before, through this video. It is now coming into use. My research is about the political economy and the socio-cultural. Noun has to come. After the noun has to come, but before a noun, adjective can come. The economy, the political economy, the something, the socio-cultural something. That something is a noun. Now what is noun here? History is a noun. The history, the nutrition. Chase can also be a noun, can also be a verb. Dimensions is a noun. The governance is a noun. The celestial is a noun. No, the celestial object cannot be. The influential person cannot be. These 5 are the noun. But from the context, you now try to eliminate things. My research is about the political economy and socio-cultural dash of natural resource governance. A governance is already there. Again, socio-cultural governance of natural resource governance is not fitting in. So governance we removed. Socio-cultural history. My research is about political economy and socio-cultural history of natural resource governance is not really fitting in. Socio-cultural chase, socio-cultural nutrition, they're all absolutely not fitting in. What is left? Socio-cultural dimensions and socio-cultural governance. One of them is fitting in perfectly, but governance, the word being repeated right after it. We removed governance also. Now what is left? Dimensions, put it man. This is elimination method. Welcome to PTE reading fill in the blanks. That's all it is. It may not be this easy all the time. Sometimes there are 3 words, all the 3 words you don't know the meaning at all. Now go and guess. I'm just openly telling you, read books and then solve it. You will be able to guess, predict few of its meanings. Socio-cultural dimensions of someone's governance. Getting it? Now we'll go to the second one. How natural resource dash, again the word natural resource governance is already in the second line. The same thing, you bring it to the second blank. Natural resource governance is shaped by local stress. Governance comes to second one. Hope you are getting it. These are very dash. After RE, verb 3 can come. I see equipped as verb 3. ING can come. I don't see any ING. Adjective can come. Adjective is influential. Equipped and influential. Again we eliminated rest of the things. This is what grammar helps you with. Hope you are getting it. So now these are very equipped. These are equipped with something. Equipped alone cannot come. It's a collocation. The word goes with equipped with or equipped to. These are very influential. It can influence someone when nations think about resources. Influential is the third option. The fourth one, this has a long, always goes with history man. Isn't it? As a long layered history, collocation. The last one, the dash for, the demand for, chase for someone. Chase for is a collocation. Now this is what I was talking about. Out of 5 blanks, usually 1 or 2 or 3 will be collocation. 1 or 2 will be grammar, 1 or 2 will be context. Sometimes 1 context, 1 grammar, 3 collocation, sometimes vice versa. So this is a famous method called elimination method that we figured out. It is helping students. It will help you as well. You can continue practicing now from whatever the questions that you see. Apply the things that I told you. You see a huge difference. So first is dimensions. Second is governance. Third is influential. Fourth is history. And the 5th is chase for minerals. The next approach is bottom-up approach. What is this? Bottom to up. Meaning when you see a question, you usually start reading from the top to bottom. Here the approach says from the bottom you go to top. Meaning you read from the beginning. Let's say the first blank, second blank, you are not getting as to what the answer is. Full of traps. You don't really know what's the answer. At that time you read the context. Only 1 or 2 lines you have read of 10 sentence paragraph. You don't know the context also yet, but you want to solve first 2. Don't solve, leave it empty and continue. When you finish it off, now you have enough context. Now from the bottom you go to the top and solve it. I'll give you a small illustration on this. Now try to just look into this paragraph. Adam loves to eat pizza. He went to a market and found a dash. Now people see market is there, I found a restaurant. Just like that. You don't have the context yet, man. He loves to eat pizza, so restaurant only, no, it could be something else also, no. Anything can come there. He found something else. He found a girl also, we never know. So leave it empty. Continue reading. Though he was in a rush to quench his hunger, The sight of this beauty struck him. He saw something more beautiful than what could give him some satisfaction after eating. He was unmoved and completely forgot to look for a... Adam loves to eat pizza. Now you have the context. From the bottom you go to the top. He loves to eat pizza. He went to a market. He should have found a hotel, but he saw something and forgot to look for a pizza. The last is pizza. The first is he found a car. He found a limousine. Limousine is a big car, luxurious big car. So this is a bottom-up approach, meaning you don't solve the initial blanks only because you don't have the context yet. You continue reading. Once you read full, from the bottom you go to the top. This also is carefully devised by us. You can count on this. Most of the blanks will be based on this. Now we will have a simple question for which you can actually apply bottom-up approach and get full answers. 2.5 minute timer on my bottom right. Let's start. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's see how to solve this. A mineral blah 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 blah. We will come to the dust of. The dust of what? Yeah, I don't know, man. You don't have the context yet. You solve it here itself, then dust of mortal, the dust of dusters, the dust of ignition, randomly choosing. It's like a girl is waving at you and you think it is you who the girl is waving at, but the girl is waving at the hunk who is standing behind you. Don't fall into the traps thinking it is the answer. Choose the answer knowing it is the answer. This should be the attitude, isn't it? Hope you are getting it. So let's leave it empty, man, and then go to a medical shop, take a tablet called patience, and then just remind ourselves, dude, I'm gonna come back in just a while. You don't do this, you fall for it. Patience problem, what to do? 100% traps. You will interchange the options, gone case. The dust of dash, the pebbles of planets, minerals were mixed and remixed by the heat of an intense young sun. Stellar dash, read it, stellar dash 4.6 billion years ago producing silicates alloys. It's intense young sun, the heat. So stellar heat, stellar ignition probably is fitting, and I'm not completely sure, but I think ignition could go right there, but I'll just leave it empty and continue. The third one, developed on other dash bodies, everything is about space. It is stellar bodies or astral bodies. correct? Astral is in the space. The fourth one, sinking and ing has to come. Here you see emerging is the only ing, sinking and emerging. So third is astral bodies, fourth is emerging, and the fifth is dash by, fascinated by is a collocation. Now we are done with three things. The first two are tricky. Now we will read it, understand what it is. A mineral, a gold chain, a diamond ring, a silver spoon is a magnificent thing. Over 296 minerals are actually older than our earth, formed from crystals of carbon, making the universe's first stars. The dust of dash, the dust of, now what is left? Meteorites is left. Dust of deceased is not making sense. Dust of utility is not making sense. Dust will come only when some big thing falls here, creates a dust. Dust of dusters is not making sense. So it should be dust of meteorites. No other word is fitting in. Second is stellar ignition, because they're talking about something that created a heat, stellar ignition. So first is meteorites, second is ignition. Third, fourth and fifth are comparatively easier. Stellar or astral bodies, sinking and emerging, and the last is fascinated by. Hope you are getting it. Try to apply these strategies and practice. Randomly practice means no improvement, remember this. Alright, the next is stop relying on intuition. I think that girl is waving at me only, da. Tomorrow I will go and propose. No, she would be waving at the hunk behind you. 100% is, don't rely on the heart, rely on this. Your kidney, lungs always give wrong signals, but this always give right signals. So the next strategy is stop relying on intuition to solve reading fill in the blanks. Take your time. 2.5 minute timer on my bottom right. Post that, I'm going to come back and show you where you have fallen for the trap. Let's wait and watch. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's understand how to do this. Days after the association of, people will write. Days after the auctioned off. Days after the grabs off. Some can easily pick it up. It's unveiling of the phone being introduced into the market, meaning you're unveiling it. If you are not sure, don't fall for the trap until you have a solid evidence, until you find the clues. Don't just resort to one particular answer, which should be mostly wrong. Days after the unveiling uncovered of the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which is dash to be. After is, verb 3 has to come. Here verb 3 auctioned, touted. Now people go with auctioned because touted they don't know the meaning. But you should know what has to come, which is considered to be one of the most anticipated flagship smartphones of the year, isn't it? Auctioned is not considered. Then what is considered? Touted should be considered, no? Because no other word is fitting in. You rely on the intuition and write auctioned 100% wrong. Grammar is helping you, but only to see that auctioned and touted both can fit in because both are verb 3. After is, verb 3 has to come. But touted is the correct answer. Referred to as considered to be one of the most anticipated flagship smartphones. The device is finally up for grab collocation. Now people write up for association, up for Excel, up for money. Get the context, up for the grabs. Now they have released a phone, you can go and grab one. The next is, as the brand has recently introduced some dash pre-booking deals. Pre-booking deals, deal is a noun, pre-booking is an adjective, or it could be a compound noun. Some irresistible deals goes with the context and the collocation, isn't it? The next one, designed to dash in various aspects of photography. In case you didn't know, this phone has been thoughtfully designed to dash in different aspects of photography, to be perfect, to be like a photographer kind of phone in various aspects of photography, to excel in various aspects of photography. The most notable ones being, the most notable one is a collocation. Now people write the most association ones, the most grabs one, the most irresistible ones. Here as well people fall for the trap. If they don't write irresistible pre-booking deals, the last one they would have written irresistible ones. That's wrong. The most notable ones being nightography. In the night you can just take a phone and shoot even if there is no light. Hope you're getting it. Don't fall for the traps. Wait for the clues to be unveiled, uncovered, decoded. Once you have a clue, then only you solve it. First is days after the unveiling of, which is touted to be up for grabs. Some irresistible deals designed to excel. The most notable ones are. The next strategy is about improving fast reading skills. At the end of the day, time plays a very important role here. You give 10 minutes per question, everyone will get 90 reading. 2.5 minutes, not more than that. Some questions could be 4 minutes, some questions then less than 1 minute. On an average 2.5 minutes, not more than that. So you need to read, but when you read, try to read a bit faster. There are so many fast reading apps. Hey, you go to your Play Store and type, or App Store in Apple and type fast reading apps. Hundreds of apps you get. Invest your money there. Take a subscription, it will definitely help you. Earlier there's an app called Speed Reader, which used to show the words at a flash, tuck like this. You got to just keep reading them. One comes, goes. So there are many apps which helps you, read fast. And basically how to read using your eyes, not with your mouth. If you read with your mouth, the maximum speed with which you can read is the maximum speed with which you can talk. But what if I told you that you can read with the eyes and the maximum speed becomes infinite? You can keep on increasing the speed, and that is what is needed. You read fast. Most of the people don't even understand what they read. As a result, they keep on reading again and again. So read a bit faster every day. Work on the fast reading skills. Definitely reading fill in the blanks become cakewalk. The next is about grammar, the last strategy. Grammar I've already explained, but now I'll show you illustration on how to make use of the grammar strategies and do reading fill in the blanks like this. But before that, let's see this particular question. Ram goes to a market to buy. Now people are like, how do I know whether you went to market to buy apples or laptop? But that person who knows grammar very well would write the answer as apples. Because if you write laptop, it should be a laptop. A or an for singular noun. Laptop is singular noun. The very first or second or third rule, remember? In the grammar session that I talked probably 1.5 hours before, a laptop, otherwise laptop. So it is apples. Like this, multiple things. You can solve it. You just need to be very quick and solve these things will fall on its own. Now we will take up a simple question, mostly based on grammar. 2.5 minute timer on my bottom right. Post that I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. Let's start. Let's now understand how to do this. Not a single day, a day. A day. He eats a day. Something with S has to come. Something with S. Elements is a noun, not a verb. Apples is also ending with S. Eats is also ending with S. Eats is a verb. Apple is a noun. Element is a noun. Passes. Not a single day passes. Collocation, a day passes. Collocation, first one is passes. Second is one of the important, one of the always leads to plural noun. Elements, one of the important elements. Third one, it has been. After has been, verb ing. Verb ing, I don't see any. Adjective, also I don't see any. Verb 3, it has been observed. Done and dusted. Be quick, things will be possible. Fourth one, such machines, they eat, they happen, they act. Such machines behave and act. Such machines happen. Such machines happen is not fitting in. Such machines act and behave like humans. Perfectly fitting in. Only two verbs there. The last one we have, after have verb 3 has to come. We have observed. Observed has fit into the third one. So it should be, we have gathered relevant information. Gathering the information, collecting the information is a collocation. The answers are not a single day passes. One of the important elements, it has been observed, act and gathered. It may not be this easy in the exam. Definitely yes, this is just to show you how you can utilize these strategies and solve better. Remember this. Now we'll understand the summary of the entire reading, fill in the blanks, and reading, writing, fill in the blanks strategies. First thing first, grammar is must. Next is reading skill is a must. Third is you need to be well versed with grammar approach, and then clue based approach. You need to find the clues. Until you find the clues, you cannot just randomly select an option. And then comes collocation, which is the top priority. Try to solve every question in less than 2.5 minutes. Sometimes it may take 4 minutes, sometimes it may take less than 1 minute for the questions which are difficult or easy. On an average, it should be less than 2.5 minutes. Watch my 6-hour reading, fill in the blank full course video. Watch my 2-hour grammar full course video. Both of this also will give you complete clarity on how to work on grammar and collocation and implementation. So after all this, if you're still left with some amount of time, then you can solve this last module called choose single answer. It is similar to choose multiple answer that we completely skipped. Here, instead of 2 answers being correct, only 1 being correct. There would be a paragraph, 1 question, some options, only 1 is correct. Click 1 and move on. No time left, you solve it on your own and select. If you have no time left, randomly select one and move on, or whatever it is. My students in the course would never do this, would never practice this. Even if you have some time left, which one and a half minute. If you are not able to solve within that, all right, we successfully finished speaking, writing and reading. Now we will move on to the listening section. Remember, listening section has 8 subsections for PTE Academic and 7 for PTE Core. But remember this, of these 8 or 7 sections, only 2 are very important. Rest are actually not so important, not a priority, and most of them are dummy. Alright, so first module is summarize spoken text. As the name says, you summarize the spoken text. The plain audio, you listen to the audio and just write the entire summary of it. This is similar to retail lecture, but in retail lecture, after taking notes, you got to speak, but in summarize spoken text, after taking notes, you got to write. So this is how it looks like in the exam. The plain audio, probably it starts after 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the audio plays. There would be a box, something like this, and when you type the word count, it shows how many words you have written, and the overall time interval that is given to you is around 10 minutes for PTE Academic, 8 minutes for PTE Core.
PTE
This is
rates
an audio
as a country develops economically. But America is on.
So as in when the audio plays, you got to take some notes. Either you can directly type here, or you can note down in the booklet and the marker that is given to you. There you can note down using your pen and a paper, and then transfer your answer, use a template, and make some beautiful sentences grammatically correct and fetch full marks. So 1 or 2 questions will come in the exam. Max to max 6 to 8 to 10 marks to listening and 6 to 8 to 10 marks towards your writing, because this is an integrated section. You are listening and you are writing. Retail lecture contributes marks to listening and speaking, here listening and writing. Separately it contributes some 6 to 8 to 10 marks depending on the number of questions you get towards your listening and writing separately. Remember this, 10 minutes for PTE Academic including the audio. Audio goes for let's say 1 minute, the 9 minute is your time that within which you need to finish. If the audio goes for 2 minutes, then it is 8 minutes. For PTE Core it is totally 8 minutes including the audio. For PTE Academic it is 10 minutes including the audio. Now let's understand how you are evaluated with respect to summarize spoken text. Content is 2 marks. Here as well you cannot write just keywords, you got to bring the connection between them using some sentences or small phrases, then only you will be getting 2 out of 2 for the content. Form is 2 marks, but here for academic it is 50 to 70 words. For PTE Core it is 20 to 30 words. Make sure you are well within this word limit. For PTE Academic I would recommend to write anywhere between 65, 63, 65, 67 words. For PTE Core I would recommend 28 words, 29 words. Write as much as possible so that you get better score. And then comes grammar, 2 marks, most important. When you write you should grammatically correct the sentences. And then comes vocabulary. Vocabulary you don't have to worry. The strategy is just listen for 5 seconds, write for 5 seconds. Listen for 5 seconds, write for 5 seconds. What you are going to listen, the same thing you are going to write, similar to retail lecture, meaning you are just retaining the same words from the audio. Don't have to worry too much about the vocabulary, it's not going to impact. We've tried and tested this. Just follow the same strategy, meaning copy paste from the audio, you get 2 out of 2 for your vocabulary. And then comes spelling, most crucial. Here is where people lose marks. You cannot mess up even one spelling. Spelling you have to get 2 out of 2. Let's say you have made 4 or 5 spelling mistakes. Most probably this is going to be 0 for the entire summarized spoken text, because spelling and grammar are the priority here over the content. Now let's look at the template. I've given many templates in the past. You can use any one of them, but in this video I'm just summarizing and going with one template. For PTE Academic, the good news is we're going with the same template, that of retail lecture, meaning we are not going to memorize a new template. Whatever we used for retail lecture, exact template you can use for summarized spoken text. 1000% sure, tested, it will give you good scores. The lecture discusses, in the beginning the speaker explained about, later the speaker said, here the speaker also mentioned, in conclusion the lecture effectively summarized. This is for PTE Academic. Make sure to write between 50 to 70 words. For PTE Core, now there are 2 kinds of templates I'm giving. Let's say audio goes very fast, you are not able to write a lot of words, lot of sentences, then probably you can go with this first template. The talk was about dash. Firstly the speaker talked about dash, however it seemed that dash template itself will cover 13 words. The remaining some 14, 15, 16 words you write, done and dusted. But let's say you have already written multiple sentences. Then going with the first template is of no use. Go with the second template, meaning the talk was about. Firstly, however, only 6 words, the rest 24 words you write on your own for a better score towards your listening and writing. Now we will practice using my website. I'm gonna show how I take the notes. Remember, it's all about taking the notes. Entire marks, the treasure is hidden in note-taking strategy. Just watch me how I'm taking the note. How am I switching between listening for 3 or 4 seconds, writing for 3 or 4 seconds, listening for 3 or 4 seconds, writing for 3 or 4 seconds. How am I doing it so quick that it looks like I'm listening and writing at the same time, but I'm not. I'm switching the 2 processes very quickly. Just observe how I take the notes, and then I'll show you the correct answer, and then just we will evaluate using the AI. Alright, I'm gonna play the audio. I'll take some notes side by side. Let's start.
Obesity is a global problem. Europeans, Asians, Africans, Australians, and South Americans are getting fatter and fatter too. And obesity rates tend to increase as a country develops economically. But America is unfortunately unique in the size and scale of its obesity epidemic. As of the last CDC report, 41.9% of American adults are obese, and a further 31.7% are overweight. To put it another way, only 26% of American adults are not either overweight or obese. And perhaps even more frightening is the situation with children. 20%, or 1 in 5 American children, aged between 10 and 17, are obese.
Now we are left with some probably 8.5 minutes. So this is what I wrote. Now I need to transform it to a proper sentence. I've already transformed it using the same one. Let me just show you with it. Alright, so from what I've written on the right hand side, this is what I've transformed on the left hand side. The lecture discusses that obesity is a global problem. Here obesity, the spelling was wrong in the beginning, is a global problem. The speaker explained about why Europeans, Australians and Americans are getting fatter and fatter. Europeans, I missed it, what is it? I think Australia, Africa, America, many things they told. So I've summed it up as Europeans, Australians and Americans are getting fatter and fatter. And then I wrote America is unique in size and scale of obesity epidemic. I've removed this because it was exceeding the word limit. I chose this, but you can choose whatever you want. Is unique in size and scale in obesity. Episode is epidemic actually. And then as per the report, 43.9% in America are obese and 37%, 37 point something or 31 point, we will just alter that, 31.7% are overweight. I think it's 41, I missed it, sorry, 41.9, exactly copy pasted using the template. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized that 1 in 5 children of America are obese. This I have removed it because it was exceeding the word limit. 20%, or they told 1 in 5 children, any of this you can use keywords. Between 10 and 17, also I removed because it was exceeding word limit, are obese. So this way we transformed it. If you properly observe, here I've added the word why, and otherwise most of the things are fitting into the template. If the words that you've written, I mean the sentences that you've written is not gelling with the template, you've got to modify it. Now we will just submit it and see 67 words. For PTE Core, similarly you write it between 20 and 30 words. Otherwise it's all the same, I'm not showing it for PTE Core in here. Alright, I think it's giving all correct because all were correct. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use the same sentence that I wrote, but I'm going to put only keywords. This is for those who are into this keyword method because it is very easy to use. You don't have to worry about the grammar. Just put words, 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 and it will give scores. I'm going to put that here and see what scores will it give. Alright, I've just pasted it. The lecture discusses the keywords such as obesity, global problem. The speaker explained about Europeans, Australians. Later the speaker said America size epidemic. Here the speaker told report overweight 43.9%. In conclusion, the lecture effectively summarized 1 in 5 children. This is not the way that I would suggest. Whenever you write, you've got to bring the connection. Even if it is logically not fitting in, it's okay. But make some connection between the things you have written, meaning write your own sentences. I'm submitting it. I don't think it will give a good score. Content is reduced. It says it lacks the depth and detail to fully capture the lecture's essence. Grammar goes for a toss because it's a poor structuring. Simply put some keywords and finish it off. There was some grammatical, I think, spelling errors. Vocabulary also it reduced because you're not writing sentences, you are using some awkward phrasing, and the form became 0 because we have not even crossed 50 words, it is less than 50 words. Now I'll take up another question. Just pay more attention to the note-taking strategy because the entire treasure, the marks are hidden in the note-taking strategy. I'll again play a new audio and I show you how I take the notes. Just observe the note-taking strategy. If you get that, then possibly you're gonna get 90 in the exam because entire thing is just this. Listen for 2-3 seconds, write for 2-3 seconds, listen for 2-3-4 seconds, write for 2-3-4 seconds. That switch should happen so fast. Let's try another audio. Alright, I'm just starting another audio. FaceTime with my call with my daughters. Let's see.
What inspired this conversation today is the conversation I had with my daughters. I mean, we always get on FaceTime, the three of us do, typically when one of us is getting ready or we're waking up in the morning. And we were on FaceTime the other day, and as I shared earlier, one of our daughters is 24, the other one is 25. One lives in New York, one lives in LA, I live in Southern Vermont, and so just like you do with the people you care about, we get on FaceTime all the time and we're yapping away. And all of a sudden, one of my daughters is like, I'm just in this negative place right now. It's like nothing I do is enough. everything that I put on my body doesn't look good. No matter how hard I'm working, I just am constantly trashing myself. And then my other daughter chimed in, and I was horrified to hear that they were both kind of in this place where they're focused on the negative, where their thoughts are kind of turned back against them.
Focused towards. See, I'm just writing it because I listened something and I'm continuing writing it towards negative. So this would be the right way to do it, but this much is not required. At least you write 4 or 5 sentences. You should be able to get a good score. Make sure you write the correct grammatical sentences. Use the template, fill them nicely, properly. Make sure it doesn't cross the word limit. Apart from that, I don't think it is very difficult. Again, I'm telling you, this note-taking strategy, if you get it, things will fall in place. I know many are still wondering how this guy is able to write down something like this. Maybe he has already written something, he's editing and putting it. No, I'm just showing it to you live, and I'm not prepared for this question because the strategy is devised in a way that it works for any kind of question if you understand how it works. Listen, write, listen, write at the same time, go on case, listen for some time. When you're writing, you're going to miss few words, it's absolutely fine. There is no important content, just like in the retail lecture. Whatever you can pick, you pick it up randomly, whatever you can, and finish it off. Things would fall in place. I think that's all summarized spoken text. To summarize, very simple. You got to use a template, use phrases, not keywords, absolutely no spelling mistakes. 60 to 70 words is ideal for PTE Academic. 25 to 28 words is ideal for PTE Core. Absolutely no grammatical errors. Avoid using just one keyword for each blank. Same technique as a retail lecture, and most importantly, don't listen and write at the same time. So after summarized spoken text comes this module called multiple choice, choose multiple answer. Similar to choose single answer and choose multiple answer in your reading section, this also is a dummy module. Remember, the time management strategy is so important here because the last section of the listening is a gold mine, or you can consider it as a diamond mine. Because right from dictation contributes 50 marks, 45 to 50 marks towards your listening and 45 to 50 marks towards your writing. Around 100 marks it contributes, but that is intentionally kept towards the end, and they run a timer. Summarized spoken text is 10 minutes for sure, yes, but entire listening also has a timer on the top, probably 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Within that timer, you have to finish all of it. Now, if you pay more attention to multiple choice, choose multiple answer, and start digging deeper and trying to understand and do it and spend some useful 3-4 minutes here, you can't even reach the last module. Your scores will be stuck at 50, 45 overall, 50 overall. Be very, very careful. And one important thing, summarize spoken text. If you finish it too early, 10 minutes is the dedicated time, right? If you finish it in 5 minutes, can I carry forward the remaining 5 minutes that I did not use to next sections of the listening? 100% no. You cannot carry forward, so finish it off completely. And what if I don't click the submit button? What if I don't submit my answer before the timer expires? Will it be automatically saved? Yes, it will be automatically saved. You don't have to worry. But click submit and move on. Once done, don't have to wait. Coming back to multiple choice, choose multiple answer. Yes, they play an audio. Listen to the audio. There is a question and more than one option is correct, as the name says. Choose multiple answer. More than one option is correct. Pearson and the score guide says it has negative marking, that this, but from our experience, we have not seen any marking for this. We have skipped it, meaning randomly selected one and moved on. Still people got 90 listening, including myself. You don't have to worry, no need to practice. I'm not giving you any strategy for this. Let the audio play. When the audio is getting played, the next button will be deactivated. So listen to the audio, read the question and see if you can get any of the answers correctly. Once the audio ends, let's say you know what is the answer, select that answer, click next immediately and move on. But let's say after the audio ended, you don't know the correct answer. You're still thinking if it is A or B, A or B, A or B. No, randomly select one and immediately move on to the next question. Once the audio ends, not even a second. You should give extra here. If you do that, then last section right from dictation you can't even reach. Remember this, and like this you got to do it for 4 sections in PTE Academic and 3 for PTE Core. Very simple, isn't it? No need to practice. Even on the exam day when it comes, just take a chill pill. The moment the audio ends, select one and click next and move on to the next question. So 1 or 2 question comes, 1 mark it may give, but from our experience it has not given any marks so far. Randomly select one and move on. Don't worry about losing marks here. 1 or 2 questions for both the questions. Same strategy, click one and move on, done and dusted. Next is listening fill in the blanks, one of the most important sections of the PTE exam. This is an integrated module because you got to listen to the audio. There would be a paragraph like the one that I have shown, and there would be a blank. Your job is to listen to the audio and write or fill the blanks based on what you listen in the audio. You're listening, you're writing, so it contributes 1 mark from each blank to listening and 1 mark from each blank towards writing. 2 to 3 questions will appear in the exam. 10 to 12 to 15 marks you can expect from this section, to listening separately, to writing separately. Remember, writing is all coming from listening. Summarized written text, essay or email writing contributes max of 15 to 20% of your total marks of the writing. The rest, 80% of the total marks of writing, you would get from reading, writing, fill in the blanks, 25 to 26 to 30 marks, and then listening, fill in the blanks, summarize spoken text, write from dictation. It is this, the listening section, that contributes majorly to the listening and writing both. Alright, let's understand the strategy now. I've seen many students, what they do is, they just wait for that blank to be taken care of. Something like this, if the question is education is one of the, meaning the audio is speaking education is one of the most valuable resources. Student doesn't want to listen to these words because the blank is somewhere far. So he waits, don't even pay attention to what he listens. And then it says it provides an. After it says and he does this, you do this or you do this, you don't get that word. You pay more attention to a particular word, you don't get it, isn't it? You pay less attention to it, pay more attention to the words that surround it. Meaning you get the context, you get this word. You don't get the context, you cannot get the word. Most importantly, there are some homophones, meaning few words have same pronunciation but they're totally different in their nature. For instance, science, S-C-I-E-N-C-E, science, S-I-G-N-S, both are science. Now how do you decide which one was in the audio? You need the context. First is listening skills. See, Pearson is simply not giving 1 mark to listening. You got to listen. They're not just testing if your ears are functional. They're testing if your brain is working. Whatever you listen in this ear, right? Send it to the brain for processing. You got to process them through. Then only you will get what word is that. Now you catch the right word. First step is over. Second step, you write the correct word. Spelling skills, writing skills. So listening skills, writing skills. Most importantly, sometimes the S sounds. I went to markets. Market or markets. Difficult to write. Or ED sounds, he developed this project, develop or develops or developed. All this you can figure out using grammar. Now recall the grammar things that I talked about probably an hour or 2 ago if you are watching the video continuously. Remember, right, in the grammar things we told a lot of things. After is, was, or after ye or an, singular noun ye or an is not there, plural noun, is, was, has been, have been, had been, or have, is, was, are, am, were. Remember, right? Verb 3 will come. Using this, you can actually figure out if S sound, S was there or not, singular was there or plural was there, verb 3 or verb 2 or verb 1. Hope you're getting it. Now what we do is I'm gonna play 1 or 2 questions and show you how I do this listening fill in the blanks. You have 2 options when the audio plays. You can either directly type, if your typing speed is fast enough, directly into the system and finish it off. If you think your typing speed is not fast enough, you can make a note of the correct answers in the notebook that is given to you and then transfer your answers, but do it as quickly as possible. Now I'm gonna play an audio. Let's see how much marks do I get. All right.
The Russian Foreign Ministry had said then that it intended to retaliate to the expulsion. In the past year alone, there have been 7 British diplomats expelled from Russia, with Moscow accusing them of espionage. Allegations denied by the UK. Relations between the UK and Russia have deteriorated to post-Cold War lows in the years following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In Monday's reported action, Moscow said it was expelling the diplomats on grounds of espionage. In a statement, the FSB said the two had declared false information about themselves when receiving permission to enter Russia. Russia's foreign ministry said on Monday it had also summoned a representative of the British embassy in protest.
Representative, and I'm going to correct the spellings. Retaliate, luckily it's correct. British have deteriorated, expelling single L or double L, I think it's double L. Representative, all are correct. Now I'm going to submit my answer, and as simple as that, you should be getting full scores. Now let's say you make grammatical errors. Retaliate, let's say you wrote I, and expelling you wrote single L, and now the marks will go down. You have to be really careful. So this is where people go wrong. They would be confident that they've got all correct, but what to do? You have assumed that your spelling is correct. You yourself don't know that you wrote a wrong spelling. That dangerous the spellings are. If such is a scenario, what would you say? I followed everything that is mentioned in this video. See the scores I've got. I think it's time, guys, stop watching his videos. This is what the comments I usually get. Only 1% of the students who are commenting in the comment section saying I got my scores. The rest all don't comment here, directly calling and scolding us. Such is the reward we need to get even after making such a great informative video. Hope you're getting it. Alright, we take up second question. Let me just help you with the correct answer. You can do the correct answers at your end as well.
Schindler was in the news that day because it had been announced that a Hollywood film called To the Last Hour was to be made about his life.
That to come because
It came about because a few years earlier, Holocaust survivor Poldek Pfefferberg had shared with MGM producer Martin Gosch the almost preposterous story of how he was among thousands saved by a Nazi war profiteer. A handsome, womanizing drunken wheeler dealer from Czechoslovakia who had previously demonstrated few heroic qualities.
Now I had previously demonstrated some qualities, so I'm able to write. But remember, we got to learn something from this. When words are too close, right, and we don't know about it in advance, let's say. Then let's say third one, you're writing handsome H, A, N, D. By the time the fourth and the fifth both are gone. So be very careful. Beginning, before the audio begins, it says beginning in 8 seconds, beginning in 7, 6, 5. There is some 7 to 8 seconds that will be given to you. Use that time to locate the distance between the blanks, and if some are very closely spaced, accordingly you be ready. Maybe third one, I'll write 2-3 letters and switch to the fourth one and the fifth one also. If you don't do this, you keep writing full, then fourth, fifth, both would go wrong. Handsome, womanizing, drunk and wheeler dealer. Drunk and drive is wrong. Drunk and wheeler dealer is probably a collocation. Drunk and wheeler. We will see. Demonstrated the heroic qualities. Announced had been is there. ED has to come. With MGM producer. Producers they did not say. Alright, so we will just check the correct answer. I've got it all correct. So you got to make some maths, some calculations, some understanding. Then only you will be able to get full marks towards your listening and writing from this section. After this comes highlight correct summary. By the way, this module is not present for PTE Core because Pearson realized it's not important at all. For PTE Academic, it is still there. Follow the same strategy that you followed for choose multiple answer. Wait for the audio to end. Once the audio ends, select one and move on. There won't be a question here. Question itself is highlight the correct summary. You got to highlight the option which gives you correct summary of the audio. Don't worry too much, select one and move on. It is not going to make any difference towards your scores. 1 or 2 question comes, whatever the number of questions that you get, select one and move on. It is not going to trouble you at any cost, trust me on this. After this comes multiple choice, choose single answer. Same strategy that we followed for choose multiple answer. The only difference in here is one answer is correct, in multiple answer more than one. Select one and move on. Once the audio ends, for multiple answer also, choose single answer also, or select summary as well. Select one and move on. Don't have to even practice. Trust me on this, put faith in me. I'm not simply saying this out. This is purely based on my experience. You know, having taught more than 20-25,000 students in the past 7 years, producing more than 5,090 overalls. I'm telling you with confidence, you can just select one and move on. It is not going to affect your scores. 1 or 2 questions will come, just select one and move on. It is not going to make any difference. After this comes select missing word. People think it is important. It is also same strategy. Select one and move on. It is not going to make any difference. But let's understand what is the module about. The plain audio goes towards the end. The last word. He came here for the beep. He came here for what? Probably they talked about festival. He came here for the feast. Options will be there. He came here for football. He came here for feast. He came here. Some words will be there based on the context. That beep sound replaced a word. What word it could be is what you need to guess. It would be very simple. If you want to make a guess, you can make a guess. Remember, the next button will not be activated until the audio finishes. So you have time. Try using this to get the context. Once the audio ends, quickly you can just see through the options within 2-3 seconds. If you get the answer, select that answer. If you are not getting the answer, randomly select one and move on. You don't have to spend time on this. Trust me on this. Alright, the next comes is highlight incorrect words. So this is going to be the penultimate module, meaning after this you have the last module called write from dictation. As the name says, highlight incorrect words. They're going to show you a paragraph. They're going to play an audio. In the audio, they're going to read something different from what they show in the paragraph. And your job is just to highlight those words which are incorrect in nature. You just basically have to highlight the incorrect words. So let me show you a small demonstration, post which I'm going to help you understand each and every parameter that is required for highlight incorrect words. Alright, so this is how it comes in the exam. The plain audio, just observe how I do it.
Fashion has continuously evolved, reflecting societal trends, cultural shifts, and technological advancements. From traditional garments to high-tech fabrics, clothing serves both a practical and expressive purpose. Additionally, sustainable fashion movements have gained momentum, promoting eco-friendly materials and ethical production methods. Fast fashion, while affordable, has raised concerns over environmental impact and labor practices. As consumer awareness increases, brands are adopting greener solutions to meet the demand for responsible fashion.
So these are the 4 incorrect words. You select all these 4 correctly. You're going to get 4 marks towards your listening and 4 towards your reading. Why? Because it's an integrated skill. You're listening, you're reading. You're listening, you're reading. Be very careful. It's going to be probably as simple as this, or probably they could increase the speed to 1.25x or 1.5x. I can do that and show you over here. You select these 4. You get 4 to listening, 4 to reading. Let me just submit it and show it to you. So it's 4 marks out of 4 have gotten, but there is a negative marking. There is a catch. Let's say you don't select abandoning. You do again a single tap. It gets deselected, by the way, in the exam. Now, out of 4 options, we selected only 3 correct. Now I'm submitting it. Do I get negative marking? No negative marking. You get 3 marks out of 4 because all these 3 are correct. Then the negative marking is only when you select something which is not an incorrect word. Let's say you selected consumer as well. Now consumer is not an incorrect word, isn't it? Abandoning is correct, the rest 4 is correct, and you made 1 mistake. 4 out of 4 minus 1 gonna be 3 marks. Hope you are getting it. So it's gonna be 3 out of 4. Though you selected all 4 correct, you chose another one which is not incorrect. As a result, you get negative marking for that. Remember, negative marking is only when you select something. If you don't select anything, no negative marking. And also know that it will not go beyond 0. Let's say you made some 20 mistakes here. Your scores will not be minus 20. Minimum you get is 0. Remember this. 2 or 3 questions will come from this module. 10 to 12 to 15 marks you can expect from this module towards your listening and reading separately. The only strategy is read what you see. What people end up doing, they read what they listen. This is a common psychological problem. You end up reading what you listen. Actually, the light waves should travel faster than the sound waves, but seems like here the sound waves are traveling faster than the light waves. So in this last line, brands are abandoning. They told something else which also started with a. Since you heard something else, there is a high possibility that you think it is the same word. It is not. The point is, you listen separately, you read separately. Let me just play this audio again and show you clearly what exactly I meant.
Fashion has continuously evolved, reflecting societal trends, cultural shifts, and technological.
You heard the word continuously, and now you end up reading constantly as continuously. That is the problem. You read what you see. You listen separately, read separately.
Have gained momentum, promoting eco-friendly materials and ethical production methods.
Here,
Fast fashion, while affordable, has raised concerns over environmental impact and labor practices. As consumer awareness increases, brands are adopting greener solutions to meet the demand for responsible fashion.
hey, both are different words, man. They told adopting. You heard adopting and you send the signal to the eyes to read. Abandoning is adopting. That should not happen. Hey, you read what is there, man. You listen separately, read separately. Listening skill is not a problem. Everyone is able to listen correctly. Reading skill is a problem. Then how do we work on it? Practice every day, more than 10 hours. Of course, no improvement can be seen if you simply practice with a very poor reading skill. Stop practicing for this. Know why you're making mistakes. Probably you're not able to read faster, as fast as the audio does. First thing. Second thing is your reading skills are so poor that you are, ending up reading what you listen. You're not able to read what you see. Then stop practicing this. Take a novel. 1 hour, just do fast reading. Do this for 2 weeks. Third week starting, you come here and practice one question. I bet my life you will not have a problem. On the other hand, you don't do this. Keep on practicing just like that. 1 plus 1 is equal to 3, 1 plus 1 is equal to 3, 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. Is 1 plus 1 is equal to 3? Of course not. Practicing in a wrong way without having enough skills, without knowing the right approach is not going to lead you anywhere. Remember this. Now we'll take up another question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the speed to 1.5x. You also try doing it at your end. Let's see if you can get all.
Vaccines have played a crucial role in preventing the spread of infectious diseases, saving millions of lives globally. Through widespread immunization programs, deadly illnesses such as polio and smallpox have been eradicated or significantly reduced. Additionally, new vaccine developments have helped combat emerging viruses, strengthening public healthcare systems. However, vaccine hesitancy fueled by misinformation remains a challenge, slowing immunization efforts. As medical research advances, more effective vaccines continue to be developed, offering protection against evolving threats.
So offering protection against evolving threats. What if you get an audio something like this? It goes a little faster than your reading speed, then probably you struggle. Read a bit faster, things will fall in place. I think I should be getting full scores here. Yes, I've got all the things correctly. All right, we take up another question. I'm increasing the speed to 1.5x. It's going to be a good practicing for you as well.
The persistence to rebel has played a significant role in shaping history, as movements led by determined individuals have often resulted in social and political transformations. Strong ideologies were essential for uniting people under a common cause and resisting oppression. Additionally, leaders who symbolized courage were able to inspire masses and ignite revolutions. A deep sense of sacrifice was necessary for those who fought against injustice, as their struggles paved the way for future generations. Lastly, mastering the art of rhetoric allowed visionaries to communicate their ideas persuasively and rally supporters.
I think I've got all correct. This was it. So let's understand how much marks I've gotten. It's 6 out of 6. So this way you do it, you should be able to get full scores. So we take up another question. I'm going to increase the speed to 1.5x. Let's do it quickly.
Artificial intelligence has become a fundamental part of modern society, influencing industries ranging from healthcare to finance. Machine learning algorithms enhance effectiveness by analyzing vast amounts of data at unprecedented speeds. Additionally, AI-powered virtual assistants have modernized communication, making daily tasks more efficient. However, ethical concerns surrounding data privacy and automation-driven job displacement continue to spark controversies. Despite these challenges, advancements in AI technology are remolding the future, driving progress across multiple sectors.
Okay, this is it. 5 incorrect words. So let's check it out. I think this is it. So the idea is very simple. You simply don't keep on practicing, because practicing just gives you mental satisfaction. What you got to basically do is, I'm not asking you to stop practicing. If you're, let's say, practicing 30 minutes of highlight incorrect words, I would recommend you to practice for 5 minutes, more than enough. Just know what it is. Work on your skill set. 1 hour reading activity will actually fix this. From my experience, I've seen a lot of individuals who never practice, understand what it is and give exam and get 90 overall the next day. On the other hand, I've also seen individuals who practice on an everyday basis, perhaps 25 hours a day, which is not possible, but they do it only to see a score of 50 overall or 55 overall. Think about it, work smartly, understand the things, and accordingly move in the right direction. All right, so the last section, finally we're inching towards the end of the video. I'll not bore you more, enough of seeing my face again and again. By the way, last question, and then I'll leave you all to do your own practicing. Right from dictation, we call it Big Boss. This is the section if you want an entry to Australia or Canada or any other country. This is it, this module, you got to nail it, man. And for this, approach really matters the most. Let me unveil each and everything in a short while. Right from dictation, as the name says, right from dictation, what you hear. The plain audio, you listen to the audio and write exactly as it is. Every word that you match while writing gives you 1 mark. As simple as that. Now, people end up memorizing the audio, end up having anxiety, nervousness, and a lot of factors associated with this. Because of that, they will not be able to do it perfectly. Now we'll see a small demonstration on what right from dictation is, and then I'll help you understand the strategies, adding extra words, should you add, should you not add, what to add, each and everything in a short while. Alright, let me just play a simple audio.
Guests who book a stay at our beach resort will receive a sunset sailing excursion.
So guests who book a stay at our beach resort will receive sunset, probably sailing, I even forgot, excursion. Now booked a stay, ye, the will receive ye, a sunset, excursions. So this is how actually you do it. Let me explain the strategy in just a while. But the moment I listened to the audio, what I was trying to do, I listened and immediately started writing in short notes. If you see guests who book a stay at our beach resort will receive sunset sailing excursion or sunset sail excursion. I'm not sure, I actually forgot. A one you can make mistakes, but it's okay, it's a very lengthy one. But now after listening to it, what I did, I added extra words, and this is the strategy that I was about to unveil. You can add extra words 100% is, you don't worry about the grammar. Now you just read, we'll remove this. Now you read it, grammatically it's completely wrong. Correct? So when such is the scenario, do I really get marks? 100%. You don't have to worry, you will get this course. We have verified it. Idea is when you add extra words, make sure you add singular noun, plural noun. Here guest, guests, first thing. Excursion, excursions. Book, books. This book is not a noun. Verb, develop, develops, developed. Book, booked, books. All the three things I have added. Hope you're getting it. Singular noun, plural noun. Verb 1, verb 2, verb S. Verb 1 is eat, verb 2 is ate, verb S is eats. Correct? Give, gave, given, gives. For some words it sounds so similar. Develop, developed, developed, develops. Develops. As a develop, developed, develops, add all the three. And ye, a, the. And also you can add extra spellings. Singular noun, plural noun, verb 1, verb 2, verb S, ye, the, and extra spellings. Now sunset spelling, I'm not sure what if it is S-U-N-S-C-T or S-U-N space S-C-T. Of course it is S-U-N-S-C-T, but if you have a doubt, you can split them and add. Excursion spelling, I'm not sure. Add extra words, excursion, excursions. Whatever the spelling that you think is correct, you can add. But know that simply adding is not ensuring your marks. When you add, it has to match, boss. Now we will submit it. I'm not sure if I get full marks here. Let's check it out. I've got 15 out of 15 only because I added extra words. Here excursions, let's remove. Sunset, let's remove. Ye, the, let's remove. Booked, books, book, let's remove. And let's go with whatever I wrote in the beginning. Guests also I'm going to remove. This is what I wrote in the beginning. I heard and I wrote this. Let's see how much marks do I get for this. 13 out of 15. 2 marks probably I would have lost if I had just relied on my brain. Correct? So guests, 1 wrong. Who book a stay at our beach resort will receive I is missed. I is missed. Guests is missed, which I have entered towards the end and gotten 15 out of 15. Well, this is right from dictation. The first thing is I heard and I was able to write those short notes. That is the strategy. Just like in written lecture or summarized spoken text, I was giving more preference to the strategy behind the short notes, taking short notes. In right from dictation as well, it is only about short notes. Now you take short notes, you are a king. If you observe in the short notes, I had already written 15 words. Meaning I just have to write them and add extra words. Guest, book, books, ye, the, I'll get the scores. Now how do I write these short notes? If you're just, memorizing things, it's not going to happen. Understand them. Pay more attention. Guest who book a stay. Guest, first phrase. Who book a stay, second phrase. Guest who book a stay will receive what? Will receive, third phrase. Will receive what? Sailing excursion, sunset sailing excursion. Fourth phrase. There are 4 phrases. Guests who book a stay will receive sunset sailing excursion. There are 4 phrases. You divide them into phrases. Understand them. Do it. You are a king. For a 7-word audio, 6-word audio, not just you, everybody will do it. For a 15-word audio, if it was played in your native language, you wouldn't have complained. Since it is in English and your problems in English, you are complaining. 7-word, 8-word, I can get it. More than 10 words, it is so difficult for me. More than 10 words is not difficult as long as you consider it as 4 phrases, 3 phrases. I'll just give you a very simple story. I'll not bore you more. A patient went to a doctor for some pain in the leg. Doctor told, you need to take 15 days of rest. And the patient told, 15 days, oh, my manager will not allow me leave that, this. And then the doctor said, okay, that's okay. 15 days is absolutely not required. You take rest only for 2 weeks. He said, only 2 weeks, okay. So that's how it works. 15-word audio, I don't think I can get it. But 4-phrase audio, 3-phrase audio, 100% you will get it. The first thing is this has to be ready. If this is ready, even if it's a, let's say, 20-word audio, you would do it. But if this is not ready, you will get stuck. Even for a 5-word audio, remember this. Only 3 or 4 questions will come. All the 3 or 4 would be usually easy, but 1 can be really difficult. Most of the times audio will contain some 7 to 8 to 9 words or 10 words, but sometimes 1 or 2 audios. So one audio can be 12 word, 15 word, for which you really need to be trained. Now let's understand the evaluation part. I already explained that through an example, but let me just show you what I've got in my PPT. He goes to a market every day and eats the mangoes. There are 10 words. He goes to a market every day and eats the mangoes. 10 words. You write all the 10 words correctly. You get 10 marks to listening and 10 marks to writing. You're listening and you're writing. Like this, 3-4 questions will come, 40, 45 plus or 50 marks towards your listening separately and towards your writing separately. Your writing marks will come from this, not with your templates that this. Don't believe someone if he says use this template, you'll get 90. Use the template, you probably will get 20 out of 20 for your essay template or email, and not more than that. It is this module that decides your scores, and everyone has problems here. Nobody has problems in essay, man. This is where people have problem, because people memorize things. Listen to the audio, they try to remember them. Don't remember. You try to remember, you forget. You try to understand. You understand, things will actually fall into place. But let me give you another instance on how to add extra words. If this is the question, he goes to a market every day and eats the mangoes, all the below also give you full score. First is sequence, doesn't matter, you can write in any sequence. Market goes he too and eats mangoes every day, 100% tested. But intentionally don't write in reverse order or some randomized order. Write whatever you can, towards the end you add extra words. Add extra words, there is no limit, but remember, when you reach the right from dictation, max 3 or 4 minutes will be left in the timer. Per question, 45 seconds to 1 minute, not more than that. You cannot add some 30-40 words, 4-5 words, 5-6 words. Whatever you can add within 1 minute, you can add. Now what to add? Singular noun, plural noun. Verb 1, verb 2, verb s, a, and. Here I have added goes, market, markets, and eats, mangoes, mango also you could have added. And then everyday spelling, I have written 2 spellings, because extra spellings you definitely need to write, because most of the people have problems in the spelling. And most importantly, capital letter, small letter is not going to make any difference. You can write all caps, all small, it's up to you. That is not going to make a difference. Even in listening fill in the blanks, it is not going to make a difference. Full stop, comma, no marks. If you wish, you can put 1 dot in the end. Even if you miss a dot, it's fine. All this is not going to give you scores. Now what we'll do is, I'm going to practice some 4-5 questions right in front of you. You also can listen to it and practice in parallel, and we will see how to address the problems. So what we're going to do is, we're going to take some high complexity ones. Easy ones everybody will do, man. What's the fun in it? I'm just changing the sound. Let's start.
Members who volunteer at our community event will receive a community service medal.
Community, I forgot, I think service medal. So entire, the thing lies in the very first line. The ones, shortcuts, short notes that I've written. Members who volunteer at our community events will receive a community service medal. The medals members volunteers event. I think I may have done some mistake. Maybe I should have removed the first line. I think I've got all correct. We can just remove this and get it done. Alright, we do the second one now. A lengthy one. Try doing your best.
Applicants who submit artwork for our gallery exhibition will receive an artist biography.
Gallery exhibition. Applicants who submit artwork for our gallery exhibition will receive an artistic biography. Artwork, I'm gonna add 1 word and 2 word both. Applicant, gallery exhibition will receive an artistic biography or probably artist biography or test. I'm not sure. Okay, let's remove this. Applicants who submit artwork for our gallery exhibition will receive an artistic biography, artwork, artist. I think I've lost 1 or 2 marks probably. Boom, I got 13. I think probably this has worked, adding artwork as one word, because if I remove this artwork as one word and write 2 separate words, probably I would lose marks here. Yes, 12 out of 13, 1 wrong. And also I think, let's say artistic, I remove. Artist biography is still correct, so artistic is wrong, artist is right. So meaning when you add extra words, you read and try to make sense so that you would know what to add. Alright, so let's quickly move on to one more question. Just observe how I'm doing it. I listen and I take short notes by understanding it. Let's start.
Customers who refer a friend to our platform will receive a referral reward.
Customers who refer a friend to our platform will receive a probably referral award. Customer who refer a friend to our platform will receive a referral is double R. Customers refers a friend or friend cannot be friends to our platform. Platforms will receive a referral award. I think I should be able to get it. One mistake I've done. Let's identify where I have gone wrong. Customer, correct answer says customers, that I have written it here, spelling is also correct. Who refer a friend to our platform will receive a referral award. I think I've written all correct. Somewhere we have gone wrong. I think it's award and reward. It was not award, by the way, it's reward. So we add reward, probably we get full score. Something like this. It will trick you sometimes, not sometimes, most of the times. We tend to assume it is they receive an award, they wouldn't get an award, they get a reward, isn't it? Isn't it so? So probably I went wrong. Don't go wrong in the exam. So now it is 30 out of 13. Alright, we take up another 2, last 2 before I'll just leave you with some doubt session in the end. Let's take it up.
Students who join our study group will receive study tips from academic mentors.
Will receive study tips from academic mentors. Student who join our study group will receive study tips from academic mentors. Now I quickly wrote because I may forget it as well. After all, I'm also human. So we gonna add extra word. Students who joins our student group. I forgot student group or study group. I'm gonna add both because that's how it's gonna be in the exam. There are a lot of things to remember. Everything you cannot retain. So add extra words. Predict where you could have gone wrong and add extra words. Okay. Study group will receive study tips from academic mentors. Mentor tip. I'm really hoping I'll get full scores here. Let's hope. I think I've got it right. It feels really good, right, when you put in a lot of efforts and then see 13 out of 13. It actually, it feels very soothing. Alright, we take up one last, after which I'll be taking some doubt session, very, very important, and then I'll leave it to you. You can leave the program after that. Alright, the last one, you give your best over there. Maybe you can listen to the audio, pause it, listen to the video, pause it, and then do it.
Participants who complete our career development workshop will receive career counseling.
Easy one. Who complete career development participants who complete career development, I missed it. Participants who complete our career development program will receive, I think career development program was there. I missed it. Will receive career counseling or counseling participants or participant who complete career development program. Why not programs? Here I have not written, I have written works. Who complete career development works, probably career development works, we don't know. I don't want to miss out on even 1 mark, so I'm putting my all efforts to add extra words. Who complete career development works or career development programs, program will receive career counseling. I am not sure if I've received, if I've got all. Let's check it out. Oh no, 2 marks I've lost. Now we need to understand where we have gone wrong. Participant, spelling is right. Who complete our is missed. Okay, 1 is missed. I heard that, I missed it. Career development program is what I've written. Career development workshop. So something like this, words will definitely, will escape your concentration. Pay more attention. If you get 9 out of 11 in one question, can you still score 90 overall? 100% yes. The other 2 write from dictation, get it full. Hope you are getting it. So all the ones that I did, that I showed a demo, were really difficult ones. Though it is 11 words, hundreds of things to remember, man. Participants who complete our career development workshop, career counseling. So multiple things to remember, though it is just 9 to 11 words. It is not very easy. Something like this comes, you get at least 10 out of 11. Don't do it like me, at least 10 out of 11. Give your complete concentration, listen and write quickly. You should be able to get it. I thought that's all for the video. Close to 5.5 to 6 hours, I believe. But I want to talk about one more thing which is very, very important. You will have a lot of doubts after finishing this video because some or the other thing I would have missed noticing them down in my PPT. So I've listed all the questions, whatever that has come to my mind. So I'll just read out the questions myself and talk about the answer, post which I will definitely leave you. Alright, the very first question is, what is the ideal time to finish in the read aloud? It could be anywhere between 12 to 14 seconds. It usually will not take more than that, probably 16 seconds, but it will never go beyond 20 seconds unless the length is very big. Usually 12 to 14 seconds. For me it's 13-14 seconds. For you it should be almost the same. Don't rush, go at a natural speed, but rhythm is important so that you will still finish it in under 14-15 seconds. If I told minutes, it's very sorry, it's seconds. Alright, next one. Should I click next button immediately in speaking? Yes, once done, immediately you click the next button. Alright, otherwise, let's say you don't click the next button and you stopped speaking. The neighbor who is sitting right next to you is screaming, yelling at the top of her or his voice, then his voice will be recorded. Noise cancellation will work. It will work only when you speak and others speaks. Otherwise it will cut. But if you are not speaking, it will think others' voice as yours voice. Probably yes. So once done, immediately click the next button. The third question, where to give my mock tests? There's only one website that I would always recommend, Pearson Official Mock Test. We may have our official mock test, you can take from our website as well, because I know what all efforts I have put in to give you the best simulation of the software, but I'm not really sure about the others. But if you think others have also done the same thing, you can take mocks from anywhere. But the accurate one is the Pearson Official Mock Test, which costs you around $36 for one mock. There, whatever the marks you get, the same scores you will get in the exam, unless there are some mic issues or something in the official mock. Apart from that, whatever the scores you see there, most probably you would see the same score even in the main exam. So consider taking official mock test first. See the result, see the desired score, and then you book the main exam. The fourth question, how to basically practice. You can go practice anywhere, any websites will do, but don't randomly rely on the scores that you get in any websites. My website I should have opened in 2019, but I'm opening it in 2025 because it took a lot of time. It is not very simple to simulate Pearson exams behavior. You can create a website and give scores in 2-3 days. There are so many third-party applications available. You just give them the money and send the audio of a student. The third-party applications will give you, this is content score, this is fluency score, this is pronunciation score. You put it. It's very easy to make that way. So the third-party application that you're visiting, I'm not sure if they have done this, then it's of no use to do it. If a person has really understood what Pearson software wants, how it behaves, and accordingly if the person has tweaked in the code, worked towards it for days and months together, and then he has come up with a website, then you can definitely trust that website. It would behave in a similar way as that of the main Pearson software. So how to practice? You can practice from anywhere, but don't rely on the scores that you get in those websites. Otherwise, any website is fine just for practicing. The next question, can I rely on third-party website scores? 100% no, for the same reason that I just gave for the previous question. You cannot rely on every third-party application scores. I tried in more than 3-4 websites. When I spoke, I'm getting 40 out of 90 in read aloud. But I have 90 overall, man. Come on, you cannot ridicule me this way. And I have taught many students who have 90 overall. So you cannot just blindly believe any third-party applications. So don't simply go there, practice and see scores and get a mild heart attack. All this should not be done, should be avoided. You go practice there. How to validate? I have told you each and everything. You know, if you fumble, marks will go down. Correct? In essay writing, you make grammatical mistakes, marks will go down. So you can evaluate yourselves if you want, or you can check our website. We have taken a long time to produce it. Maybe you can put faith and trust in our website as well, which is soon going to be launched. The next question, sixth question, how do I memorize the templates? I don't memorize the templates. Listen to this beautiful explanation. Your national anthem of your country, every day you spoke once in the assembly, in your school assembly, not even a day you memorized it. Even today you have it in the mouth. This is called rote learning, learning by repetition. Memorization could be similar to this, but memorizing is with a thought that I should not forget. Repetition is without any thought, without anything running in your mind. You just speak that once. Speak the templates every day, morning once, evening once. That's all it is. Do it for 10 days, man. 11th day, it will not go out from your mouth, from your mind forever. The given image represents a beautiful image. There must have been a popular debate. This I spoke every day in my class when this template was in use. Back in 2019 till 2022 probably. After that I stopped it. It's been 3 years. Still it is in my mouth. So this is the power of rote learning, ROTE, rote learning, learning by repetition. Just speak once without any intention of memorizing it, with no intention of not forgetting it or something. Just read. Morning once, evening once. Do the magic that automatically happens after 10 days. Next one, seventh question. What if people shout in the exam? Shut them up. Just show them, dude, don't do all these things. Maybe you can raise your hand. Invigilator will probably get inside the cabin and you can complain the person is really shouting, it's disturbing me. Could you please ask him to reduce the volume? And the invigilator will definitely ask that person to reduce the volume. And then invigilator goes off. Then the person again will start, isn't it? Again you should do it, or you do one thing, you go early to the examination hall. There will be a lot of people sitting who are your potential, people who gonna yell in the exam. Talk to them, put some knowledge to them. You shout, you don't get the scores. We have seen this in many videos of SKILLS PTE Academic. You can tell them, when you shout, certain pronunciation will sound differently. As a result, you don't get the scores. Some people tend to think, if I shout, I'll get the marks. 100% no, man. It's a sharp tone, not shouting. So put some sense into them and tell them, you also don't shout, I also don't shout. Normal attainable volume is fine. Beyond that, probably it will cause chaos. It will cause disturbance. So one is to complain, second is to directly go talk to person before the exam begins. Alright, the eighth one, how do I plan my practice and study plan? Very simple. If you have 3 hours, it could be 2 hours, it could be 4 hours, you decide 1.5 hours, 50% towards the PT preparation, 50% towards English learning. English learning 1.5 hours, let's say for instance. 1 hour of reading activity, read anything that lay on your hands. You can read newspaper, novel, sports magazine, whatever you want. Research papers or the newspapers or the bbc.com, timesofindia.com, online reading, anything is fine. 1 hour and then 20 minutes of listening to a podcast. Every day listen, there are millions of podcasts available in the internet, in the YouTube. Increase the speed to 1.25x or 1.5x, start listening. And then 10-15 minutes of spelling test. In our course, every day we have spelling test. If you want to join in a course, join us. We will help you. If you don't want, find your ways. There are so many spelling apps. We are also coming up with a spelling app very soon. Probably in a month or two, the spelling app should be available to download. But yes, do your research. But every day, 10-15 minutes of spelling test is a must. Apart from this, 1.5 hour of PTE preparation, probably 5 minutes of read aloud, 5-10 minutes of repeat sentence, 5 questions of describe image, 2 questions of retell lecture, one essay or one email if you really want, otherwise they are not priority. 5 reading fill in the blanks, 5 reading writing fill in the blanks, 5 listening fill in the blanks, 5 write from dictation, 1 summarized spoken text. All this you can actually do it in 1.5 hour to 2 hour. Essay, email writing, summarized spoken text, you can skip them doing every day. You can do them probably 3 days once. Apart from that, rest you can fit into 1.5 hour regime. Definitely possible. 3 hours is what I would recommend. Stick to this plan 100%. You should be able to get a good score very soon. The next question is, should I buy all the 3 ebooks? This sounds like a marketing plan. Not exactly, but yes, you can consider that, to be frank. But the books really have a lot of content. Especially reading ebook has more than 1500 collocations. It has complete grammar course. Speaking cheat code ebook has the audios given by me, perfect sample responses for read aloud, describe image, you tell lecture, respond to situation. And the last ebook, match winning approach to PTE, has the consolidated things for all the modules, tips and tricks in one book. So definitely comes handy. You can definitely download them if financial is not the issue. All right, so 10th one, should I join your course? A very, very important question. I would tell you very frankly, some people don't need the coaching. See, I never took coaching, I got 90. Isn't it? So yes, if you're very sure about your grasping power, meaning from the video I can grasp everything entirely the way it is meant, a book exam you will get it, man. But let's say you're someone whose grasping power is not so great, meaning you understand but you understand differently, or your spellings are weak, English is not up to the mark, then for sure you join our course. We give you the right directions. I'll not tell you I'll give you 5 1-to-1 class, 6th day you will get 90, 1000% no. Speaking you can get, rest all will need its own time. There could be a lot of vocabulary that you need to learn, spelling, collocation, reading skills, listening skills. If you join our course, we'll give you direction. You do it on your own, probably you don't have direction. It may take 6-7 months. You join us, probably it may come down to 2-3 months. Within 2-3 days it is not possible. If it has to be possible, then your English should be perfect. Alright, so before we end the video, I really wanted you guys to go through some difficult reading fill in the blanks and reading writing fill in the blanks question. So yeah, if you still have the energy with you, if you still have time, so let's practice some 2 reading writing fill in the blanks and 1 reading fill in the blanks question before we end the video. Alright, so I'm just starting with the first reading writing fill in the blanks question. I'm adding a timer of 4 minutes. Try doing it in under 4 minutes. Post 4 minutes, I'm going to come back and show you how to do it, what are the traps, strategies, each and everything in just a while. So let's start with it. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's understand how to do it in less time possible. In recent European developments, Germany dash recent, something that has happened recently is always perfect tense, present perfect tense. So you got to use has announced, not announces. Announces is a present tense, means always a fact. Recent means happened in the past, but even now has significance because it is recently happening. So it's recently happened. So it's Germany has announced a significant shift from its traditional dash conservatism. Now people will not have any clue as to what is the right answer for this. Very simple, you've got to wait and continue reading. You will get the answer on your own. This is the famous method called bottom-up approach, meaning you leave it empty, continue. Once you get the approach, you yourself would know what the correct answer is for the second blank. So for now, we will leave it empty and continue. From its traditional dash conservatism, by planning a substantial investments in defense and infrastructure. Chancellor candidate proposed dash military expenditures from this, from dash from dash from. Now the answer for the third one lies after it. Because of the word from, the collocation we are choosing exempting from, different from, exempt this from this, separate this from this group. Hope you are getting it. It's exempt from, exempting military expenditures from. The fourth one, this move aims to enhance Germany's defense capabilities in the middle of some tension or amid some tension. This is a noun. We need a noun phrase. Though, while, as needs noun verb. Noun verb. Though I studied hard. Though tension. Though I am in tension. You need I am. Noun verb. While, though, as needs noun verb. They all need noun verb. Amid needs only the noun phrase. Amid means in the middle of. Amid rising geopolitical tensions and stimulate economic growth through domestic investments. Dash, comma. Now people are tempted to write additionally. We will see, is it additionally or historically? Vividly means very clearly. Generationally is not a right word here. Germany has adhere to rigorous fiscal discipline. Now we know they're talking about fiscal. What is fiscal? Something related to tax things. So second one is from its traditional fiscal conservatism by planning substantial investments in defense and infrastructure. Hope you are getting it. Patience is the key. Second one answer is fiscal, which we got it probably from the middle of the paragraph. Dash, Germany has adhered to rigorous fiscal discipline due to concerns about inflation and economic stability or instability. However, current, the previous line talks about past. However is the opposite. However, current in the present times, current security challenges and economic needs have prompted the strategic shift. Earlier in the past and now present. Past, present. Past is not additionally, past is historically. Hope you are getting it. Again, what you basically need to do is wait for your time. You're going to get the answers. Otherwise, simply interpreting additionally. Additionally is not fitting in because historically fits the best. Historically, Germany has done this, but now there is a shift. Hope you are getting it. Potentially dash other European nations to increase defense spending. Well, it is encouraging the other European nations to increase in defense spending. Everyone has their own defense thing, military thing. They're like prompting others to increase the defense spending and stimulate regional economic growth. It is potentially encouraging, not encourage. ING rule, remember, once the sentence is ending, you have to put a full stop. If you're still continuing, it would be ING there, potentially encouraging other European nations. The last one, the plan faces challenges, including parliamentary approval for constitutional amendments and potential inflationary pressures, but it has already positively impacted German markets. With economists, what are they going to do? They only predict, anticipating some long-term economic benefits, not benefiting benefits. It's anticipating. Economists' job is to anticipate, to predict this may happen in this year. Hope you're getting it. So answers are, the first one is has announced, second is fiscal, third is exempting, fourth is amid, fifth is historically, sixth is encouraging, and the seventh is anticipating. Keep a track of the mistakes that you have done. We quickly move on to the next question. Again, a timer of 4 minutes on my bottom right. Let's start. Post 4 minutes, I'm going to come back and show you where you have gone wrong. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. Let's quickly understand where you possibly could have gone wrong. Did you know that in 1519, a German dude named Charles, something happened to him, became the most powerful man in Europe practically overnight, all of a sudden. Charles V, as he was called, dash not just Spain, but also the Holy Roman Empire, the Netherlands, a bunch of, see what I'm basically doing, I'm continuing to read and get the most of the context to predict the right answer. He practically became a most powerful man overnight. Powerful man means he is the ruler. So he was called dash not just Spain, he inherited, he became the king. Inherited, not devastated, not threw away, not ruling. Inherited, ruling cannot come there because was ruling, something has to come. Inherited not just Spain but also the Holy Roman Empire, Netherlands, bunch of other territories. Imagine waking up one day and realizing you are attacking. No, he's already attacked and got everything that he wanted. You're ruling half of Europe and a good chunk of Americas too. Hope you're getting it. You're not attacking them, you're already attacked and you have inherited. So it's ruling, you're ruling half of Europe. But being that powerful wasn't, if you're powerful you should be all happy, but being that powerful wasn't all about just happiness. Charles had to deal with tons of problems. Being that powerful wasn't all about happiness. Happiness is sunshine and rainbows. Sunshine and rainbow is a proper phrase which indicates something good, something great, something nice. Hope you are getting it. So here, how do we understand? Read the next line. It says Charles had to deal with tons of problems. So being that powerful isn't just about happiness, isn't just about sunshine and raining. Sorry, sunshine and rainbows. Answer is sunshine. The next one, the whole Protestant Reformation that completely dash Europe, that completely took a long detour. No, he was in constant battles with the Ottoman Empire, and the whole Protestant Reformation that completely disturbed, shook. Hope you are getting it. He had to deal with a lot of problems. Some Protestant Reformation probably did a battle or did something that shook. Everything is in the past tense. It is not admired. If someone is admiring you, it is not a problem. If someone is coming to shake you, coming and inviting you for a battle, that's going to be a problem. The context here is again the previous two lines before. Had to deal with tons of problem. Problem is when someone is coming there and shake you. It's that shook the Europe. Martin Luther, a German monk, started calling out the Catholic Church for corruption and people started breaking away from the Pope's rule. Charles, being a dash Catholic, this is a proper collocation. We always say devout Catholic. Devout Catholic, not a devour. Devour is to eat, gobble up. Dearth means lack, demarginalized is the opposite of marginalizing. It's not fitting in. It's devout Catholic, it's a proper collocation. It's a true Catholic, something of that sort. The next one, after decades of stress, Charles just gave up in 1556. He quit being emperor, split his empire between his brother and son, and basically dashed to a monastery. Now people write, acquire to, dare to. No, it's always you retire to somewhere. Collocation. Retire to monastery in Spain. Not a bad way to end things, right? He spent the rest of his days painting, praying, and according to some sources, enjoying a lot of chocolate. Dash, bad retirement plan for a guy, not a bad retirement plan for a guy who once ruled over millions. Hope you're getting it. It's not indeed a bad retirement plan means it is truly a bad retirement plan. Not a bad retirement plan for a guy who once ruled over millions. Hope you're getting it. So answers are inherited, ruling, sunshine and rainbows, shook, devout Catholic, retired to, and the last one is not a bad retirement plan. Hope you've understood. Now we go to the last question. I've got one simple reading, fill in the blanks. Try doing it. I'm going to add a timer of 3 minutes on my bottom right. Post 3 minutes, I'm going to come back and show you how to do it. Let's start. Alright, I really hope you have solved it. The last question before we end the video, truly we're gonna end the video after this. Alright, those who don't learn from history are dash ARE after R, verb 3 will come. Now verb 3 is probably, or ing can come. You never say are missing to repeat it, are condemned to repeat it, or wounded. Wounded to repeat is not making sense. Are condemned means they're going to repeat it. They've been condemned, that they're going to repeat it. That's what it means. Condemned and wounded are the only two words fitting in. Condemned is the correct answer. In the truly dash cases, repetition risks, worse, it risks disaster. If it's risking disaster in the truly, great cases. Extreme, or we need an adjective. Cases is a noun. Before a noun, we need adjective. In the truly inflicted cases cannot come because third one, these have inflict wounds. Inflict wound is a collocation. So if you put inflict to the second one, then third one also gone case, you're going to end up interchanging. If you're getting confused, leave it empty and continue. Third one would be these have inflicted painful wounds, and the fourth one won't get out of control. It's going out of control, it's going out of hand. Out of hand is a collocation. This complacency is built on dash crucial details. Something is missing. It's built on missing crucial details. It's built on missing some details. This all collocations, you just have to go with it. No other word is fitting in, and it's built on something that ing has to come. Missing is the only word that is fitting in. And the last one, there's plenty of dash between. Dash between, always arguments between. Arguments has to come, argument is not there, but the word that also means argument is discord. Hope you are getting it. Now the second one in the truly, what cases? Cases is a noun. Before a noun we need adjective. In the truly hand cases, truly missing cases. Listening to your heart, lung, kidney. Just tug, 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 heart is telling you missing. What missing cases? Repetition risks worse, it risks disaster. In the truly worried cases or troublesome cases. So first is condemned, second is troublesome cases, third is inflict the wound, fourth is out of control, fifth is built on some missing crucial detail. Because of that missing detail, they are fighting each other. There's plenty of disparity, there's plenty of difference, plenty of discord between different South Indian languages that's being found with equal gusto. Hope you are getting it. Alright, I think that's all from this video. Really hope this was an informative content. If you believe the same, like, share and subscribe and leave your valuable comments in the comment section. And also know that I've been standing throughout this 6 odd hours or 5.5 to 6 hours. I still don't know how much time it has taken, and this has been shot in just 2 days. Whole day. Whatever is possible, whenever is possible, I've shot this, and if you think that yes, this guy is helpful, this guy has done a really good job, then please leave your valuable comments. It definitely makes my day. Trust me on this, this is what a teacher wants at the end of the day, someone's appreciation for the good work they're doing. So if you want to do it, then you have your like button there, subscribe button and comments. You can try all the 3 to make us happy. We will definitely keep coming up with better content than this next time. I think that's all for today. Really hope this was an informative content. With this, I'll park the video here, guys. Nakul signing off. Nakul. Nakul signing off from SKILLS PTE Academic soon. We'll be back. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Thanks much.